One of the most infamous and influential occult figures of the early 20th century was none other than Aleister Crowley, an English magician, writer, and mountaineer. He styled himself as the prophet of a new spiritual era, willingly embracing the title of the Beast 666. In his lifetime, he gained notoriety for transgressive and rather decadent behavior, earning tabloid epithets like the wickedest man in the world. Yet Crowley was a bit more than just that. He was a prolific author, an intellectual explorer, going into mysticism, yoga, magical rites, and esoteric philosophy with the zeal of a scholar and, of course, the showmanship of a provocateur. We're going to talk about Crowley's journey, from his strict religious upbringing in Victorian England to his final days in relative obscurity. And we'll look at both the famous chapters of his occult career, such as his work with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the founding of new magical orders like the AA and Ordo Templi Orientis, and the revelation of his religion Thelema. But then we'll look at the lesser-known but significant facets of his life, the mountaineering expeditions, worldwide travels, the relationships, the books, the scandals, and even a few other surprising details that make the story just that little bit more compelling. So, if you would come with me, then we can journey into the life of Aleister Crowley together. Now, allow me to welcome you to the channel first. It is good manners to do so. If you're new here or you're yet to click that subscribe button, I invite you to do so if you feel inclined. Now, this video, along with all of the videos on this channel, you can look at the playlists for them, are completely ad-free. You won't get interrupted. Listen to it all the way through. No problems. Well, this is due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who looked at the merch store even out of a bit of curiosity, and those who gave the occasional donation, whether that's through Super Thanks or on PayPal. So we have them to thank for that. If you would like to join that prestigious club, you need only look in the pinned comment or in the video description or channel description. You'll find where you need to go. Now, with all this out of the way and introduction said and done in keeping with our theme of good manners, let us begin, nice and slow, the life of Aleister Crowley. Edward Alexander Crowley, born on October 12, 1875, in Royal Leamington Spa, England. He entered the world into a well-off but intensely devout family, which is a little bit ironic. His father, Edward Crowley, had retired young on a sizable inheritance from the family brewing business and become a traveling evangelist for a fundamentalist Christian sect, the Exclusive Brethren, part of the Plymouth Brethren movement. Every day of Crowley's childhood began with his father reading a chapter from the Bible at breakfast. Crowley's mother, Emily Bertha Bishop, was equally as pious. It was a strict Christian upbringing in the Victorian sense, and the young Crowley initially idolized his father, later recalling him fondly as my hero and my friend. Now, this idealized view of his father would clash with the harsh religious discipline he experienced after his father's premature death, creating the first of many inner contradictions within Crowley's life. You'll see what I mean as we go on. Well, when Crowley was just 11 years old, his father died of cancer, March 1887. Such a loss was a turning point for the young Aleister. Without his father's tempering influence, Crowley began to rebel against the narrow brethren morality that surrounded him. He was sent to a series of religious boarding schools, and he hated them all. One headmaster in Hastings was so strict and sadistic in his punishments that Crowley would later describe him as a sadist, and blamed him for instilling a hatred of religious hypocrisy. The young Crowley reacted to this environment by gleefully flouting the rules of piety. He smoked cigars, consumed alcohol, explored his sexuality, all considered grave sins in his family's creed. By his early teens, he had already lost whatever faith he had left in Christianity. In fact, so dramatic was his rejection of his mother's fundamentalism that in exasperation she began calling him the Beast, with reference to the Antichrist in the book of Revelation. But rather than being offended, Crowley embraced the nickname and the transgressive identity that it implied. He would later adopt the title The Beast 666 as a personal moniker, partly in mockery of Christian fears, and partly as an expression of his self-image as a figure meant to overturn that old, rigid religious order. Crowley's academic path in these years was quite erratic. He bounced between schools, Malvern College and Tunbridge School among them, until finally his family provided a private tutor and allowed him more freedom in Eastbourne. Free from an oppressive school environment, Crowley thrived in his own unconventional way. He had developed keen interests in chess, poetry, and mountain climbing, and by the age of 16, he had become an adept climber of the seaside cliffs at Beachy Head, and even the peaks of the Alps during summer holidays. What were you doing at 16? It's pretty impressive, I think. But he also acquired his first exposure to skeptical and occult literature. Crowley had later recounted a formative mystical experience during a trip to Stockholm in December of 1896 at age 21, which he believed awakened him to a different spiritual reality. Biographers have speculated that this experience may have coincided with Crowley's first sexual encounter with a man, a realization of his bisexual identity that further estranged him from the Victorian norms. Of course, back then you get thrown in jail for that sort of stuff. But whatever the exact trigger, by the time he left adolescence behind, Crowley was intellectually precocious, contemptuous of conventional religion, and all in all, very eager to carve out a unique path in life. Now, of course, back in those days, most people were more keen to fit into the narrative. But Crowley was the complete opposite. In October of 1895, he entered Trinity College, part of the University of Cambridge, ostensibly to study the moral sciences, i.e. philosophy. But in practice, he treated his Cambridge years as a gentleman's education in the broadest sense, indulging in all the pursuits that interested him. Almost immediately he abandoned the prescribed curriculum and switched to English literature, a subject not formally examined at Cambridge at the time, but which he pursued with his tutor's blessing. Crowley read widely in poetry and classics. He was especially influenced by romantic poets like Percy Bysshe Shelley, and by the explorer literati like Sir Richard Burton. He also became president of the university's chess club, seriously contemplating a career as a professional chess master due to his genuine talent of the game. But perhaps the most fateful development of his university life was his increasing fascination with the occult and esoteric thought. Crowley began to seek out books on magic and mysticism, at one point obtaining a copy of The Book of Black Magics and Pacts by A.E. Waite, that is Arthur Edward Waite, by the way, and the mystical Christian text The Cloud upon the Sanctuary. These works hinted at hidden realms of spiritual knowledge beyond the material world, and that was certainly a prospect that deeply resonated with him. It was during this period that Crowley made a deliberate decision to remake his own identity. Dissatisfied with his birth name, Edward, and the familial nickname, Alec, which he found ugly, he chose to rename himself Aleister. As he later explained in his confessional autobiography, he wanted a name that would become famous, and Aleister Crowley had a commanding, poetic rhythm. A dactyl followed by a spondy in poetic terms, if you caught it. Well, that satisfied his romantic imagination. The choice also distanced him from his mother's habit of calling him Alec. Thus, by his early 20s, the young man was already authoring himself as a character set apart from the norm. Published his first poems, some in student literary magazines, under the name Aleister Crowley. A collection of decadent and erotic poetry titled White Stains was printed abroad in 1898 to avoid British censorship, giving a foretaste of the scandalous reputation he was starting to cultivate. Crowley's Cambridge sojourn ended rather unceremoniously. In 1898, after 3 years, he left the university without completing a degree. He had, however, inherited a substantial fortune upon coming of age, a legacy from the family brewing enterprise, which meant he was financially independent and free to pursue his own interests without needing a conventional career. This freedom turned out to be a double-edged sword. It enabled Crowley to travel, study, and write as he pleased, but it also insulated him from the moderating effects of any regular professional responsibility. As a flamboyant, self-assured young man with a sizable bank account and a chip on his shoulder against Christian morality, Aleister Crowley was now poised to dive headlong into the occult underworld of London at the turn of the century. Crowley's time at Cambridge had broadened his intellectual horizons and seemingly unshackled him from the last vestiges of his brethren upbringing. It was during these university years that he experienced what considered his awakening to that world of the occult. A key factor was his encounter with the like-minded individuals he came across, and literature that catered to his curiosity about magic and the unseen. By 1897, Crowley was performing his first simple magic rituals and testing his willpower through various exercises. He also had a bit of a brief romantic relationship with another bloke, Herbert Charles Polnett. He was actually the president of the Cambridge Footlights Drama Club, and this affair is quite noteworthy, not only for revealing Crowley's bisexuality, but also for highlighting a divergence in his life's direction. Polnett had no interest in occultism, and Crowley ultimately chose the occult over the relationship, a decision he said he later regretted, but felt was necessary for his true calling. Well, as Crowley's interest in mysticism deepened, he read broadly. Well, he was drawn to the idea of contacting spirit realms and mastering secret knowledge. I mean, it sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? Who could say no to that? So, in March 1898, Crowley acquired 2 books that profoundly influenced him, that is, Waite's Book of Black Magic and the aforementioned The Cloud Upon the Sanctuary. These works hinted that behind exoteric religion lay an esoteric core accessible only to those who were truly initiated. Crowley believed there existed a hidden masters or secret chiefs who could guide the spiritual evolution of humankind, ideas he would later carry into his own magical philosophy. The young man's sense of destiny was stoked by such readings. He started to view himself as someone who might penetrate the true mysteries of life. A chance meeting in the summer of 1898 set the stage for Crowley's formal entry into an occult order. While vacationing in Switzerland, climbing in the Alps, as was his natural annual habit, Crowley met a chemist named Julian L. Baker. Well, after a bit of talking, they discovered they shared a fascination with alchemy and esoteric subjects. Baker, as it happened, was a member of an occult fraternity in London known as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. It was through Baker that Crowley learned of this society, which claimed to teach the secrets of ceremonial magic and spiritual illumination. Baker introduced him to another member, George Cecil Jones. Jones would later become a lifelong friend and an important figure in Crowley's development, guiding him gently into the order's fold. In late 1898, armed with introductions, Aleister Crowley was accepted into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. He was initiated on November 18, 1898, taking the magical motto Frata Perdurabo, which is Latin for I will endure till the end. The Golden Dawn at the time was the preeminent occult organization in Britain, boasting a membership that included scholars, poets, and aristocrats, the place to be for anyone interested in the topic. Founded a decade earlier, it structured its teachings in graded levels, combining elements of Kabbalah, astrology, tarot, Enochian magic, and Rosicrucian symbolism. But for Crowley, joining the order was like stepping into the very world of hidden knowledge that he had craved. He excelled in learning ritual techniques and memorizing arcane correspondences, diving right in. In a short time, he advanced through the order's ranks. However, Crowley's personality and his lifestyle quickly generated more than a bit of friction within the order. While they were tolerant of creative eccentrics, they still operated within a veneer of this Edwardian propriety. Crowley, by contrast, was openly bisexual, lived lavishly, and showed very little respect for the social niceties. He installed himself in a luxurious London flat on Chancery Lane and decorated it with occult regalia. To further his studies, he even invited a senior Golden Dawn mage, Alan Bennett, to live with him as a personal tutor. Bennett, a brilliant ritualist who struggled with ill health, introduced Crowley to advanced ceremonial magic and the use of psychoactive drugs in a ritual setting. The two performed invocations from the Goetia in Crowley's apartment, Goetia, of course, being a kind of grimoire of spirit evocation. Well, they enveloped themselves in incense smoke too, and perhaps used opiates or hashish to heighten the trance states. I'm sure it worked well enough. Well, these intense experiments gave Crowley a taste of mystical ecstasy and the feeling of tangible interactions with spiritual entities. Alan Bennett's influence on Crowley was profound but short-lived. By 1899, Bennett had departed for South Asia to pursue Buddhism, leaving Crowley with a broadened perspective that integrated Eastern spirituality. We're talking yoga, meditation techniques, this kind of thing, all mixed together with the Western ceremonial practice. Meanwhile, Crowley continued to offend other Golden Dawn members with his behavior. He had feuds with prominent members, most famously the poet W.B. Yeats, who had found Crowley insufferable. Additionally, rumors about Crowley's libertine activities, including his sexual liaisons regarded as unnatural in that era, spread in the tight-knit occult community. People were talking, and they were not saying kind things. The Golden Dawn wasn't a monolith. It was already suffering internal schisms. The group's London leadership had grown distrustful of the order's co-founder, Samuel Little MacGregor Mathers, who was issuing directives from Paris as the organization's nominal head. Crowley, eager for advancement, sided with Mathers. In early 1900, when the London Lodge refused to initiate Crowley into the Inner Second Order, citing his reputation and unsavory habits, Crowley appealed directly to Mathers. Mathers, who saw in Crowley a useful ally against the London rebels, agreed to initiate him in Paris, and even sent him on an interesting mission to assert Mathers' authority by seizing the Golden Dawn's initiation temple space in London. Thus occurred one of the more dramatic and, I suppose, a little bit of a comical episode of Crowley's early occult career. It was known as the Battle of Blythe Road. In April of 1900, Crowley showed up at the Golden Dawn's London Temple on Blythe Road, West Kensington, dressed in a flamboyant Highland Scots regalia, complete with a kilt and dagger, claiming to be Mathers' representative and demanding control of the temple premises. He was accompanied by his mistress at the time, Elaine Simpson, who was also a Golden Dawn initiate. The members in London, including Yeats, refused to accede to his demands. The confrontation between a legal matter became a legal matter and went to court. Unsurprisingly, the judge ruled in favor of the London Lodge members, who held the lease to the property, all the paperwork in order, and all the rest. Well, Crowley's attempted coup had failed. He and Mathers were effectively ousted from the Order's activities, and the Golden Dawn soon splintered apart from these disputes. The golden days over. And Crowley, well, he had gained a taste of infamy from the affair. Newspapers got wind of the occult squabble, and he did not discourage the sensationalist press coverage. In later years, he even took a certain pride in having helped expose the Golden Dawn's secrets. And perhaps the episode was a catalyst that freed him to establish his own esoteric path. Well, certainly a turbulent initiation, don't you think? But it taught Crowley an important lesson. He learned that formal organizations could be restrictive and prone to politics. His independent streak thus deepened. He also learned that scandal could burnish his notoriety. He also played up the image of the dangerous sorcerer in the public eye. He noticed it attracted curiosity to his circle and the occasional willing disciple. But most importantly, Crowley emerged from the Golden Dawn debacle with confidence that he had mastered the basics of ceremonial magic. He believed he was ready to push further than his former peers ever dared, and, with his substantial inheritance still fueling his ventures, Crowley embarked on several years of global travel and intensive magical experimentation that would both establish and test his limits. In the aftermath of the Golden Dawn collapse, Crowley turned away from London's occult scene and journeyed abroad to seek wisdom, adventure, and perhaps a little occult insight. Well, he more or less spent the years 1900 to 903 as a wandering seeker. During this period, he also engaged in some of the most impressive and hazardous mountaineering exploits of his life, a facet often overshadowed by his occult fame, by the way. That's why the video's 2 hours long, so we have to talk about the little parts, don't we? So in 1900, Crowley set sail for America and beyond. He first traveled to Mexico, arriving in Mexico City, where he lived for several months. In Mexico, he claimed to have been initiated into a local Masonic lodge, which he took as a kind of validation of his esoteric credentials, though later scrutiny is cast doubt on the legitimacy of his Mexican Freemasonry experience. But more tangibly, he pursued both his magical practice and climbing passion. Mexico's volcanoes were his training ground. Sounds very safe. Crowley was joined by his climbing friend Oscar Eckenstein, ascended notable peaks such as Popocatépetl. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that, but... Well, they even made an ambitious attempt at Colima, an active volcano which was thwarted by eruptions. During quiet periods in Mexico, Crowley experimented with the Enochian magical system, originally developed by Elizabethan magus John Dee, and he wrote poetry and plays, including one based on Wagner's opera Tannhauser. This mixing of strenuous outdoor adventure with mystical practice was pretty characteristic of Crowley. He sought to integrate the physical and spiritual, testing himself both in thin mountain air and the depths of trance. After Mexico, Crowley passed through San Francisco and Hawaii, then ventured to Asia. By late 1901 and 1902, he was in Ceylon, which is the modern country of Sri Lanka, and then moved to India. It was in Ceylon that he reunited with his old mentor. Remember Alan Bennett? Well, he had become a Buddhist monk at this time. Under Bennett's guidance, Crowley took a deep dive into Hindu and Buddhist meditation techniques. He devoted himself to Raja Yoga, practicing intense concentration exercises and breath control. According to Crowley's diaries, he attained states of dhyana, that is, meditative absorption, during this retreat. These Eastern practices profoundly influenced his magical philosophy, convincing him that enlightenment could be systematically pursued. It was in Ceylon that Crowley encountered the concept of the holy guardian angel, a personal divine genius that he would later make central to his teachings. The two occultists, Bennett and Crowley, eventually parted ways as Bennett traveled on to Burma to pursue Buddhism full-time, while Crowley's destiny lay back in the West. But Crowley carried a lifelong respect for Buddhism and yoga, often framing his own system as a marriage of Eastern and Western mysticism with Western ritual. Well, in 1902, Crowley's focus shifted back to mountaineering. That year he led an expedition at what would become legendary in climbing history, an attempt to summit K2 in the Himalayas. Not an easy climb, by the way. At 28,251 feet, K2 is the second highest mountain in the world, and was at that time unclimbed. Crowley and Oscar Eckenstein had begun planning this endeavor since their Mexican climbs. They assembled an international team, including a young Cambridge student named Guy Knowles, two seasoned Austrian climbers, and a Swiss doctor, Jules Jacques Guillemot. The expedition, which set out in the spring of 1902 from British India, now Pakistani territory, was beset with difficulties from the outset. British authorities briefly arrested Eckenstein on baseless suspicion to stop the climb, possibly due to his prior socialist activism. Didn't win you any friends back in those days. But regardless, the team pushed on. Crowley took charge during Eckenstein's absence and demonstrated both his logistical talent and rather abrasive style of leadership. He insisted on bringing along a trunk full of books and poetry, declaring that, quote, he could not have stood on the Baltoro Glacier in the absence of Milton, even as arguments brewed about the load weight. I'm sure he didn't carry it himself. Well, trekking through the rugged Baltistan, Crowley soon quarreled with colleagues and porters alike. The journey through steep passes and across roaring glacial rivers tested everybody's endurance. Crowley himself suffered bouts of malaria, influenza, and snow blindness during the climb. But remarkably, the team managed to reach about 18,600 feet on K2, which was a record at the time for human climbing. But internal strife and bad weather ended the attempt before the summit. Crowley's relationship with the others deteriorated sharply high on the mountain. At one camp, nearly 7,000 meters up, Guy Knowles challenged Crowley's decisions, and in a surreal moment, Crowley responded by pulling out a revolver, pointing it at the man, and demanding his obedience. Well, the thin air of K2 had only exacerbated Crowley's authoritarian streak. Eventually, facing storms, illness, and dwindling supplies, the expedition turned back. It was a glorious failure, in retrospect. They proved such altitudes, perhaps not the attitudes, could be endured for weeks, laying groundwork for future K2 expeditions. I mean, the new people coming basically say, well, Crowley and his crew got up to about 18,000 feet, so why can't we? In any case, Crowley's abrasive conduct, culminating in the pistol incident, circulated in mountaineering circles, and it reinforced his reputation as brilliant but dangerously erratic. Pushing limits again in 1905, Crowley joined another major Himalayan expedition, this time to Kanchenjunga in Nepal, the world's third highest peak, by the way. Everyone always knows about Everest and K2, but they never talk about Kanchenjunga. Well, at least outside of mountaineering circles. He was invited by Dr. Jacob Guillemal from the K2 team. Crowley couldn't resist the challenge of another unclimbed giant. But he did stipulate, however, that he would be the absolute leader, a condition that caused Oscar Eckenstein and others to bow out, citing Crowley's volatility. Well, I don't blame them after that pistol incident, that's for sure. No one wants one of them pointed at their heads, especially not at the top of a mountain. Well, in August 1905, Crowley's party, including Guillemot and 2 experienced Swiss climbers, set out from Darjeeling with hundreds of porters and enormous supplies. But from the beginning, things were not going well. Crowley was in high spirits at the start. His diary records exultation at the clear views and his own robust health at 15,000 feet. But his companions soon regarded his leadership as reckless. He pushed ahead, despite Porter's misgivings about the, quote, sacred mountain, and despite inadequate equipment. Many of the porters lacked proper boots in the icy terrain. Proper footwear, of course, you don't go hiking without that, even on solid ground. Well, disputes erupted over Crowley's harsh treatments of the porters and his dictatorial style. Matters came to a head when a porter's fatal fall amid ominous avalanche conditions caused most of the team to mutiny. They voted to depose Crowley and descend to safer camps. Crowley flatly refused to cooperate or relinquish command, effectively isolating himself at the high camp. What followed was nothing short of a tragedy. As the dissenting climbers attempted to retreat at night against Crowley's warnings, an avalanche swept away one of the rope teams. 4 men were killed: Alexis Pache, one of the climbers, and 3 porters. Crowley, who remained in his tent at 21,000 feet during the emergency, claimed that he did not hear the disaster until it was too late. In the morning, he coolly walked past the traumatized survivors, refusing to help search for the bodies, and just continued down the mountain alone. Pretty callous behavior, right? Well, it certainly shocked and enraged his teammates. Back in civilization, Crowley made things worse by writing unapologetic press articles. He blamed the others for disobeying his instructions and suggested their incompetence led to their deaths, assertions that horrified the climbing community. Any friends he had left in that club were certainly gone. But while it's true that Crowley had advised against the nighttime descent, correctly predicting its danger, It was his lack of empathy and, I suppose, poor sportsmanship that really sealed his fate. The prestigious Alpine Club publicly distanced itself, noting Crowley had never been one of their members and implicitly disavowing his conduct. One could say that the whole affair marked the end of his mountaineering career, but it left him with a kind of spiritual scar. Decades later, in the throes of heroin addiction, Crowley admitted to nightmarish hallucinations, and he actually called them the Kanchenjunga phobia, as if ghosts from the sacred peak were haunting him. This was one arena where Crowley's willpower and luck had failed to triumph, and it resulted in a very real human cost. Throughout these expeditions, Crowley interwove adventure with moments of spiritual work. Between climbs in India and across Asia, he continued performing rituals and writing. In 1903, after the Kanchenjunga disaster, he retreated to Calcutta and Rangoon to recover from stress and illness, including a bout of malaria. And this was a somber period. He learned that his infant daughter, Lilith, had died of illness back in Rangoon while Crowley was away climbing. The death of his firstborn child hit Crowley hard, and also hastened the disintegration of his marriage, as we shall see shortly. He briefly took solace in distractions, big game hunting in the Bengali forests, and even an incident in which he survived an armed mugging attempt by shooting and wounding his attackers in self-defense. Such exploits reinforced Crowley's self-image as someone under magical protection or destiny, escaping scraps that might kill a mere ordinary man. In any case, by the end of 1903, Crowley's life had become a tapestry of extraordinary threads. He had tasted both triumph and failure on the highest mountains, looked into Eastern mysticism, and tested his magical prowess in solitude. But unbeknownst to him, all of these experiences were preparing him for the most pivotal event of his occult career, which was about to unfold in an unlikely setting, a Cairo apartment in 1904, where he would receive the text that became the scripture of his brand new religion. In 1904, Crowley underwent a profound spiritual and creative breakthrough, and it would define the rest of his life. This was the year that he received the Book of the Law, the foundational text of the religious philosophy that he named Thelema. Now, he didn't receive it as in going to a store and buying it or someone giving it to him. You see, the circumstances surrounding this revelation are among the most famous episodes in occult history, and Crowley himself, ever the storyteller, left details, if at times inconsistent accounts of what actually transpired. The saga began with an impulsive marriage. In August of 1903, Crowley had married Rose Edith Kelly, the sister of his artist friend Gerald Kelly. The marriage initially was one of convenience. Rose was facing an undesirable arranged marriage, and Crowley gallantly, if stupidly, stepped in to wed her so she could escape from that fate. But he was not in love with Rose at first. In fact, he had to reassure her family that the match was respectable. However, during an extended honeymoon tour through Paris, Naples, and eventually Cairo, Crowley found himself becoming a lot closer with his wife and, well, eventually falling in love with her quite deeply. He wrote tender love poems to Rose, compiled later in a collection titled Rosa Mundi. And Rose, for her part, began as a fairly conventional English woman with no particular occult interests. Of course, that would change dramatically once they reached Egypt. By early 1904, the Crowleys were living in Cairo, living in a rented apartment. Ever theatrical, Crowley informed locals that he and Rose were Prince and Princess Kyoa Khan, an exotic claim that proved them to be a certain cachet. Crowley transformed their apartment to a makeshift temple room, surrounded by statuary and ancient Egyptian artifacts. He began to invoke Egyptian deities as part of his ongoing magical experiments. Initially, Crowley was somewhat dismissive of Rose's spiritual sensitivity. She showed signs of entering light trances, which he attributed to her drinking or just, whimsy in general. But it was soon after that he had to take her seriously. In a series of strange episodes in March 1904, Rose repeatedly told Crowley, in some sort of delirium, "They are waiting for you." Well, the obvious question that Crowley had asked her was, "Who are they?" And Rose, with growing certainty, answered that it was none other than the god Horus, trying to get Crowley's attention. To test Rose's sudden mystical proclamation, Crowley brought her to the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, and in a famous scene, Rose led him directly to a particular museum exhibit, a painted wooden funerary stele from the 26th dynasty. On this artifact, known as the Stele of Ankh-Fn-Khonsu, Crowley was astonished to see the images of the gods Horus in the form of Ra-Hor-Khuit and Nuit, and the text uncannily resonated with Rose's utterances. Even more striking, the exhibit was catalogued as number 666, the very number that Crowley had so identified with. You've seen the thumbnail. Well, he took this as an overwhelming omen, too many coincidences for it to be just that. Indeed, some kind of cosmic intelligence was at work, and he dubbed the artifact the Stele of Revealing. Following these portents, Crowley performed rituals to invoke Horus. On March 20th, 1904, during an invocation of the god, Rose, acting as a medium, announced that, quote, "the equinox of the gods has come," meaning that a new spiritual era was dawning. Then, on 3 consecutive days, April 8th, 9th, and 10th, Crowley experienced the central event. He heard the voice. As Crowley later described it, around noon on each of these days, he entered his study, and a disembodied voice over his left shoulder dictated a text to him. He wrote down everything he heard. The voice identified itself as Aiwas, the messenger of Horus, or more precisely, the manifestation of the god Hor-Pa-Krat. The transmissions lasted about an hour each day, resulting in 3 chapters of cryptic, poetic, and often eerily powerful verses. And when it was all over, Crowley possessed a manuscript that he titled Liber al-Vel Legis, meaning the Book of the Law. In the narrative of Crowley's life, this was a watershed equivalent to Moses receiving the tablets on Sinai, or Muhammad receiving the Quran in the cave, a direct revelation from a cosmic, otherworldly intelligence. The Book of the Law proclaimed that a new aeon of humanity had begun, the aeon of Horus. Its central teaching was encapsulated in the famous line, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." The text is rich with symbolism and quite revolutionary in tone. It's not too much to read either. It's a pretty short book, so I do advise you go and read it. Knock it off in, an hour or so, something like that. But it declares that each person has a unique true will or purpose, and that following this true inner calling is the supreme ethic. Love is the law, love under will. That's another key phrase, balancing the seeming permissiveness of absolute freedom with the alignment to one's deeper purpose. The book is also unambiguously casting Crowley in a prophetic role. It's quite convenient. He was chosen as the scribe and prophet of this new aeon, tasked to spread the law of Thelema. Now, Thelema, by the way, that is Greek for will. So, the will is the law, you know. But it would take Crowley years, even decades, to fully decipher and accept the implications of the Book of the Law. In the immediate aftermath, he reacted with a mix of astonishment, skepticism, and even a bit of defiance. The content of the revelation was a bit too radical, even for him at first, and so he shelved the manuscript almost entirely. Legend has it that he stuck it in a drawer and tried to forget about it. But he did carry one instruction from the text. He typed a few copies and sent them to some close occult friends, mostly to confused silence. Not the reaction he was hoping for, I suppose. But Crowley did not immediately fulfill the other commands from the books, such as taking that museum still and enshrining it, or publishing the book widely. In fact, he and Rose departed Cairo later in 1904, and moved on with their travels, with Liber Al largely ignored. Crowley's diaries from the period show him returning to more mundane matters. He wrote satirical essays like Why Jesus Wept, and continued to practice more magic without overtly invoking Thelema's tenets. Now, by the way, just quickly, Jesus wept in the Bible, that's actually the shortest verse of the Bible. This is going to help you out on trivia nights when that question comes up. Comes up on the chase all the time. I can't remember exactly where it might have been in Thessalonians, I'm not sure. I don't know. Well, in any case, it was only gradually, after some years, after dramatic shifts in his life, that Crowley fully embraced Thelema as his true life's mission. Nonetheless, the Cairo revelation marked a point of no return. Crowley would never again be just another magician or poet. He now bore the mantle, at least in his own mind, of a kind of prophet of a new age. But the experience also coincided with dramatic personal changes. Rose, who had acted as a conduit for the revelation, unfortunately descended into alcoholism in the subsequent years. The young couple welcomed their daughter in July, whom Crowley named with a flourish of occult significance, Nuit Ma Ahatur Hecate Sappho Jezebel Lilith. Yeah, and you thought Elon Musk's kids had strange names. Of course, they called her Lilith for short. But as we said, tragedy struck when Lilith died of illness in 1906, while Crowley and Rose were in Burma. Rose's grief and guilt fueled the drinking, and little by little, her relationship with Crowley deteriorated. Before these tragedies unfolded, though, Crowley in 1904-05 was testing how to live as the prophet of Thelema. He wrote commentaries on the Book of the Law, though often obliquely, as if to argue with it. The message, "Do what thou wilt," was not an invitation to unbridled hedonism in Crowley's interpretation, but rather a challenge to discover one's true purpose beyond the egoistic whims. But still, to conventional eyes it looked like pure blasphemy and self-indulgence, fuel for future scandal when it became public. At the time, Crowley kept it relatively private. He could scarcely imagine that decades later, "Do what thou wilt" would be famous or infamous, far beyond occult circles. Well, for now, as 1904 ended, Crowley was the man who had climbed mountains and plumbed deep mystical states, received a holy book from a voice in the air, and yet he still had no organized following or framework to disseminate these teachings. But that would soon change. The next few years saw Crowley returning to England to sort out his life and finances, and then founding a new order to carry forward the torch that the Golden Dawn had dropped. In the process, he would publish prodigiously and begin to gather around him a small cadre of students and disciples. The Aeon of Horus had been proclaimed. The task was now to broadcast its law to humanity, starting with a handful of aspirants who might listen. The period immediately after the time in Cairo and the revelation was pretty tumultuous for Crowley on a personal level. The responsibilities of marriage, fatherhood, financial management, they were not roles that he handled with grace at all, really. In 1905, while Crowley was embroiled in the deadly Kanchenjunga climb in the Himalayas, his wife Rose was still in India, grieving the loss of their little baby daughter. By the time Crowley rejoined Rose, later in 1906, he found her already struggling with alcoholism and deep depression. Now, as for Crowley himself, he wasn't in great shape either. Years of high-altitude exertion, malaria, and perhaps the psychic strain of his intense occult work had taken quite a toll on his health. He underwent a series of minor surgeries back in Britain and convalesced sporadically. The marriage of Aleister and Rose deteriorated rapidly under all this stress. Crowley responded to Rose's drinking with a mixture of concern and frustration. He tried to involve her in his magical work, perhaps hoping to rekindle that spiritual inspiration she'd shown in Cairo. In 1906, he even recorded experiments where Rose functioned as a medium again. But the magic that had bound them momentarily in Egypt seemed to have fled, both figuratively and literally, I suppose. Crowley's diary from 1906 to 7 revealed a domestic life unraveling. Rose would become incoherent from wine, and Crowley increasingly unfaithful, seeking other lovers and muses. During this time, Crowley's writing output was prolific. He established a publishing venture called the Society for the Propagation of Religious Truth, cheekily parodying the Christian Tract Society's name, primarily to publish his own works. He compiled his poetry into a 3-volume collected works which he funded himself, and he kept producing new writings, essays, plays, and verse. Critical reception of his literary efforts was mixed. Some appreciated his flair, while others were appalled by the subject matter, or dismissed him as a pretentious provocateur. None of these books sold especially well, which added to the financial strain. In an attempt at publicity, Crowley even offered a prize for the best essay about his own poetry. Now the winner was J.F.C. Fuller, a young army officer and literary critic, whose laudatory essay, The Star in the West, praised Crowley's poetry to the skies. Of course, Fuller would later become a disciple, and one of the first to take Crowley's religious role seriously, though their association later ended. Well, amidst all these literary and personal upheavals, Crowley took an important practical step. He acquired a headquarters. In 1899, he had purchased Boleskine House, a manor on the shore of Loch Ness in Scotland, intending it as a secluded location for magical retirement. Now, Boleskine became his retreat and temple, and it was at Boleskine in 1907 that Crowley returned in earnest to the mystical practices he'd left unfinished. Years before, he had begun preparations for the elaborate ritual known as the Sacred Magic of Abramelin, intended to invoke one's holy guardian angel. But he abandoned it to go assist Mathers during the Golden Dawn schism. Now, with newfound focus, Crowley resumed his intensive meditations and invocations at Boleskine, often with his friend and fellow occultist George Cecil Jones joining him. Crowley did report that in the summer of 1907, during ritual and drug-induced trances, he experienced a series of new communications from the supernatural source Aiwass. In October and November of that year, Crowley wrote down several inspired texts, which he labeled the Holy Books of Thelema. These included Liber 7 and Liber Cordis Cinque Serpente, Cincte Serpente rather, which he claimed were dictated by higher powers, similar to the Book of the Law. Suppose there's no way to prove him wrong on that one, I suppose. Anyway, the poetic style of these books is exalted and cryptic. Crowley treated them as Class A texts, meaning not a word was to be changed, because they were of divine origin. The reception of these holy books reaffirmed to Crowley that Thelema was an objective of spiritual truth, not just a personal creed. Notably, in one of these revelations, he perceived that the mislaid manuscript of the Book of the Law had suddenly resurfaced at Boleskine, an event that he took as a sign that the time had come to propagate Thelema in a more public fashion. On the family front, by late 1907, he and Rose were essentially separated. Their second daughter, Lola Zaza, was born in early 1907 and left in Rose's care, but under the watch of her family. With regret, yet resolve, Crowley initiated divorce proceedings in November of 1909, citing his own adultery, an odd but then pretty legally expedient choice, perhaps to avoid blaming Rose's alcohol in court. Rose's drinking had worsened, to the point where her family eventually committed her to an asylum in 1911. Not the kind of place you want to be in 1911, that's for sure, if you've watched my asylum videos. Well, Crowley, despite everything, remained fond of Rose and assisted her with care financially where he could. But he had moved on, at least in his heart, to a new phase of life and work. He had realized that to fulfill his self-imposed destiny as a prophet of Thelema, he needed an organization and a public platform. In the latter part of 1907, Crowley took a decisive step to establish himself as a leader in the occult world. He did this by forming a new magical order. Along with the friend of his, George Cecil Jones, they founded the order that they called the AA, which stood for Argentium Astrum, or in Latin, the Silver Star. The AA was conceived as a successor to the Golden Dawn, but on new Thelemic principles. Rather than being a social lodge with democratic votes and power struggles, the AA was structured as a chain of initiation, where each member worked largely independently through a graded curriculum under the mentorship of the grade above. Crowley deliberately kept the organization relatively austere and focused on personal spiritual attainment. Its headquarters was initially in a small London flat at 124 Victoria Street, which Crowley and Jones made into a temple space, and here they performed initiations and taught select students who were attracted to Crowley's reputation or writings, and there was no shortage of them, that's for sure. The early members of the AA included some notable talents too. JFC Fuller, fresh off his panegyric essay about Crowley, was involved at the start, though he didn't stick around for too long. An eccentric young artist, Austin Osman Spare, known for his remarkable draftsman skill, and later famous in his own right for his own system of sigil magic, was briefly associated with Crowley at this time, illustrating some of his works. Even the distinguished physicist and psychical researcher, Oliver Lodge, showed glancing interests in Crowley's thoughts, though not formally joining up into the order. But most dedicated of Crowley's new disciples was Victor Newberg, who was actually a Cambridge graduate whom Crowley had met in 1907. Newberg became Crowley's intimate companion, a student, and in a sense a magical prodigy. Together they undertook some of the most intense rituals of the AA's early days. By 1908, Crowley and Newberg were pushing boundaries in both mystical and physical arenas. One notable experiment was Crowley's so-called Paris working, though the major one by that time was in 1914. Earlier they did a preliminary working in Spain and Morocco. In summer of 1908, Crowley retreated to a villa in Coruña, Spain, and kept a frank diary of concentrated magical invocations of the deity Thoth. The Greek rendering equivalent would be Mercury, the Latin Roman, rather. Well, this diary, titled John St. John, was later published in the first issue of the Equinox, and provided a rare, candid window into Crowley's daily discipline of yoga, ritual, and even drug use in pursuit of enlightenment. The diary demonstrated Crowley's willingness to publicly document the nitty-gritty details of occult practice, demystifying it for aspirants. Crowley's creativity in 1907 to 1909 was astonishing. Besides the holy books received in trances, he wrote practical instructional texts for the AA, such as Liber E, exercises for concentration and yoga, and Liber O, basic ritual techniques. He compiled a comprehensive treatise on magical and mystical correspondences, 777, which became a reference work for students of Kabbalah and magic. He also penned some of his most beautiful poetry volumes, like Ambergris, and one of his most curious works, Contes en Pax, an eclectic collection mixing allegory, humor, and serious mysticism. In a bold effort to share the AA teachings with the world, Crowley launched a biannual periodical named The Equinox in March 1909, subtitled The Review of Scientific Illuminism. The Equinox was a hefty journal that contained a mix of ritual instruction, spiritual essays, original poetry and fiction, and records of magical experiments. Crowley served as editor and main contributor, writing under various pseudonyms as well as his own name, and he threw in work by his students and colleagues too. For instance, the poet Ethel Archer and disciple Victor Newberg had pieces in it, and Crowley even published fiction by outside writers that he thought was interesting. It was a bit of a free-for-all. I suppose the Equinox was, in Crowley's mind, even a trumpet blast announcing a new force in occultism had arrived, and it was him. Well, it was also extremely costly to produce. Printing ain't cheap. It was lavishly bound and typeset, and Crowley underwrote it until his inheritance funds began to run dry. Within the pages of the Equinox and beyond, Crowley made clear that Thelema was the core of his system. One of the first issues published, the text of the Book of the Law itself, albeit in coded form. See, Crowley had had a few hesitations about printing it openly at first, so he released it with a cipher key. Crowley was, by 1909, coming around to fully embracing his role as the prophet of Thelema. That year, he had a pivotal experience that cemented his commitment. During a walk in the desert of North Africa, he suddenly understood that Thelema was not just his personal creed, but an objective truth for the new era. This realization came when traveling in Algeria with Newberg. In late 1909, Crowley and Newberg undertook what many consider to be Crowley's greatest magical operation, the exploration of the Enochian aethers. Enochian magic, originally scribed by John Dee and Edward Kelly in the 16th century, involves a series of 30 aethers, or planes of consciousness. Crowley decided to traverse these planes. Well, he did this psychically, from the highest to lowest. Two men ventured near the Algerian desert far from distraction, and over several weeks invoked each aether in turn, with Newberg acting as scribe, while Crowley entered the visionary trances. The visions Crowley experienced were profound, often terrifying and transformative. They were recorded and later published in the Equinox as The Vision and the Voice. One notable episode occurred in the 10th Aether, where Crowley confronted the demon Choronzon, the very personification of chaotic dispersion. In a dramatic trial, Crowley, within a protective magic circle, had Newberg sit at the edge and channel the voice of whatever entity appeared in a triangle outside the circle. The ensuing encounter with the Choronzon, which manifested through Newberg's increasingly frenzied speech, ended with Newberg having to physically wrestle a sand-spewing, delusion-casting presence that tried to break the circle. Crowley considered this a triumph, in which he and Newberg contained and dispersed the demon. An allegory, perhaps, for conquering the ego's last barriers before enlightenment. Suppose we can look at it like that? Well, these workings deeply affected both men. Crowley emerged claiming as a significant spiritual attainment, and Newberg's loyalty was sealed. At least, for a time, he would part ways later on under emotional strain. But it is worth noting that in the midst of such activities, Crowley's personal life and finances were under great pressure. He was no longer flush with endless inheritance money. All that old brewery cash had gone away. Maintaining Boleskine, publishing his books and journals, traveling, and indulging in the costly ceremonies all burned through cash. A practical response was that Crowley began to accept more paying students into the AA. The fees helped, though his generosity to broke disciples often meant that he subsidized them. But another response was something a bit more controversial. Crowley started to realize the potential of sex, particularly his own unconventional sex life, as a source of magical power and perhaps even patronage. By 1910, Crowley had taken on new lovers who also became magical partners. One was Layla Waddle, an accomplished Australian violinist whom he dubbed Soror Violin and later Layla. She became his mistress and muse, inspiring love poetry and participating in his rituals. Another partner was Mary Desty, an American art patron whom Crowley met in Paris. She served for a time as his Scarlet Woman, a title he gave to his principal female magical collaborator, derived from the Book of Revelations archetype. And so by the end of 1909, Crowley's divorce from Rose was all said and done. He had formally severed ties with his old life. Rose's institutionalization the following year was a sad epilogue to that chapter. Remember, she got thrown into an asylum. Crowley took custody of some of their personal papers and moved on. Maybe he was a little bit guilt-ridden, but convinced he was following his true will. In an almost symbolic act, 1909 was also the year that he resigned from the Freemasons, to the extent that he had a real connection to Masonry, and any other affiliations that might claim his allegiance. From now on, AA and Thelema were his focus. To sum it up, by 1910, Crowley had reinvented himself. He was no longer a poet dabbling in occultism, but he was the head of a magical order, the editor of a respected occult journal, the author of secret holy books and public instruction manuals, and the self-proclaimed prophet of a new age. This was a fertile and energetic period for him, but it was also just the beginning of his public notoriety. The next phase would see Crowley stepping onto a larger stage, courting both fame and infamy as he extended his work from the private order to public performance and engaged in the broader occult circles through the Ordo Templi Orientis. Flush with the momentum of his new order and revelations, Crowley began to stage more public-facing occult activities in the years 1909 to 1911. This was a period of both creative flourishing and the beginnings of a serious scandal in his life. Crowley had never been one to hide in the shadows completely, that's for sure. He certainly enjoyed provoking society, prodding at the sensibilities, and now he consciously sought to make a splash to attract broader interest and perhaps recruits to his cause of scientific illuminism. One novel idea Crowley implemented was the performance of magical rituals in public art. In 1910, he organized a series of ritualistic plays known as the Rites of Eleusis. Of course, the name rings a bell, I'm sure. These were modeled loosely on the ancient Greek Eleusinian mysteries, but in reality they were more original ceremonies written by Crowley himself, each dedicated to a classical deity. Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, etc. That kind of thing. Well, they incorporated poetry, music, dramatic costumes and lighting, early multimedia performances in a sense, and Crowley himself, along with several of his students, including Layla Waddell on violin and Victor Newberg dancing or intoning roles, performed these rites on stage at London at Caxton Hall. The attendees who bought tickets were treated to an atmosphere thick with incense and exotic symbolism. Unbeknownst to most of the audience, Crowley also laced a non-alcoholic wine punch with an exotic entheogen, peyote extract. He wanted the spectators to have at least a mild mystical experience, or at least an altered perception to appreciate the symbolism, and some journalists attended later wrote about the rites. Press coverage was mixed. Some reporters found the performances intriguing and artistic, while others mocked them or hinted darkly that something blasphemous was afoot. One newspaper derisively called Crowley, quote, one of the most blasphemous and cold-blooded villains of modern times, linking the rites to diabolism purely on hearsay. I'm sure that Crowley was delighted to hear that review. Nonetheless, the events gained Crowley a bit of positive notoriety among the avant-garde. There was something new and daring in the Edwardian London cultural scene. However, increased publicity brought increased scrutiny. The more conservative press started to take jabs at Crowley's personal life. One editor, West DeWend Fenton, of The Looking Glass, went so far as to insinuate in print that Crowley and his close male associate George Cecil Jones were engaged in immoral acts. In other words, accusing them of homosexuality, which was still a crime and a scandalous allegation at the time. But Crowley's reaction to such accusations was somewhat paradoxical. Personally, he couldn't care less if the world knew he was bisexual. He was quite frank about his same-sex experiences in his unpublished writings, and he saw the whole thing as a sacrament beyond conventional categories. In any case, his students and associates like Jones, who had respectable family lives and careers, were mortified. Jones even sued The Looking Glass for libel, although he lost, given the difficulty of proving the falsehood of innuendo in that era. The fallout from these controversies strained Crowley's relationships. Now that J.F.C. Fuller, he had been so enthusiastic, but now he broke off his friendship around this time, possibly disillusioned by Crowley's relentless craving for attention, or perhaps by the rumors. But Crowley remained unbowed. Indeed, he doubled down on sensationalism on his own way. When Mathers, his Golden Dawn chief of the old times, sued Crowley in 1910 for publishing Golden Dawn secrets in the Equinox, Crowley fought back in court, and he won. The judge concluded that the so-called secrets like Enochian calls and rituals, were essentially in the public domain, or effectively of no commercial value. Now, in terms of the trial, that made headlines, and Crowley delighted in playing the media's great beast caricature, hinting at dark powers and rituals with a twinkle in his eye of sorts. The notoriety drew curiosity seekers to him, some of whom began genuine converts to his teachings. Amid all these flamboyant exploits, Crowley's deeper esoteric work continued. In 1911 he spent time in the bohemian milieu of Paris, where he made a connection with the American expatriate named Mary Desty, who we've mentioned. Now remember, Desty became Crowley's next Scarlet Woman after Layla Waddell. With Desty, Crowley engaged in a series of magical sessions in Switzerland, where she acted as a medium. Crowley believed a high spiritual being, one of the, quote, secret chiefs he had long hypothesized was communicating through Desty's entranced speech. The entity called himself Abul-Diz, and delivered metaphysical pronouncements. From these sessions emerged a major work of Crowley's Book 4. This was a comprehensive exposition of his magical system, incorporating yoga, theory of magic, and all sorts of ritual practice. Importantly, around this time, Crowley introduced a spelling change that has endured. He began spelling magic with a C-K. Now that is to distinguish the spiritual discipline from the works of Houdini, those stage conjurers. Book 4 was serialized in the Equinox and later published in parts, some parts co-written or at least inspired by Desty's trance utterances. But for serious students, it became something of a Bible of Crowley's methodology, laying out the meditation practices, symbolization of the wand, cup, dagger, etc., and the underlying philosophy that the magician's goal is the knowledge and conversion of the holy guardian angel, the term for achieving one's true will and divine guidance. In any case, by 1912, Crowley had successfully carved out a niche as an occult teacher with international repute. The AA had lodges, or at least active students, in Britain and abroad. There were a couple of North American members too at this time. However, something new was on the horizon, something that would expand Crowley's influence further. A European esoteric fraternity named Ordo Templi Orientis was about to intersect with his destiny. But before we transition to that, there's one final detail worth noting, a little anecdote. In 1911, Crowley, ever the mountaineer at heart, climbed not a mountain, but the social heights briefly by befriending some in the literati and art world. One friend, the novelist Somerset Maugham, had met Crowley back in Paris in 1902, and later used Crowley as the model for the villain in his novel The Magician, 1908. Of course, you might expect that Crowley relished in being cast as a diabolical character in fiction. Another odd intersection. The emerging field of psychoanalysis touched him when he met the psychologist Alfred Adler in 1912, who apparently analyzed one of Crowley's dreams. Crowley's openness to such new ideas, he was apparently fascinated by psychoanalysis and would later correspond with Freud's circle too, shows that while he portrayed himself as a master therion, the magical persona, he was also quite aware of and engaged in contemporary intellectual currents. He was always a modern man, as well as an occultist. By 1912, Crowley had cultivated a small but fervent following. He had weathered public ridicule and some scandal, and he had established himself as an authority in practical occult training. It all set the stage for him to assume leadership in a broader occult fraternity, one that would link him to a continental network and introduce a crucial element of his mature magic, the formalized practice of sexual magic. That came with his involvement in Ordo Templi Orientis, which we will talk about now. It was 1912, and in this year Crowley's occult career took a significant turn when he became involved in the Ordo Templi Orientis, a secretive fraternal order with its origins in Germany. The OTO claimed to impart the inner secrets of Freemasonry, alchemy, and other esoteric disciplines, and was structured in a system of degrees, somewhat like Masonry. Its leaders had been reading the equinox and paying attention to Crowley's rise. What precipitated their contact was Crowley's publication of The Book of Lies, a collection of paradoxical and mystical aphorisms that he released in 1913, though dated 1912. Under his magical name, Frater Perdurabo. The Book of Lies is a pretty peculiar work, actually. Each chapter or page or so of cryptic verse or prose, often with a humorous or blasphemous bent to it. And it also was a showcase of Crowley's wit as well as wisdom, and he mixed it in with a bit of Kabbalistic ciphers and in-jokes. But unbeknownst to him, one of those chapters apparently revealed, in veiled form, one of the OTO's deepest secrets, the use of sexual energy in ritual, specifically a technique of sex magic. According to the oft-repeated story, Theodore Roos, head of the OTO, confronted Crowley in London, accusing him of having published the OTO's Secret of the Ninth Degree in the Book of Lies. Crowley was confused at first. He had not knowingly taken anything from the OTO, since he wasn't a member at the time. But as Rose pointed out the offending passage, Crowley realized that by intuition or luck, he had indeed touched on the same powerful idea, that the sex act, and orgasm in particular, could be used as a magical act of creation and a sacrament. Crowley effectively said that he didn't know that was their secret, but since they think that he did know, perhaps he should understand it properly. The confrontation eventually melded into friendship, and Ruth saw an opportunity, better to co-opt this talented firebrand than to oppose him. He promptly chartered Crowley to the head of the British section of the OTO, which Crowley reorganized as he saw fit. Crowley took the magical name Baphomet in the OTO and was proclaimed X, the 10th degree, National Grand Master for Great Britain and Ireland, and by Crowley's cheek, Iona and all the Britons. He named the British OTO brands Mysteria, Mystica, Maxima, or MMM. This alliance was significant for several reasons. First, it gave Crowley an existing lodge framework and an air of European legitimacy. Second, it brought Crowley fully into the realm of explicit sex magic. The AA had always been about personal enlightenment and core mystical attainments. OTO, especially under Crowley's influence, would focus on harnessing sexual force for spiritual and magical ends. Crowley embraced this with gusto. He rewrote large portions of the OTO initiation rituals, infusing them with the thelemic symbolism and verses. He also integrated thelema as the philosophical core of the OTO teachings, essentially turning the OTO into an outer vehicle to spread thelema to a broader membership that might not all be mystics, but were drawn by the allure of an occult fraternity, promising esoteric secrets. And, well, I'm sure that the sexual side of it certainly attracted quite a larger crowd. Well, talking about that, the adoption of sex magic into Crowley's practice was not a huge leap for him personally. You see, he'd already in private been exploring the connection between sexual ecstasy and magical will, but now he codified it. He delineated different degrees of sex magic. Hints suggested that the 9th degree involved the use of secretions of orgasm in magical sacrament, while the 11th degree, which Crowley uniquely added emphasized, involved other kinds of intercourse as a magical act, particularly sodomy and all the rest. Now, Crowley and select initiates experimented with these techniques, treating the orgasm or sexual fluid as a talismanic substance to charge with intent or as an offering to spiritual entities. It was certainly highly unorthodox and taboo-shattering in a society where even discussing contraception was risque. Crowley kept these inner teachings private within the order, but rumors inevitably seeped out, further tarnishing his public image when hostile parties got wind. During 1913, Crowley continued to travel and promote his work. He took Layla Waddell, that violinist lover, and a troupe called the Ragged Ragtime Girls to perform in Moscow, with Crowley as their manager. The tour was a strange intersection of show business and magic, ostensible entertainment, but Crowley also indulged in magical affairs in Moscow. Some have speculated he might have been doing intelligence work on the side. Later associates like biographer Tobias Churton have suggested Crowley occasionally freelanced for British intelligence, and a trip to Moscow on the eve of World War I is something cited as suspicious, but concrete evidence for that is lacking. Still, probably best to mention it. Well, what we do know is that in Moscow he wrote his famous hymn to Pan, an ecstatic poem to the god of lust and nature, which became a staple of OTO rituals. He also composed the Gnostic Mass, that is Liber 15, in 1913, which is a thelemic Eucharistic ceremony. The Gnostic Mass involves a priest and priestess engaging in symbolic, and at least in Crowley's ideal, literal consecration of wine and cake that contains sexual essences, celebrating love under will. This Mass is among Crowley's most beautiful liturgical creations, and it remains the central rite in the OTO to this day. By 1914, Crowley's relationship with Victor Newberg had deteriorated. After their intense magical and sexual work together, a confrontation occurred. The exact details are a little bit murky, but it does seem that Crowley, always a mercurial master, subjected Newberg to a brutal magical curse after an argument, effectively expelling him. Heartbroken and shattered, Newberg left Crowley's circle and never fully returned to occult life, finding some solace in conventional Judaism later. This was a pattern with Crowley. He could inspire students to remarkable spiritual heights, but his demanding, imperious manner often led to breaks and personal wreckage in his wake. But you can't discuss this period without noting Crowley's financial state. It was dire, to say the least. By 1914, he had spent or given away most of his inheritance. The lavish publication of the Equinox, his constant travel, supporting various dependents, collecting rare books and art, all of it had drained his resources. To make matters worse, in early 1914 he decided to cease publishing the Equinox after 10 issues. He had hoped the journal would attract enough subscriptions to sustain itself, but it never did. His last issue in 1913 had a notorious editorial when he printed a sensationalized interview supposedly revealing scandalous things about various individuals, thinly veiled references to his enemies and to some extent himself, which created quite an uproar. The Equinox, while treasured now by occult historians, had not been a commercial success by any stretch of the word. Crowley was near bankrupt and needed a change of scenery. Conveniently, another dramatic shift in world events would provide him with that opportunity: the outbreak of World War I in mid-1914. Thus, By mid-1914, Crowley's life in London was becoming untenable, not just monetarily, but in terms of reputation. The tabloids were labeling him traitorous scum for minor reasons, and soon major reasons, as we'll get to. So he opted to sail to the United States, beginning a new chapter abroad. But before leaving Europe, he made one more bizarre attempt at artistic, magical mischief. In early 1914 in Paris, Crowley and a fellow bohemian staged what is known as the Paris Working, an extended ritual retreat focusing on the gods Mercury and Jupiter, fueled by hashish and ether and continual sexual rites, which led Crowley to pen the Liber Agape, an instructional treatise on sex magic. This working also precipitated the final split with Gutenberg during a sadomasochistic ritual, where Crowley pushed him beyond his limits. In summary, Crowley's OTO phase up to 1914 solidified his legacy in two key ways. It wove sexual magic into the fabric of modern occult practice, and it spread Thelema through an organizational body beyond the AA. Also, however, it added layers to his infamy. Whispers of orgies, black masses, the vile acts began to cling to Crowley's name, some wildly exaggerated by enemies, but some rooted in real events, albeit interpreted without much understanding by outsiders. Crowley didn't shrink from this notoriety. If anything, he sometimes cultivated it, believing that to shock the bourgeois was a noble endeavor, and that eventually the truth of his spiritual genius would be recognized. People just had to wait. He probably thought he was a little bit before his time. In any case, as Europe marched to war in 1914, Crowley took his leave. His journey to America during World War I would yield its own peculiar adventures, ranging from alleged espionage to visionary artwork on New York's Hudson River cliffs, and see Crowley attempt to propagate Thelema in the New World amid personal struggles with love and addiction. And so the great beast crosses the Atlantic, and the story would only continue to get stranger. When World War I erupted in the summer of 1914, Crowley found himself at a crossroads, practically penniless and painted by some in the British press as a scandalous figure. He left England. In October 1914, Crowley boarded the RMS Lusitania and arrived in New York City with little fanfare. America would be his home for the next several years, and during this period, his life took on an even more eccentric and enigmatic character. He went into journalism and politics in ways that later fueled allegations of treason. He pursued new romances and magical workings, and he struggled with increasing drug dependence, all while trying to keep the flame of Thelema alive and well in a foreign land. He wasted no time immersing himself in New York's cultural scene. He lived in various hotels and apartments in Manhattan, rubbing shoulders with artists, writers, and fellow expatriates. And to earn some money, he wrote freelance articles, oddly enough often on astrology or book reviews for magazines. He even penned pieces for Vanity Fair, the American edition, on such topics such as the art of pranayama yoga and the merits of various poetic styles. Using his gift for self-promotion, he also networked with editors and literati, and his urbane charm won him a few good friends. But a controversial aspect of Crowley's U.S. stay is his involvement in political propaganda. Crowley had publicly expressed sympathy for Irish independence from Britain, and opportunistically for Germany's cause in the war. Of course, these were positions that shocked his British acquaintances. I don't know which one they would be more offended at. Now, in New York, Crowley befriended the German-American propagandist George Sylvester Viereck, and soon became a contributor to Viereck's journal, The Fatherland,
Now, the Fatherland was a pro-German weekly aimed at keeping the US neutral, or at least swaying American opinion in favor of Germany. Crowley wrote bombastic articles and even poems for this paper lambasting British war policies and extolling Irish freedom. For example, he penned an open letter calling Kaiser Wilhelm a mystic and visionary, and advocated that the Irish revolutionary Roger Casement, then in German custody, be freed to foment rebellion against the British. To any casual observer, Crowley's actions looked undeniably pro-German and decidedly anti-British. Of course, this stance had consequences. The British weren't just going to take that lying down back at the Home Office. British newspapers got wind of Crowley's opinions and denounced him as a vile traitor. Years later, Crowley would insist that he'd just been playing a double game, insinuating his work for the Fatherland was actually a ruse sanctioned by British intelligence to undermine the German propaganda effort by making it absurd and overly bombastic. And it is true that Crowley's contributions were often hyperbolic to the point of self-parody. One theory is he was trying to discredit the magazine by being so over the top. However, there is scant evidence that British authorities actually enlisted him. Most likely, Crowley volunteered himself in his own mind as a secret agent. Regardless of intent, this episode cemented Crowley's toxic reputation in Britain. It would haunt him as proof of villainy. Meanwhile, Crowley's occult and personal life carried on in a lively fashion. In New York, he met a journalist and poet named Jean Robert Foster, with whom he had an affair and traveled across the country. Crowley visited the West Coast in 1915, making stops in Vancouver to meet Charles Stansfield Jones, his leading disciple in Canada, and then San Francisco, Los Angeles, and even trekking to remote spots like the Grand Canyon. Along the way, he experimented with peyote extensively and introduced some bohemian friends to it. In one famous incident in Detroit, he tested peyote at the Park Davis Laboratory as part of an experimental inquiry, illustrative of how Crowley straddled the worlds of science and magic. Another romantic entanglement emerged with a woman named Roddy Minor in New York. Roddy became Crowley's mistress in 1917, and he dubbed her the New Scarlet Woman. With Roddy, Crowley embarked on what he called the Amalantra working in 1918, a series of visionary seances and magic rituals aimed to contact otherworldly entities. Through Roddy, in trance, Crowley believed they made psychic contact with an intelligence named Lamb, often depicted as vaguely alien, a large-headed figure in a drawing Crowley made. Decades later, UFO enthusiasts would curiously note Lamb's similarity to the Grey aliens, but Crowley considered Lamb a spirit from the astral plane, not an extraterrestrial in the sci-fi sense of things. The Amalantra working generated a rich journal of visions and symbols, feeding into Crowley's evolving cosmology, where various preter-human intelligences were guiding him towards some grand spiritual goal. However, this relationship with Roddy did not last beyond the working. She left. Perhaps she was exhausted by Crowley's intensity. We don't know. In any case, Crowley's constant throughout his US years was writing, and more writing. In 1917, he conceived an ambitious project to restart the Equinox, packaging a new volume as the Equinox Volume 3, Number 1, subtitled The Blue Equinox because of its blue cover. Published in 1919, just as he was leaving America, this hefty book served as a status report for the OTO and the AA, including manifestos and curriculum for his orders, and a few essays on mysticism. It tried to cast Thelema as a serious spiritual movement, listing its lodges and printing key documents like the Liber Legis, the Book of the Law, and Liber Oz, the Declaration of the Rights of Man, for perhaps the first time openly in a public volume. The Blue Equinox also acknowledged the help of certain Americans who had become old patrons or allies, suggesting that Crowley wasn't entirely without support. But notably, he did attract a handful of U.S. devotees, including soldiers and socialites interested in the occult. One of them, Wilfred Talbot Smith, would go on to found an OTO lodge in California in the 1930s, under Crowley's distant guidance. But it was also during these wartime years that Crowley's health and habits began to take a turn. He'd long struggled with asthma, and physicians had prescribed him heroin. I know, right? Sounds weird, but at that time it was actually a legal medication. This was to alleviate bronchial spasms. Of course, as we all know now, heroin is a little bit addictive. And by around 1919, Crowley was firmly within its grip. He was using morphine or heroin daily. This did not immediately curtail his activities. If anything, he wrote prodigiously under narcotic influence, including his first novel, Diary of a Drug Fiend, written in 1920, drawing no doubt partly on his own personal experience. But the pattern of dependency and withdrawal would become a dire issue in his later life. By late 1918, with the Great War ending, Crowley's American adventure was winding down somewhat. His welcome in New York had worn thin, one factor being that Vierik's Fatherland magazine was shut down once the U.S. entered the war, ending any pseudo-spy games that Crowley had. Another being that he had fallen out with some supporters or exhausted them. He undertook one more memorable magical retreat in the summer of 1918. He spent 40 days on Esopus Island, a little wooded island on the Hudson River, living in a tent. There, in imitation of religious seclusion, he fasted, at least to a point. He meditated, he painted strange murals on the rocks and communed with nature. He later said he experienced visions of past lives during this retreat. Locals who encountered him performing rituals on the cliffs likely found the Englishman quite bizarre. But it was a time of spiritual replenishment for Crowley. After all that urban chaos, getting out of the city will do wonders for you, don't you agree? So in December of 1919, Crowley boarded a ship back to Europe. He'd been absent from the UK for 5 years, and returned not as a triumphant prophet, but a penniless, scandal-ridden mystic, now with a heroin addiction to boot. Nonetheless, he returned with renewed determination to fulfill his great work. In the United States, he had planted seeds. Thelema had a foothold with a few earnest practitioners, and he had refined his teachings through writing. Perhaps most significantly for his next phase, in America, Crowley had connected by correspondence one of his most devoted future disciples, Jane Wolfe, a Hollywood silent film actress fascinated by occultism. But she would soon abandon that career to join Crowley in Europe. So by early 1920, Crowley was back in London, lodging with friends, persona non grata in respectable society, yet filled with grand plans and visions. Out of the crucible of the war years emerged his next bold experiment, the founding of an intentional magical community, where Thelema could be lived day in, day out. This would be the infamous Abbey of Thelema in Cefalo, Sicily, an episode that would amplify Crowley's notoriety to global proportions. But as we will see, that notoriety came at a great personal cost, and signaled the beginning of the end for Crowley's ability to operate unchecked. In 1920, Crowley embarked on what he envisioned as the crowning project of his spiritual mission, as the establishment of a kind of utopian community devoted to living under the law of Thelema, inspired by the fictional Abbey of Theleme in Francois Rabelais' Renaissance satire, where the motto was, "Do what thou wilt," actually. Crowley sought to create a real-world Abbey of Thelema. He imagined a small, disciplined colony of Thelemites who would practice magic daily, free themselves from societal conditioning, and serve as a model for the new aeon's way of life. Well, where to find the right setting for that? Crowley and his closest disciples turned to an unlikely location, that secluded old villa near the coastal town of Cefalù in Sicily, Italy. Crowley consulted the I Ching, that is a Chinese divination text that he often used for guidance about the move, and it seemed to be quite favorable. He didn't need any more convincing. In April of 1920, he, along with his lover at that time, Leah Hirsig, and a few followers arrived in Cefalù and rented a small single-story farmhouse structure which they dubbed the Abbey. Leah Hirsig, whom Crowley had met in New York, and who traveled across the Atlantic to be with him, was an intelligent Swiss-American woman who took the magical name Aleister. Crowley recognized her as his new Scarlet Woman, a female counterpart who would help channel his inspiration. She was devoted and unafraid of the rigors of what lay ahead. They were soon joined by others. Leah's newborn baby by Crowley, a daughter named Anne Lee. Well, though tragically this infant would die a few months later from illness, an all too common sorrow in that era of limited medical care. Another woman, Ninette Shumway, an American Thelemite, came with her own young son. Ninette would become another of Crowley's mistresses at the Abbey, and soon bore him a child as well, a daughter named Astarte Lulupanthea, though this baby too died in infancy. This reflects the precarious conditions on Cefalù. Over time, about a dozen individuals passed through the Abbey. They included Crowley's old student and friend, Raoul Loveday, and Loveday's wife, Betty May, whose presence would prove to be fateful. We'll get to that in a minute. As well as Jane Wolfe, the Hollywood actress who arrived enthusiastic to serve Crowley, and Cecil Frederick Russell, an idealistic young man from the U.S. Life at the Abbey was deliberately unconventional. Crowley wanted to break the ingrained habits and inhibitions of his companions. The days began at sunrise with the adorations to the sun, a practice from Crowley's Liber Resh, aligning devotees with solar energies 4 times a day. Communal activities included yoga, ritual, and creative or scholarly work. Crowley painted murals on the walls. Vivid, erotic frescoes and occult images adorned the Abbey's interior, turning it into a temple of sorts. Cleanliness and comfort were not high priorities. In fact, Crowley allowed the place to become quite squalid by normal standards, reasoning that one should transcend trivial concerns like housekeeping. Okay, then. There was no set cleaning schedule, and goats and dogs roamed freely in and out, adding to the mess. The children ran about naked and were allowed to witness the magical ceremonies, though not directly participate in them, on the theory that they should grow up without Christian shame around the body or natural functions. Magical rituals, including the Gnostic Mass and invocations, took place frequently. Crowley continued to experiment with sex magic with Leah and the other Scarlet Women in private workings, seeking even deeper illuminations. He also wrote copiously, commentaries on the Book of the Law, polemical essays, and Confessions, an autobiography he had begun drafting. Interestingly, despite the libertine atmosphere, there was also an emphasis on scholarly discipline. Crowley gave lessons in subjects ranging from astrology to French to his individual disciples, He wanted the abbey to produce enlightened and capable people. One hallmark of the Thelemic practice at Cephalou was confronting the ego. For instance, Crowley implemented an exercise where residents had to cut themselves with a razor or knife every time they used the pronoun I to break down ego identification. They indulged in what one might call shamanic practices too, ingestion of psychoactives like peyote in rituals, and perhaps testing endurance through fasting or chaste periods followed by orgiastic release. Crowley, however, was increasingly under the dominion of heroin. He tried at least once to quit cold turkey while at the Abbey, going to Paris in 1922 for a painful withdrawal, but he relapsed soon after. This put a dark shadow over the utopia. Crowley's highs and lows on the drug made his behavior unpredictable, and funds that could have improved living conditions went to supporting his habit. Despite hardship, in Crowley's own recollection, the early days of the Abbey were idyllic. It was his idea of heaven, describing a routine of meditation, creative work, and simple pleasures under the Sicilian sun. I tell you, Sicily's not a bad place to be. In any case, indeed some followers like Jane Wolfe found the experience to be quite transformative, writing in her diary that she had never felt such spiritual growth. But not everyone thrived. One resident, C.F. Russell, left after quarreling with Crowley. He balked at the bisexual and homoerotic aspects of some magic he was asked to perform, and grew disillusioned, later accusing Crowley of abusive tactics. Others struggled with the Spartan lifestyle and intense psychological challenges. But the episode that truly unraveled the Abbey's existence was the death of Raoul Loveday in February 1923. Loveday, a 23-year-old Oxford graduate, deeply committed to Crowley, took ill after a few months. Accounts differ. Some say he drank from a polluted mountain spring, contracting an infection, likely liver inflammation or acute enteric fever. Crowley's detractors spread a more sensational story, that Loveday fell sick after participating in a ritual that he drank the blood of a cat that Crowley had sacrificed. This cat blood tale seems to originate from Loveday's widow, Betty May, who had never warmed to Crowley or the Abbey's rigors. In fact, Betty hated life on Sicily. She found the rules strange, the environment disgusting, and suspected Crowley was a dangerous deviant. When her husband died, Betty fled back to London, heartbroken and furious. He went straight to the press to give an interview, painting Crowley as a monster. She claimed, in essence, that Crowley's black magic and depravity had killed her husband. Her stories included lurid details, the cat blood rite, the compulsive self-cutting whenever the pronoun I was spoken, drug-fueled orgies, and even the hints of child abuse, or at least endangerment, due to the witnessing of the more physical acts. The British press, well, they were very eager to hear all this. Crowley was already notorious, and he now became a full-fledged legend of infamy. The headlines dubbed him the wickedest man in the world, and a man we'd love to hang. They accused him of everything from Satanism to seducing underage girls to blood sacrifice and vampirism. Crowley could not afford to sue for libel, and in truth, some of the outlandish claims were hard to legally refute when he did believe in sex rituals and had indeed killed a stray cat as part of a demonstration once, but not in the way portrayed. Still, it doesn't look good. The avalanche of negative publicity effectively sealed the Abbey's fate. Italian authorities under Mussolini's growing fascist regime took notice as well, having Britain's tabloids decry that a British degenerate was performing sacrilegious acts on Italian soil was not welcome. And so in April of 1923, Crowley was served an expulsion order. The official reason was the vague, disturbing public order or some immigration technicality reason that he got kicked out for. But clearly the Mussolini government did not want the headache or any affront to Catholic morality on the island. Crowley had no choice but to pack up and leave. With his departure, the dream of the Abbey of Thelema came to abrupt end just after 3 years. The Abbey period, while ending in scandal, was extremely fruitful in Crowley's internal work. He completed important manuscripts there, including parts of his Magic in Theory and Practice, and portions of his spiritual autobiography, The Confessions, which we did mention. But externally it was a public relations disaster. Crowley left behind the literal grave of Loveday on Sicilian soil and the metaphorical grave of his reputation in the UK. The press caricature of him as a murderous black magician would stick forever. Crowley later tried to defend himself in print, but his voice was drowned out. At 48 years old, expelled from his haven, addicted to heroin, nearly penniless, and lambasted as a public villain, Crowley faced the lowest ebb of his life. The question was, what was he going to do? Would he fade into obscurity? Or did he have a few chapters left within him? Well, characteristically, Crowley was not ready to give up. The coming years would see him wandering through Europe, scrounging for supporters and sustenance, and striving to secure his literary legacy while battling personal demons. It was a period of decline in some respects, but also one where he produced some of his most reflective work, and where seeds were sown for his eventual posthumous influence. After being banished from Italy, Crowley entered a restless period of wandering across Europe and North Africa. In mid-1923, he landed in Tunis, Tunisia, accompanied by Leah Hirsig. He was physically worn down. Years of drug use and stress had made him chronically ill, and emotionally battered by the collapse of the Abbey. Nevertheless, in Tunis he tried to recuperate and focus. He attempted again to quit heroin, enduring painful withdrawal symptoms that he journaled about with brutal honesty. Leah Hirsig stood by him for a time, but their relationship, once so idealistic, was beginning to crack under the strain of poverty and Crowley's irritable and sometimes cruel demeanor. It was in Tunisia that Crowley began writing what he jokingly termed his autohagiography, that is, self-saintly biography, a work later published in part as The Confessions of Aleister Crowley. This was intended to be a grand, candid account of his life and philosophy, setting the record straight and, not incidentally, demonstrating his greatness to posterity. Crowley alternated between self-aggrandizement and surprising self-depreciation in its pages, producing a vivid narrative that mixed adventure with a bit of spiritual insight. By writing the story himself, he hoped to wrest control of the narrative from the tabloids. While Crowley's sojourn in Tunis also saw an interesting experiment in relationship dynamics. He engaged in rituals of sex magic with a local Arab boy servant, Mohammed ben Brahim, whom he took as a lover for a while. Crowley chronicled these workings as part of his exploration on different flavors, as he called them, of magical energy tied to various types of sexual expression. In his theology, every experience could be a sacrament if done under will. Still, one senses that at times in Tunis he was pushing boundaries more out of desperation for a breakthrough rather than the joy of it. By 1924, Crowley needed a change, so he moved to France. He spent his time in Nice and Paris, trying to re-establish a footing among bohemian and occult circles there. And in Paris, he underwent surgeries on his nose. Long-term cocaine use had damaged his nasal passages significantly, and he had operations to try to repair them, a further sign of the toll that his body had gone through. During his Paris stay, he encountered notable figures. He met Frank Harris, the famed Irish-American editor and writer, who admired Crowley's courage of sorts, and he visited Gurdjieff's Institute for the Harmonious Development of Man at Fontainebleau. Crowley had respect for Gurdjieff's efforts as a spiritual teacher, though he ultimately found the system not to his taste. Still, it does show that Crowley was aware of and engaged in other spiritual movements. But at this time, he was broke, so he set out to look for wealthy supporters, effectively to serve as magical pupils. One man he had enticed was Alexander Zolar, a young American astrologer who paid Crowley for training. Zolar later parted ways, perhaps disillusioned. Another was Dorothy Olson, an American woman who became Crowley's lover and student. Crowley took Dorothy to Tunisia for a private magical retreat in the desert of Neftah in 1925, where he had a mystical experience he later fictionalized in a short work, The Heart of the Master. During this retreat, Dorothy became pregnant, but sadly she miscarried, a blow that ended their romantic ties. In the aftermath, Leah Hirzig, who had been drifting away, formally renounced her role as Scarlet Woman and left Crowley's circle around 1925. Crowley, in this fashion, ritually cursed Leah as she departed, writing bitterly of feeling betrayed. Of course, Leah survived the curse, but she lived quietly thereafter in Switzerland and the US, leaving behind the wild life of an occultist. Well, amid all this, Crowley was dealing with a split in the OTO leadership abroad. Theodore Roos had died in 1923, and Crowley claimed that Roos had named him in the next world head of the OTO. Very convenient. This claim was disputed by the German OTO leader Heinrich Tranke and others, who convened a meeting in 1925 to sort out leadership. Crowley attended this Veda conference in Hohenlieben, Thuringia. The gathering was dramatic. Some German members, like Martha Kunzel and Karl Germer, sided with Crowley wholeheartedly, impressed by his spiritual presence and thelemic teachings. Others, like the artist Alban Grau and the mystic Henry Bierven, rejected Crowley's claim and approach, finding him too authoritarian or just too deviant for their taste. The conference ended with OTO fragmenting. Crowley walked away with a few loyal adherents, but much of the German membership drifted off. Crowley's influence was ironically stronger in places like England and North America now than in Central Europe, where his new religion and focus on sex magic did not entirely sit well with the more traditional occultists. After the conference, Crowley settled down again in Paris in 1926–27. He had a series of lovers, male and female, and short-term scarlet women. He continued the magical experiments, sometimes with paid partners, writing down the results in coded diaries. But this high life was undercut by his health and finances. He was continuously using heroin and cocaine, which is expensive, oscillating between periods of relative sobriety and periods of binge. His mood swings were pronounced. Friends noted how he could be charming one moment and venomous the next if withdrawal pangs hit, or if he felt slighted in some way. Yet in this decline, Crowley managed intellectual feats. In 1928, he finished and published Magic in Theory and Practice, which was essentially part 3 of Book 4, a dense magical manual of philosophy and technique that distilled his 2 decades of experience. This book was one of his masterpieces, covering everything from fundamental principles to detailed instructions for rituals and talismans, to candid admissions about the use of sex and drugs in magic. It didn't make a big splash in sales. Nothing of Crowley's did at that time, but it does stand today as one of his most systematic works, During these Paris years, Crowley gathered a small coterie of young Englishmen who helped him with publishing and finances. Israel Regardie, a 21-year-old occult enthusiast, became Crowley's secretary in 1928. He typed Crowley's manuscripts, observed his rituals, and learned at the feet of the master for 2 years. He left on friendly terms in 1930 and became a prominent occult author himself, writing with mixed feelings about his time with Crowley. Another was Gerald York, a well-connected ex-military man who, while never a convert to Thelema, admired Crowley's knowledge. York helped manage Crowley's chaotic accounts and negotiated with publishers on his behalf. York would later preserve many of Crowley's papers, performing a great service to posterity, even though he remained personally skeptical of Crowley's more lofty claims. And Tom Drieberg, an ambitious young journalist and later a British MP, also fraternized with Crowley around 1929. Though Drieberg did not embrace Thelema, he certainly enjoyed Crowley's wit and rebellious flair, and he too later helped salvage Crowley's literary remains. Now, in 1929, Crowley entered into another marriage, but this time it was more about convenience, with one Maria Teresa Ferrari de Miramar, a Nicaraguan woman that he had met in Paris. The reasons were likely pragmatic. Crowley thought a marriage might help him avoid deportation from France. French authorities were starting to eye this notorious Englishman with suspicion, partly thanks to British pressure. Additionally, Maria Teresa had a small income that might support them. The marriage did not bring happiness. Maria Teresa found herself bewildered by Crowley's habits and soon fell into alcoholism and mental illness. Within a couple of years, she, too, was institutionalized, marking another personal failure in Crowley's ledger. But Crowley did not divorce her, but he did effectively abandon the relationship, rather. Around the same time, Crowley finally succeeded in getting some of his major writings published, albeit in limited editions. With the help of a new British publishing house, Mandrake Press, he published the Confessions of Aleister Crowley in 1929 to 1930, but only the first few sections, 6 chapters in 2 volumes, before Mandrake went bust. Bad luck, I suppose. He also published a novel, Moonchild, a fantastical story about rival magicians vying over the birth of a supernatural child, drawing on his experiences with the Golden Dawn and Thelema. Moonchild was published in 1929, and while it didn't sell in large numbers, it has remained in print as a curious piece of occult fiction that reveals Crowley's ideas in narrative form. Another book of short stories, The Stratagem, came out, showing his versatility as a writer. But despite these creative outputs, Crowley was effectively living hand to mouth by 1930. When Mandrake Press folded and the Confessions remained incomplete, to his frustration, Crowley was left with crates of unsold books and mounting debts. It was then that he orchestrated one of his more theatrical stunts, the fake taking of his own life at Portugal's Boca de Inferno, the mouth of hell. September 1930, Crowley visited Lisbon and befriended the poet Fernanda Pessoa, a fellow mystic of sorts. Crowley left a hat, a coat, and a very cryptic note at the cliff, and then slipped away secretly to Germany, trying to make it look like he had jumped off. Newspapers reported him missing, possibly dead, but a few weeks later he turned up alive at an art exhibition of his paintings in Berlin. The whole thing was a publicity stunt, meant to stir intrigue around his persona, and possibly to escape creditors temporarily. The press got the joke, some deriding him more, but Crowley seemed delighted by the minor sensation. The art exhibition in Berlin itself had some success. People found his expressionist paintings to be interesting, if dark and primitive. Berlin in the Weimar era was a city where Crowley's eccentricity fit in quite well. He found the nightlife and liberal atmosphere to be quite invigorating. In Berlin, Crowley socialized with artists and even psychologists, meeting with figures like Aldous Huxley and Alfred Adler, and as earlier noted. He lived cheaply, too, moved in with a couple of admirers, and continued writing. But politics was shifting. Germany was changing. And Crowley, though initially curious about the pagan pageantry of the new National Socialist Party, would soon see them as brutes, besides the fact that as a, quote, degenerate occultist with rumored Jewish associations via his students, he would have been quite unwelcome had he stayed. By 1932, he returned to London, hoping to rehabilitate his standing somewhat. It was a forlorn hope. He engaged in sensational litigation, famously suing the sculptor Nina Hamnet, whose memoir had implied Crowley practiced black magic. The trial in 1934, however, was a disaster for him. The defense attorney dredged up all of Crowley's worst press, quoting his poetry, the most obscene lines, and every nasty epithet that the newspapers had printed. The judge, Justice Swift. I know, right? That's probably the greatest name for a judge that I've ever heard, was openly appalled, making the oft-quoted statement that he had never heard such dreadful, horrible, blasphemous talk as that was done by Crowley, who calls himself the greatest living poet, a line that actually drew laughter in court. Crowley lost the case, leaving him with crushing legal costs. In short order, he was forced into bankruptcy. The proceedings of the bankruptcy hearing revealed that Crowley had been living way beyond his means for years, borrowing and incurring debts that he could never pay. By the mid-1930s, Crowley effectively was a broken man in the eyes of the public. But privately, he still had work to do. He managed to publish one last major magical work in 1936, The Equinox of the Gods, which presented the text of the Book of the Law alongside with Crowley's own account of how it was received in 1904 and its significance. Interestingly, The Equinox of the Gods sold relatively well for an occult book, showing that there was a growing segment of the public who were interested in Crowley's ideas, even as mainstream society was shunning him. Perhaps that was why they were interested. Well, Crowley also found an unlikely domestic happiness of sorts in the 30s. He continued to hold small gatherings, curry dinners where he impressed guests with his excellent Indian cooking, all extremely spicy, by the way, and maintained correspondence with Thelemites abroad, especially in America, where an OTO lodge, Agape Lodge in California under Wilfred Smith, was still blossoming. And in 1937, something remarkable happened. At the age of 61, Crowley became a father again. A young woman named Deirdre McAlpine, who admired Crowley's philosophy, offered to bear him an heir. And she did. A son was born, named Randall Gare Crowley, but nicknamed Aleister Ataturk, Crowley's humor combining his own name with that of Turkey's modern founder. Crowley was reportedly delighted by the child's birth, although he did not play a major role in raising the boy. Crowley took it as a personal vindication that he could still be generative in later life. By 1938-39, as the Second World War loomed, Crowley's life in London was quiet and scholarly. He gave a few public lectures on yoga in Soho, which were modestly attended. At least they helped reposition him as something as an eccentric older statesman of mysticism, rather than a satanic villain. The press had mostly lost interest, as newer horrors and scandals emerged in the world stage. Crowley, as the perennial anti-hero, had outlived many of his detractors and was mellowing out with age, though not entirely. He still wrote vitriolic letters and critiques, once reviewing a negative biography about him by ex-disciple Rigardi with scathing wit. But financially, he survived by the generosity of devotees. The Agate Lodge in California regularly sent him money, from dues of members like Parsons mainly. Friends like Gerard York occasionally slipped him funds discreetly. Karl Germer, who had been imprisoned by the Germans in 1935 for mailings related to the OTO, and then emigrated to the US, also managed Crowley's affairs from afar and supported him where he could. But as war dawned, again in 1939, Crowley was an old man, witnessing a world conflagration he had predicted in some of his astrological writings. As the bombs fell on London in the Blitz, Crowley left the city for safety in rural Torquay in 1940, though he found that town dull and hostile to an outsider. So eventually he returned to London, preferring the risk to the boredom. His last great enterprise was the Thoth Tarot deck. Starting in 1942 in collaboration with artist Lady Frida Harris, Crowley supervised the design of a full tarot set embodying Thelemic and Golden Dawn symbolism at a high level of detail and beauty. The project was an artistic triumph. The paintings were exquisite, and Crowley wrote a companion volume, The Book of Thoth, published in 1944, explaining the deck. This work was effectively his swan song in occult literature. Erudite, deeply esoteric, but also accessible to serious students of tarot. Today, the Thoth Tarot is one of the most popular and respected tarot decks in the world, a lasting practical legacy of Crowley's esoteric knowledge. By the mid-1940s, his health was on an irreversible decline. He had chronic bronchitis and emphysema. Heroin remained the only things that eased his asthma, so he couldn't quit it entirely, even if he wanted to. In 1945, after the war ended, Crowley moved to a boarding house near Netherwood in Hastings, a quiet seaside town. It was a gracious if modest place, run by an eccentric couple who didn't mind taking in the infamous magician as long as he paid his rent. Here, Crowley spent his final years in relative peace. He had a small circle of visitors. Kenneth Grant, a young acolyte who became his secretary, and whom Crowley groomed to be a future occult leader. Grant indeed went on to found his own branch of Crowleyan occultism after Crowley's death. There was also John Simmons, a writer who befriended Crowley in these years, who would later become one of his literary executors, and biographers, though not always a flattering one. And of course always a steady stream of pilgrims from the Thelemic community. Crowley continued writing almost to the end. One of his late initiatives was compiling letters of advice to his OTO students into a book. This was published posthumously as Magic Without Tears. The letters date from 43 to 44, a collection that shows Crowley at his most explanatory, answering questions about magical training without the usual satire that he sometimes employed. And so, December 1st, 1947, Aleister Crowley died at the age of 72. The cause was given as chronic bronchitis, aggravated by pleurisy and myocardial degeneration. Basically put, his lungs and heart gave up after years of strain. According to one nurse's account, his last words were, "I am perplexed," an oddly poignant and humble phrase if true, suggesting perhaps at the threshold of death, even the great Magus confronted mystery. Another anecdote claims that he said, "Sometimes I hate myself reflecting a final moment of clarity or regret. It's hard to know. Deathbed quotes like that pretty much get romanticized more often than not. A small funeral was held at Brighton Crematorium. About a dozen people attended, including his son, Aleister Ataturk, still a child, and a few loyal friends. Louis Wilkinson, a fellow occultist and literary friend, read selections from Crowley's works as part of the ceremony. He recited Hymn to Pan and passages from the Book of the Law and the Gnostic Mass. The press, ever alert to sensation, got wind of this and lambasted the event as a black mass in the newspapers, sparking one last burst of outrage. But at that point, Crowley was certainly beyond caring, and his handful of devotees were content to send him off in a way that he would have approved. Crowley's body was cremated, and eventually the ashes were sent to Carl Germer in America. Germer buried Crowley's remains in his own garden in New Jersey, just as one might plant a seed. Well, I suppose that's where we ended. Aleister Crowley is dead. And the video has ended. In a smoky Victorian parlor, a stout Russian noblewoman leans forward, fixing her piercing blue eyes on the skeptics before her. With dramatic flourish, she produces a letter, supposedly delivered by invisible messengers from mystical Tibetan masters. Murmurs ripple through the room. Some scoff at what they see as a stupid parlor trick. Others gaze in awe, convinced they have just witnessed real magic. Such was the charisma and controversy surrounding Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, better known as Madame Blavatsky. As the co-founder of the Theosophical Society in 1875 and author of influential occult works, she stands as one of the most fascinating figures of 19th century esotericism. Champion to her followers and arch-impostor to her critics, she traversed the globe in search of hidden wisdom, claimed contact with otherworldly masters, and ultimately sparked a spiritual movement that still remains fascinating to this day. As for her life, that is an adventure novel of its own, filled with exotic travel, secret brotherhoods, and metaphysical revelations, but also one rife with paradox. You see, Blavatsky was an aristocrat, but she also consorted with rebels and holy men, a self-proclaimed skeptic who nonetheless reported miracles, a spiritual teacher accused of fraud. So how exactly did this eccentric Russian mystic help ignite a revival of the occult and Eastern thought in the West? And what truth or fiction lay behind her claims of occult powers? If you will come with me for the next hour, we can find out as we explore the life of Helena Blavatsky. But allow me to welcome you to the channel first. Good to see any newcomers. Hello and nice to meet you. And once again, I want to begin with the customary thanks to the Patreon members and the YouTube members who help keep this channel, with all of its videos and all of its playlists, completely ad-free. Because on this channel, we don't like ads either, so we don't put them in. We are supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who choose to have a look at the merch store, and the occasional donation through Patreon, through PayPal rather, and the YouTube Super Chats, which certainly helps. But short of that, give it a like, subscribe, comment, and hit the hype button, all the good algorithm-boosting things, and tell your friends about us, our little ad-free sanctuary, right here on YouTube. Now, with all that being said, I won't say anything more about it. Let's begin. And our story begins in a little town on the Dnieper River in the Russian Empire. Today it's Dnipro in Ukraine, but back then it was called Ekaterinoslav, and it was there on August 12, 1831, where Helena Petrovna Hahn was born. She came into the world amid quite a bit of privilege and culture. Her father was Peter von Hahn, an officer in the Imperial Cavalry, and her mother, Helena Andreevna, a respected novelist. And notably, her mother even translated the mystical novels of English writer Edward Bulwer Lytton into Russian. Perhaps this is what sparked Helena's early fascination with the occult. Indeed, from her mother, who tragically died when Helena was only 11 years old, the young girl inherited a love of literature, but also a defiant imagination. Raised thereafter by maternal grandparents, Helena roamed freely through her grandfather's extensive library of esoteric and mystical works. But she also traveled with her father's military assignments to various corners of the Russian Empire to get an exposure to the diverse cultures that likely fueled her early curiosity and a little bit of wanderlust. Family lore holds that one ancestor had been a Rosicrucian, and Helena eagerly devoured tales of alchemists, magicians, and all sorts of hidden mysteries. By her teenage years, she was largely self-educated, fluent in multiple languages, an utterly absorbed woman in arcane lore, far beyond the typical curriculum of a young noblewoman, that is for sure. But stories of Blavatsky's youth hint at the psychic sensitivities and theatrical flair that would characterize her later life. Her sister recalled that Helena would gather the younger children in a dark room at twilight and regale them with fantastical tales, which she herself was the heroine of nightly adventures. And even as a child, she blurred the line between imagination and reality, foreshadowing the creative myth-making of her later years. She even spoke of a protective, oriental figure who appeared to her in moments of danger, a spectral guardian she would later identify as one of her occult masters. A little later, at 17 years old, Helena entered a brief and ill-fated marriage to Nikifor Blavatsky, a much older provincial governor. Within a few months of the 1848 wedding, the independent-minded bride scandalized society by leaving her husband and simply striking out on her own. For this bold escape certainly set a tone for the rest of her life, but she did adopt her husband's surname. Madame Blavatsky now, instead of Madame Hahn, began decades of restless wandering across 3 continents in pursuit of what she called ancient wisdom. And so, for the next 2 decades, she traveled extensively. By her own later accounts, she roamed through Europe, the Middle East, and the Americas, always seeking out esoteric teachers and knowledge. In one episode she described occurring in London in 1851, she claimed that she encountered a mysterious Hindu sage, the very master Maurya, who had appeared to her in visions, and he told her that she had a special mission to pursue in the East. Thus inspired, she embarked on a global quest. Blavatsky later recounted colorful tales of studying voodoo in New Orleans, consulting mystics in Egypt, living with ascetic dervishes in West Asia, and even venturing into the most remote Himalayan regions. She claimed that an early attempt to enter Tibet in the 1850s was thwarted by British authorities, but that she succeeded on a second try a few years later. She also spoke of surviving a shipwreck off the Cape of Good Hope, and of briefly earning a living as a concert pianist in Europe, episodes that stretched a bit of credulity, but certainly managed to enhance her mystique. At one point, she even boasted of fighting in Italy alongside the revolutionary Giuseppe Garibaldi in 1867, a highly questionable tale that nonetheless burnished her legend as an adventuress. But the climax of her narrative was her alleged success in reaching Tibet in around 1868 and finding her long-sought masters. In the hidden monasteries of the Himalayas, she said, she spent some time under the tutelage of Master Moria and his colleague Kuthumi, who taught her the secret wisdom religion and helped her refine and control her psychic abilities. Now, unsurprisingly, many biographers have expressed doubt about the more fantastical elements of Blavatsky's travelogue. 19th century Tibet was infamously off limits to foreign visitors, making her stories of living among the high lamas pretty difficult to verify and, frankly, difficult to believe. But it is likely that Blavatsky interwove fiction with a bit of fact, perhaps exaggerating or inventing certain adventures to construct a more mythic persona. Yet it is also true that she journeyed more widely than almost any woman of her era. She genuinely spent years exploring distant lands, and the experiences and diverse knowledge she gathered would become raw material for the grand spiritual narrative she would later present to the world. She even believed that a near-fatal riding accident in 1864, which left her in a coma for months, had unlocked the full range of her psychic powers upon recovery. By the early 1870s, spiritualism, the popular craze of communicating with the dead via seances, was well and truly in full swing. Helena Blavatsky had witnessed and investigated spiritualist phenomena herself, but she maintained a critical stance towards its claims. She did not deny the reality of uncanny occurrences. On the contrary, she defended the genuine existence of many mediumistic phenomena. However, Blavatsky adamantly rejected the common spiritualist belief that seance apparitions and messages came from the souls of departed loved ones. In her view, mediums were usually contacting interpersonal astral forces, or the lingering psychic shells of the dead, essentially empty remnants of human personalities, often manipulated by trickster entities. True spirit communication, she argued, was quite rare. Most seances only scratched the surface of the unseen world. Spiritualism, Blavatsky scoffed, was a game for amateurs, distracting people from the deeper occult truth. The serious seeker, she insisted, must dig further into the hidden laws of nature and develop one's own latent psychic powers, rather than passively relying on spirit mediums to do it all for them. Blavatsky's ambivalence towards spiritualism was reinforced by hard experience. In 1871, during a sojourn in Cairo, she attempted to find a spiritualist or spiritist society. Teaming up with an American medium, Emma Cutting, she established a short-lived spirit society, inspired by the spiritism of Allan Kardec, which, unlike the mainstream Anglo-American spiritualism, included belief in reincarnation. But from the outset, Blavatsky grew suspicious that the mediums involved were performing fraudulent tricks. Her intuition proved to be correct. Before long, the recruited medium was exposed as a complete and utter fake. Blavatsky, disgusted by this deception, shut down the Cairo Circle after just 2 weeks of operating. And this Egyptian fiasco in general cemented her distrust of, quote, professional mediums. Well, she included that while supernatural phenomena could be genuine, Many self-proclaimed mediums resorted to cheating whenever a real spirit contact failed to occur. The lesson she drew was pretty clear. One should develop one's own psychic abilities and investigate the occult firsthand, rather than put blind faith in hired seance performers. And so, in July of 1873, Blavatsky arrived back in New York City to start a new chapter. Virtually unknown in America, too. She was in her 40s now, a Russian noblewoman, turned mystic adrift a bustling metropolis. And with scant resources, she found lodging in the Women's Housing Cooperative on Madison Street in Manhattan's Lower East Side. In this quasi-communal home for working women, she survived by eking out a living through piecework, sewing clothes, crafting advertising cards, drawing on the practical skills that she'd picked up in her travels. Despite language barriers, her English was still not the best, and living hand to mouth, Blavatsky soon gravitated into the city's metaphysical and spiritualist circles. She befriended local spiritualists, occult enthusiasts, and journalists, eagerly absorbing the American esoteric scene. An interview in the New York Sun in 1874 marked her first presence, and the first hint of the colorful persona for which she would become known for. And it was during this period, too, that a stroke of fortune briefly eased her struggles. News arrived that her father had died back in Russia. Now, of course, this wasn't good news, but silver linings. It left her with a modest inheritance. Suddenly, she had a bit of funds behind her, and Blavatsky upgraded her quarters from the tenement commune to a comfortable hotel. But far from retiring into bourgeois respectability, she poured her energy and money into the real mission that had brought her to America, the quest to rally like-minded seekers and explore those occult mysteries. But the turning point came in the autumn of 1874. Reports of dramatic ghostly phenomena at a farmhouse in Chittenden, Vermont, the home of the Eddy brothers, famous spirit mediums, by the way, were making headlines in the spiritualist press. Sensing an important opportunity, Blavatsky traveled to the Eddy homestead in October of 1874 to see these marvels for herself. There, amid the nightly seances of materialized phantoms and levitating objects, she crossed paths with Colonel Henry Steele Olcott, a Civil War veteran turned lawyer and journalist. Olcott had been dispatched by the Daily Graphic newspaper to investigate the phenomena with a more skeptical view. When Blavatsky arrived, conspicuous in her eccentric attire, Olcott's first reaction was one of bemusement. He later recalled seeing at the dining room a stout middle-aged woman in a bright red Garibaldi shirt, her thick flaxen hair cut short and unruly like the fleece of a Cotswold ewe. Well, this curious lady promptly stepped outside after the meal to roll herself up a cigarette, which Olcott gallantly lit for her as a pretext to strike up a conversation. Thus began a pretty instant and natural friendship, and Blavatsky admitted as well that she had hesitated to visit the site of this supposed paranormal activity, quote, because she was afraid of meeting that Colonel Olcott, fearing he might publicize her. After all, he was skeptical of everything anyway. But the thing was, Olcott immediately put her at ease and assured her that he wouldn't be printing anything without her expressed consent. And that's probably the best guarantee you can get, I suppose. In any case, over the ensuing days, Olcott had ample chances to observe Blavatsky's remarkable paranormal talents. The Eddy seances were impressive, but they were chaotic. Apparitions of deceased persons seemed to appear from a spirit cabinet, yet suspicions of trickery persisted. When Blavatsky joined the circle, however, the phenomena took on a startling new character. Olcott reported that mysterious raps sounded on the walls and tables at Blavatsky's command, sometimes occurring even when she sat across the room. If an invisible force answered to her, as if an invisible force answered to her will. Now lights danced around and objects moved without anyone except possibly Blavatsky near them. Blavatsky later hinted to Olcott that she was using her own psychic energy to produce or enhance the manifestations, showing how easily seance phenomena could mislead the observer. But for the practical-minded Olcott, these experiences were very transformative. Here was a medium of a wholly different order, a no-nonsense, worldly Russian woman, who not only possessed authentic psychic powers, but could also explain the underlying occult principles. As Olcott noted, Blavatsky didn't even like the term spiritualism for these occurrences. She distinguished between the popular Western spiritualism and a more profound Eastern spirituality, which was rooted in the older, ancient wisdom. Intrigued and impressed, Olcott wrote a series of newspaper articles praising Blavatsky's knowledge of phenomena. The two became inseparable in inquiry, affectionately nicknaming each other Maloney and Jack, respectively, for Olcott and Blavatsky, as their friendship deepened. By early 1875, Blavatsky was already privately tutoring Olcott in occult philosophy, and under her influence, he even adopted a more ascetic lifestyle. She persuaded him to give up alcohol and meat, at least for a time. The skeptic turned believer would soon help Blavatsky channel their shared enthusiasm into a more concrete organization. Inspired by their mutual passion to uncover these hidden truths, Blavatsky, Olcott, and a small circle of compatriots conceived the idea of a society dedicated to systematic occult study. On a brisk evening in New York City, November 17th, 1875, they formally began the Theosophical Society. Now the name's a bit weird, I know. The name Theosophy, meaning divine wisdom, was suggested by Charles Sotheran, one of the early members, harking back to the ancient Neoplatonic and mystical usage. In any case, everybody agreed that it sounded really cool, I'm sure. They were then joined by lawyer William Tran Judge as a co-founder, along with about a dozen other like-minded truth-seekers, as they were called, approximately about 16 founding members in total. Colonel Olcott was elected the Society's first president. Judge became recording secretary. And Blavatsky, well, she took up the role of corresponding secretary, and quite fittingly so, since she was the group's intellectual powerhouse and spiritual linchpin. From the outset, the Theosophical Society announced ambitious aims. They envisioned nothing less than a worldwide movement to revolutionize humanity's understanding of religion, science, and of course our own latent capacities. The Society's mission was often summarized in 3 core objectives, the first being universal brotherhood, basically forming a nucleus of the universal brotherhood of humanity, one that transcends distinctions of creed, race, gender, social rank, caste. The next was comparative study, to encourage the comparative study of religion, science, and philosophy together, by examining the wisdom of East and West, ancient and modern. Theosophists sought to uncover the common truths that linked them all together. No single creed or scientific dogma held all the answers, but taken together they might illuminate the divine wisdom at the core. The next was investigating mysteries of nature and man, that is, to investigate the unexplained laws of nature and the physical powers latent in humankind. Rather than taking supernatural claims on faith, the society encouraged first-hand inquiry into phenomena like clairvoyance, mesmerism, and psychic healing, approaching them in a spirit of open-minded research. Lofty principles, that is for sure, but they certainly set the Theosophical Society apart from any Orthodox church or spiritualist circle. It was something different, something unique. Blavatsky insisted that Theosophy was not about founding a new sect or belief system, but rather about seeking truth without dogma, an open-minded inquisitiveness, I suppose. Now, membership required no one to abandon their personal beliefs, but only to sympathize with the broad ideals of brotherhood and open inquiry. Early society meetings held in Blavatsky's own apartment featured lectures on esoteric topics and lively discussions among an eclectic group, mystics and scientists, Freemasons and journalists, men and women too, which was a notable thing in Victorian times, all united by curiosity about the unseen. Among the prominent figures drawn into the Society's orbit in 1875 were the spiritualist author Emma Hardinge Britten, the inventor Thomas Edison, and even the former Civil War General Abner Doubleday, illustrating the wide appeal of Theosophy's message. To give the nascent movement a manifesto and reach a broader public, Blavatsky turned to writing her first major book, and in 1877 it was all done. She published Isis Unveiled, a sprawling 2-volume work subtitled A Master Key to the Mysteries of Ancient and Modern Science and Theology. This opus was part spiritual polemic, part encyclopedic survey of the world's esoteric traditions. Blavatsky poured into it the vast range of arcane knowledge she had accumulated, and she boldly challenged the materialism of contemporary science and the blind dogmatism of Orthodox Christianity alike. Neither, she argued, had a monopoly on the truth. Instead, Isis Unveiled proclaimed the existence of an ancient, universal wisdom tradition, a secret doctrine or ageless wisdom religion which underlied all of the world's faith. If rediscovered, this primal truth could reconcile science with spirituality and offer answers to those riddles of existence. Pretty exciting stuff. No wonder so many people wanted to join up, I suppose. Definitely an interesting age of fascination back in those times. Well, Blavatsky's writing process for Isis Unveiled was as extraordinary as the book itself. She began the project in 1875, and much of it was written during a stay at the home of Professor Hiram Corson in Ithaca, New York. Professor Corson later recalled his amazement at Blavatsky's method of work. She would sit propped up in bed and write from morning till past midnight, smoking ridiculous amounts of cigarettes, with piles of reference books around her, many of them not even in English or Russian, but other languages. Pretty impressive. The pages were flowing rapidly. She seemed to have at her mental fingertips a whole library of obscure texts. Blavatsky would quote long passages verbatim from rare books that Corson was, quote, perfectly certain there were no copies of at that time in America, according to reporters. When she needed to check an old-world idiom or a Sanskrit term, she would holler to her host in the next room for a little help with the phrasing. And even more intriguingly, Blavatsky claimed that much of the content was inspired by hidden adepts. She spoke of another consciousness or lodger within her that guided the writing. On occasion, as Alcott attested, her penmanship would change mid-paragraph, as if different somebodies were taking turns dictating the manuscript. Blavatsky herself said she sometimes saw astral visions of the very pages she needed to quote, and simply transcribed what she saw. Professor Corzon admitted that, however implausible such claims sounded, that he found it much easier to believe her statement than to account for her quotations by any ordinary explanation of memory, given the sheer volume of precise citations she produced from the inaccessible works. In short, writing Isis Unveiled was, for Blavatsky, an occult exercise in itself, a testament to the mysterious wellsprings of knowledge that she tapped into. So when Isis Unveiled debuted in the fall of 1877, it caused a sensation in American metaphysical circles. The book's first print run of 1,000 copies sold out in a single week, surprising even the publisher with its brisk sales. Readers were astonished, in some cases bewildered, by the dazzling array of lore that it contained, from ancient Egyptian and Hindu scriptures to Renaissance alchemy, Kabbalah, spiritualist writings, and cutting-edge Victorian science. Blavatsky marshaled all these sources to argue her central thesis, that modern Western science and religion had both lost sight of the deeper truths which could be found in the ancient wisdom religion once known to Plato, the Hindu sages, and the mystics of the other cultures. She asserted that if you peel back the dogmas of the churches and the narrow hypothesis of scientists, you will find a unifying esoteric truth, a kind of alpha and omega, that had been kept alive through secret brotherhoods and initiates. Such bold ideas naturally grew to a bit of controversy. Mainstream scholars and clergymen gave Isis Unveiled many negative reviews, criticizing its lack of academic rigor and accusing Blavatsky of liberally borrowing from over 100 other books without proper credit. And indeed, the text is quite quotation-heavy. Some cited, some not. Another reflection of Blavatsky's conversational and patchwork writing style. But it didn't matter too much because despite the skeptics, the book's impact was undeniable. It instantly established Blavatsky as a formidable new voice in esoteric thought. Isis made converts to theosophy and attracted curious minds around the globe. Even those who challenged her conclusions had to acknowledge the erudition and audacity on display. As Blavatsky put it, she had thrown down the gauntlet to both materialists and theologians, urging them to consider that ancient wisdom might hold the key to bridging science and spirituality. And so the success of Isis Unveiled gave the fledgling Theosophical Society a huge boost in visibility, but also legitimacy. And suddenly, Madame Blavatsky was a name on everyone's lips. By the late 1870s, those who met Blavatsky in the flesh often found her just as fascinating as her books, and she hardly fit the Victorian image of a gentle, ethereal, spiritual teacher. Instead, she was a blunt woman with a forceful personality, all wrapped up in a pretty unconventional appearance. A stout woman with penetrating pale eyes and a strong jaw, typically wearing a long, flowing robe, or eccentric outfits that flouted contemporary fashions. Indoors, she might drape herself in a loose gown. Outdoors, she favored a trademark black cloak, and occasionally a colorful peasant handkerchief. She spoke with a throaty, deep voice, laced with sarcasm and hearty humor, an earthy Russian candor that often startled the unprepared. But perhaps more scandalously, she was constantly smoking, and everywhere too, puffing on her hand-rolled cigarettes and sometimes a pipe, even in an era when ladies were expected to be prim and proper. But it seems that she could not care less even to the point where she was rubbing it in society's face. One acquaintance quipped that the sight of her smoking like a steamboat was enough to shock any genteel church matron. Blavatsky herself joked about her style, quote, "An old woman whose features, even in my youth, never made her appear pretty. A woman whose uncouth manners and masculine habits are enough to frighten any bustled and corseted fine lady out of her wits." And so she relished being a bit of a shock to polite society. Well, yet for all of her rough edges, as we can call them, Blavatsky's charisma was undeniable. Once she began to speak on a metaphysical topic, even her skeptics often fell under the spell of her knowledge. Her conversation was famously wide-ranging and erudite. She could discuss Buddhist sutras, Vedantic concepts, European philosophers, occult symbols, and scientific theories, all at once, and with an encyclopedic-like recall of details. One reporter who visited her New York apartment came away calling Blavatsky a veritable sphinx, which is quite a Victorian compliment. She could be cryptic and wise, posting riddles and answering questions, with teasing hints rather than direct replies. And indeed many found her to be an enigma, simultaneously a down-to-earth, profane grandmother figure and a vessel for otherworldly insights. As a German admirer later wrote, anyone who met her in person could only speak of her with admiration, assuming they were open-minded. But those who could not fathom the depths of her character, well, to them she must remain a riddle. Blavatsky often delighted in confounding in the expectations of disciples and critics alike. He was quick to poke fun at pretension, sometimes with a bit of biting sarcasm, yet also capable of deep compassion and generous friendship. In New York, her unconventional magnetism drew a steady stream of seekers to her society's gatherings, many of which took place in her own lodgings on Irving Place. Curiosity seekers came to see Madame Blavatsky in all her bohemian glory, lounging amid exotic bric-a-brac, puffing on cigarettes, perhaps with her pet parrot on her shoulder, holding court about ancient Atlantis, or the nature of karma. When they got there, they found a woman who was at once kindly and formidable. She had little patience for fools, but a genuine affection for earnest students. Under her influence, the society in America grew steadily. By 1878, new theosophical branches had sprouted in major cities like Boston and Philadelphia, and even as far as London. Blavatsky handled an enormous correspondence with inquirers worldwide, energetically spreading the gospel of theosophy through letters and articles. Notable figures in literature and science were starting to take notice of the movement. The stage was set, of course, for theosophy to expand beyond America's shores, and Blavatsky knew her work in the West was only beginning. Restless and sensing a greater destiny, Blavatsky decided that it was time to move on. She had long felt a pull towards India, the land as she regarded as a wellspring of the ancient wisdom. And so in 1879, only a few years after Isis Unveiled was published, she and Colonel Olcott set sail for Bombay, intent on establishing the Theosophical Society in India. For Blavatsky, this was something of a return, given her early travels in South Asia, but she arrived as the leader of an organized movement this time. The British colonial authorities, eyeing a Russian expatriate with suspicion, were not particularly welcoming. Nevertheless, Blavatsky and Olcott quickly found common ground with various Indian intellectuals and religious reformers. The late 19th century was a time of cultural awakening in India, with figures like Swami Dayananda Saraswati urging the revival of Vedic knowledge through his Arya Samaj movement, and others seeking to more so modernize Indian spirituality. Theosophy's message of a universal brotherhood and respect for Eastern religions resonated with many educated Indians who chafed under British dismissals of their traditions. But here was a Western woman proclaiming the greatness of Hindu and Buddhist philosophy, a pretty startling turnaround from the usual colonial attitudes. In Bombay, Blavatsky started a magazine called The Theosophist. In 1879, this became an important forum for East-West dialogue, and she wrote article after article on topics ranging from the symbolism of the Bhagavad Gita to the nature of psychic phenomena, while also publishing essays by Hindu and Buddhist scholars for global readership. Blavatsky's own paranormal exploits continue to be a source of fascination. Indian associates and British officials alike reported witnessing peculiar incidents around her. Unexplained noises, objects moving around on their own, or the uncanny appearance of letters seemingly delivered by no ordinary means. Helena hinted that her masters, the Tibetan adepts that is, were guiding her still, even delivering correspondence to her by occult post. These were the famous Mahatma letters, notes said to precipitate out of thin air, often in response to questions from theosophists like A.P. Sinnett, a British journalist based in India. But one of the most influential friendships she formed in India was with Alfred Percy Sinnett, the editor of the Pioneer, as we just mentioned, and this was a prominent English-language newspaper in Allahabad. Sinnett was deeply intrigued by theosophy and by Blavatsky's powers. In 1880, he invited her and Olcott to Simla, the Himalayan hill station where the colonial elite spent their summers. There, in the cool mountain air, Blavatsky astounded Sinnett and his wife with feats that Sinnett carefully documented. During a picnic in the Simla woods, for instance, a lady mentioned wistfully that she had lost a cherished antique brooch months before. Blavatsky, after going into a brief, trance-like concentration, announced that the brooch would be found nearby. And sure enough, after a search, the missing brooch was discovered on the ground, wrapped inexplicably in fresh paper. A gift, it seems, delivered by those unseen masters, as Blavatsky claimed. On another occasion, Blavatsky reportedly caused letters from her Mahatma teachers to materialize inside sealed envelopes or in remote locations. Sinnett was thrilled. Here was apparent proof of the hidden Eastern adepts Blavatsky spoke of. And he wrote 2 books as a result: The Occult World in 1881, which described these encounters and phenomena in India, and in 1883, Esoteric Buddhism, which conveyed the spiritual teachings from the Mahatma letters. Despite its title, the book was more theosophy than orthodox Buddhism. In any case, these works stirred excitement in the West and attracted new seekers to theosophy, eager to learn more of the mysterious masters behind Madame Blavatsky. And so, under her guidance, the Theosophical Society flourished in India. Branches opened in cities like Bombay, Madras, and Ceylon, which that's what they used to call Sri Lanka. In Ceylon in 1880, Blavatsky and Olcott made headlines by formally converting to Buddhism, the first Westerners to do so in that era, by the way. They took the 5 precepts from a Sinhalese Buddhist monk, signaling respect for the Buddhist faith. This act endeared them to many local people. Occult even became known for his work in reviving Buddhist education in Ceylon. Blavatsky's identification with India's and Ceylon's religions gave her an almost celebrity-like status among certain circles. Some Indian nationalists later recalled her and Occult with fondness as Westerners who truly valued Indian spiritual teachings. But not everything went smoothly. Blavatsky attempted an alliance with Swami Dayananda's Hindu reform movement, but it fell apart amid a few mutual misunderstandings rather. Dayananda, a staunch Vedic purist, grew suspicious of Theosophy's eclectic approach, and perhaps of Blavatsky's claims of secret masters. And by 1882, he publicly denounced the Theosophists as charlatans, which Blavatsky in turn answered with her own barbed criticisms. Nevertheless, the society pressed on, and in late 1882 Blavatsky and her colleagues established a new international headquarters in Adyar, a suburban district of Madras in South India. And by the way, Madras is now called Chennai, I should add. Well, the Adyar compound, with its spacious garden on the Adyar River, became the heart of the Theosophical World movement going forward. The period from 1879 to 1884 marked the high tide of Blavatsky's influence and activity, but it was also a time of sowing the seeds of turmoil. She was working incessantly, writing, mentoring new disciples, and orchestrating occult demonstrations. Despite recurring health problems, she was suffering from kidney and heart ailments. Those around her sometimes witnessed her go into intense trances, or bear the strain of churning out pages of spiritual correspondence day and night. Her dedication inspired great loyalty, but her volatile temperament also led to friction with staff and associates. In particular, a storm was brewing at Adyar in the form of a couple named Emma and Alexis Coulomb. The Coulomms were acquaintances of Blavatsky, and she had taken them in. They helped with household matters at the headquarters, but by 1884, things were not so friendly. That year, while Blavatsky was on a visit to Europe, the Coulomms turned against her and made explosive allegations. They claimed that the vaunted Mahatma letters and other wonders at Adyar were fabricated with mundane tricks. To back up their charges, they produced letters, allegedly written by Blavatsky to Emma Coulomb, that contained instructions for faking spiritual phenomena, including references to secret doors in Blavatsky's rooms and hidden mechanisms for simulating apparitions. These letters were published by Christian missionaries in Madras who were eager to discredit Blavatsky, whom they of course saw as a threat to their proselytizing efforts. The Coulomb affair, as it came to be known, was a bombshell. Newspapers in India and Europe seized on the scandal, debating whether the famous occultist had been finally unmasked as a fraud. Theosophists loyal to Blavatsky either dismissed the Coulomb letters as forgeries, or argued that they were private jokes taken out of context. Blavatsky herself, returning from Europe to face the crisis, vehemently denied instructing anyone to cheat. But the damage was done. Doubt had been cast on every claim of paranormal aid that she ever invoked. Sensing a threat to the Society's credibility, some members in London approached the Society for Psychical Research in Britain to investigate the phenomena. Blavatsky agreed, hoping an impartial inquiry would vindicate her. In late 1884, the SPR, as the Society for Psychical Research is abbreviated, sent a young researcher, Richard Hodgson, to India. Hodgson interviewed witnesses, inspected Blavatsky's quarters, where he did find secret trapdoors in the wall, though theosophers said these predated her occupancy. So, I don't know. But he also gathered testimony from disaffected insiders like the Coulomms. The result? It was devastating for Blavatsky. In 1885, the SPR published the report, which flatly concluded that Helena Blavatsky was an impostor, one of the most ingenious, accomplished, and interesting frauds in history. His words, not mine. Well, he asserted that the Mahatma letters were penned by Blavatsky herself in disguised handwriting, and that she had engineered fake miracles. Hodgson even insinuated that she might have been a Russian agent spying under the cover of a spiritual movement, but they had pretty scant proof for that theory. The SPR report gave Victorian science a seal of disapproval, and from that point onward, mainstream opinion in the West increasingly labeled Blavatsky as a trickster. It was a bitter blow to her reputation, and decades later, in 1986, an SPR member named Vernon Harrison re-examined Hodgson's work and concluded that it was deeply flawed and biased, effectively challenging the validity of the original verdict. But of course, such reconsideration comes along quite a bit too late. For Blavatsky personally, the immediate consequences were as dire as they could be. Exhausted and ill, she felt hounded by enemies, and at times completely unsupported by those who had once admired her. And so in March of 1885, she left India, never to return, heartbroken to depart the land she loved under a cloud of accusation. As she sailed westward, it seemed possible that the Theosophical Society might not survive the scandal. Yet Blavatsky was not going to abandon her mission. Though physically broken, she retained her spirit and resolved to continue the work of spreading theosophy from a new base in Europe. Blavatsky spent her last 6 years, from 1885 to 1891, in Europe, a period that proved both intensely productive but personally challenging. Initially, she went to Germany and Belgium to recuperate. During 1885 to 86, she lived quietly in Würzburg and then Ostend. It ended by a small circle of loyal students and friends. One of them was Countess Constance Wachtmeister, a Swedish noblewoman who became Blavatsky's companion and helper. The Countess later recalled how, despite recurring bouts of heart trouble and nephritis, Helena would still sit at her desk, writing from early morning until the evening, with only brief pauses for meals. What occupied Blavatsky so fervently was the writing of her magnum opus, The Secret Doctrine. This massive work, published in 2 volumes in 1888, was subtitled The Synthesis of Science, Religion and Philosophy, and it aimed at nothing less than to outline an occult history of the cosmos and humanity. The Secret Doctrine built upon themes from Isis Unveiled, but it went further in systematizing Blavatsky's esoteric worldview. It presented itself as a commentary on an ancient text called the Book of Dzyan, verses that Blavatsky claimed to have translated from archaic Senzar manuscripts that she saw in Tibet. Hard to prove her wrong, I suppose. The first volume dealt with cosmic evolution, describing how the universe and life emerged through vast cycles, or rounds, and how spiritual essence gradually densified into matter and then into time, and would return to the spirit. The second volume focused on human evolution, introducing Blavatsky's elaborate schema of root races, successive great civilizations or stages of humanity leading up to our present state and projecting into the future. With this sweeping cosmology, Blavatsky interwove ideas from Hindu cosmology, Buddhist thought, Western alchemy and Kabbalah, and even contemporary scientific theories. She suggested that Darwinian evolution was just one part of a much grander spiritual evolution guided by karma and cosmic law. Well, to the average reader, The Secret Doctrine was and remains quite challenging. It's a dense, arcane book with spanning mythology, science, and history. A lot of prior reading required. It's worse than that big blue book from Aleister Crowley. I have a good friend in Australia who has that one. He's had it for about 20 years and he hasn't even read it yet. It's quite intimidating. About 2,000 pages long, I think. Well, anyway. Yet for those drawn to occult ideas, it became a kind of Bible for theosophy, The Secret Doctrine, that is, and it showcased Blavatsky's erudition and imaginative power, attempting to synthesize vast realms of knowledge into a single grand narrative. Some contemporaries marveled at how one woman could command such breadth of material. Others noted that she borrowed heavily from earlier authors, and indeed critics accused her of plagiarizing numerous sources in her books. But regardless, The Secret Doctrine cemented Blavatsky's status as the preeminent occult teacher of her time. But it also attached a new wave of converts to the Theosophical Society, especially in Europe and America, where interest in alternative spirituality was on the rise. By mid-1887, Blavatsky had relocated to London, deciding that the heart of the British Empire would be her next field of work. In London she was welcomed by a number of seekers and intellectuals who had read her books and were eager to meet the notorious Madame Blavatsky in person. Despite, or perhaps partly because of her scandalous reputation, she became a magnet for truth-seekers of all stripes. Among those who came into her orbit was a former Anglican clergyman turned mystic, Charles Webster Leadbeater, and a brilliant Irish-born reformer, Annie Besant. Now Besant, her conversion to theosophy became one of Blavatsky's proudest achievements. Initially a skeptic and secularist, Besant was won over after reading The Secret Doctrine and then meeting its author. She would later recall that Blavatsky's presence and wisdom profoundly changed her life. Besant soon emerged as a close confidant that would go on to carry the theosophical torch after Blavatsky's passing. In London, she established a new esoteric circle. She started an English theosophical journal, cheekily titled Lucifer, meaning light-bringer, which raised a few pious eyebrows in Victorian society, no doubt. But she also formed an inner esoteric section of the Theosophical Society for her most dedicated students, entrusting them with deeper spiritual exercises and teachings. Around this time, she produced two more notable books, The Key to Theosophy in 1889, which expounded the theosophical doctrines in a clear question-and-answer dialogue, and The Voice of Silence, 1889, a slender collection of devotional aphorisms that she claimed to have translated from an ancient Egyptian scripture. What this scripture was, she conveniently left out. Well, the works did further spread her ideas and offered guidance to those seeking to live by theosophical principles. Though her health continued to deteriorate, she worked tirelessly. She gave weekly meetings at the Blavatsky Lodge in London, wrote articles and answered correspondence from inquirers around the world, and guided new disciples. But by 1890, she was physically frail, overweight, often confined to a chair by rheumatism, but with a mind as sharp and bold as ever. May 8th, 1891. She passed away at the age of 59 from complications of influenza. On the night before she died, she had turned to a close disciple and implored, "Keep the link unbroken. Do not let my last incarnation be a failure." This plea was Blavatsky's final message to her followers, urging them to carry on the Society's mission. Her death made international news. Even newspapers that had mocked her in the past noted that a remarkable woman had passed from the scene. Honoring her wishes, her friends had her body cremated. Her ashes were divided and sent to 3 places that were dearest to her: India, the United States, and England. Soon after, her devotees instituted an annual celebration on May 8th, White Lotus Day, on which readings from the Bhagavad Gita and The Voice of Silence, one of her last books, commemorate her life and legacy. And I hope I did her justice in telling her story. Ultimately, she remains a bit of a mystery, I think. She was a woman of contradictions, professing pretty lofty ethics and a universal brotherhood, while displaying a fierce temper and egoism too, ridiculing charlatans while being accused of ingenious deceit. But those close to her spoke very warmly of her, that she had a good heart and generosity beneath her gruff exterior. She could curse like a sailor and roar with laughter at a joke, yet also discourse intellectually for hours on the metaphysics of the soul, and that complexity makes her a pretty fascinating character in retrospect. By the time of her death, even her retractors had to admit that Blavatsky had been a force to be reckoned with. And as a final note, as one newspaper eulogized, she was one of the most remarkable women of the century, having catalyzed a worldwide revival of interest in mysticism and the occult.
Ancient Mesopotamia, the land of Sumer, Assyria, Babylon, a place where the supernatural was a part of everyday life. It is in this world that unseen forces could bring disease or misfortune, and of course, specialized practitioners wielded the arcane knowledge to counteract them. In fact, the word occult in the ancient Mesopotamian context encompasses a broad range of hidden arts: divination, exorcism, incantations, necromancy, and in general magic rituals that to us might seem like something out of a story, but to Mesopotamians they were a serious part of life and a very real part of history. But occult knowledge in Mesopotamia was not something that was forbidden or fringe. It was often part of learned tradition and general religious practice. The people of Sumer and Akkad, and later Babylonia and Assyria, believed that the world was teeming with invisible forces. Ghosts, demons, and gods could influence human lives, and magic was just the tool that we needed to manage these forces. This is unlike, say, ancient Egypt, which developed extensive guidebooks for the afterlife. Mesopotamia's approach to the supernatural was pragmatic and quite varied. Knowledge of spells and omens were cultivated by scholarly priests, and by the 3rd millennium BCE we find cuneiform texts recording incantations and protective spells. In fact, the Sumerian word for ghost, gidim, appears on tablets as far back as the early dynastic period, 2900 to 2330 BCE. That certainly indicates a deep-seated belief in these occult practices. Of course, the Mesopotamians imagined themselves in a demon-haunted world. If someone fell ill or sudden misfortune struck, it was commonly attributed to malevolent forces. And it is this mindset that we are brought here to discuss today. Ancient Mesopotamian occultism. What a topic. allow me to welcome you, first, not just to the video, but to the channel. Always good manners to say hello to any newcomers, and if you've not yet clicked the subscribe button, perhaps you'd feel inclined to do so along with leaving a like and a comment down below. It certainly helps push us out in the algorithm, and then more people can experience videos like this, and, well, we can somewhat fight the brain rot on this platform. Now, you will be able to enjoy this video from start to finish completely uninterrupted. Because it's completely ad-free, along with all the other videos on the channel, you won't have any pesky ads coming up in the middle to disrupt the experience. This is possible due to the support we receive on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation through either Super Thanks or the PayPal link, rather. You can find all these links in the pinned comment, video description, and the channel description. Now, with all that being said, welcomes out of the way and e-begging done for, let us get on to the topic for today: Mesopotamian Occultism. So let's first understand its practitioners and how they were trained. You see, far from being outsiders, many occult practitioners were just part of the apparatus of the intellectual elite. Young scribes in Mesopotamia underwent a rigorous education in reading and writing cuneiform, often starting in a tablet school called an eduba, or perhaps under a family tutor if they had one. After mastering the basics, a student could specialize in one of several advanced disciplines. First, divination, barutu, interpreting divine omens from sources like animal entrails, celestial movements, or strange birth defects. Diviners were consulted to reveal the god's will or predict the future. Then we had incantation and exorcism, which is ashputu, the domain of the exorcist, the ashipu, who used spells and rituals to dispel evil influences, whether demons, curses, or ghosts, whichever one it was. They were effectively occult doctors who addressed those supernatural afflictions. And then we had lamentation, that is kalutu. The lamentation priest, called the kalu, would perform chants and prayers to appease gods in rituals. Now, while not magic in the demonic sense, this was another specialization in the broader religious toolkit. Through this advanced training, exorcists and diviners became basically scholar priests. They studied and copied tablets containing centuries-old magical texts. Many texts were written in Sumerian, a language no longer spoken in the first millennium BCE, but preserved as a sacred tongue for incantations. A would-be exorcist had to memorize and master countless incantation formulas, rituals, and proper liturgy to call on gods like A, the patron of wisdom, or Shamash, the sun god and judge, for help. And this was esoteric knowledge, often passed down from father to son. Indeed, some families specialized in the occult art for generations. For example, in the city of Sippar, a prominent family in the 6th century BCE served as exorcists over multiple generations, and left behind an archive of about 300 tablets recorded to their profession. Well, 2/3 of their library was practical business documents, but about 1/3 consisted of magico-medical texts, recipes for remedies and incantations to treat various ailments caused by spirits or sorcery. This shows how integrated the occult was within both scholarship and daily life. Exorcists were, at the same time, healers, priests, and also respected intellectuals. But it is important to distinguish between legitimate magic practitioners, like the Ashibu or Bauru, who operated within that sanctioned religious framework, from the sorcerers who abused malevolent magic, that is, Kishbu in Akkadian. The Mesopotamians did not have a concept of witchcraft, you see, as a separate sort of entity within the magical world, but rather Kishbu referred to harmful magic
essentially, anybody trying to harness spells to injure or just curse somebody, doing bad things, basically. Those who practice such dark arts, now we might call them witches or warlocks, I suppose, were feared and despised. In contrast, the exorcists and diviners were viewed as very positive figures, using occult knowledge for protection and healing. The moral distinction is even reflected in Mesopotamian law. The Babylonian Code of Hammurabi from 1750 BCE has a provision addressing witchcraft. If someone was accused of casting a deadly spell on another, but the accusation could not be proven, the accuser would be put to death for a false accusation. Well, this certainly would discourage anybody from reporting it, I suppose. But if the accusation had some basis, the accused had to undergo an ordeal by water, that is, plunging into the sacred river. Surviving this trial meant that the person was innocent, and the accuser would be executed. Drowning was taken as proof of guilt, and you wouldn't need to execute the accused because, well, they were already dead at the bottom of the river. In any case, it's quite a remarkable law, and it shows two things. First, that the belief in harmful magic was strong enough to warrant a trial by ordeal. Second, that misuse of magic was a serious offense. In Mesopotamia, at that time, there was good magic, sanctioned and rather appreciated, respected by society, and of course bad magic, somewhat less respected and punishable by death. Now what about the witch? Because we mentioned that word, didn't we? We can use it in Mesopotamian law. Well, a bit of a shadowy figure, typically imagined as someone, often a woman but not exclusively, who employed magic to harm others for personal gain or just general malice. Surviving texts depict the fears people had of falling victim to curses, illness, loss of love, sudden business failures. Any unexplained suffering might be blamed on an enemy's spell. One text implores the gods to undo a witch's curse, described as an evil thing sent against a man, which has tied him up like a bundle. The anxiety over witches was not unlike later witchcraft panics in other cultures, actually. Except the difference was in Mesopotamia, where there were no mass witch hunts, no government-sanctioned things like that. Instead, afflicted individuals in Mesopotamia would simply hire an exorcist to break the curse. In fact, some of the most elaborate occult rituals from Mesopotamia are counter-witchcraft ceremonies. The pinnacle is a series of tablets known as maklu, meaning burning. Maklu, from the first millennium BCE, is essentially a comprehensive anti-witchcraft manual. Kind of like a ritual or ceremony. A dramatic overnight ceremony to nullify evil spells and destroy the influence of the malevolent witches. One performance of maklu is recorded to have taken place around 670, perhaps on behalf of the Assyrian king himself. The rite began late in the evening. The exorcist invoked the gods of night, such as the moon god, Sin, and stars, as witnesses, and then set about burning figurines that represented these suspected witches, along with their demonic allies. As the effigies went up in flames, the priest recited incantations condemning the evil forces to their destruction. We actually have a translated excerpt from Maklu's first tablet that gives us a bit of a taste of this ritual fire magic. I'll read it now, actually. I raise up the torch and burn the statues of the demon, the spirit, the lurker, the ghost, and any evil that seizes mankind. Dissolve, melt, drip ever away. May your smoke rise ever heavenward. May the sun extinguish your embers. May the son of A, the exorcist of the gods, cut off your emanations." As these words were spoken, the figurines of the witch and her accomplices were literally melting in the flames. That imagery, dissolve, drip, melt away, emphasizes total annihilation of the evil spell. Through sympathetic magic, destroying the likeness of the witch was believed to destroy her power. The Maklu ritual continued until dawn. Throughout the night, the afflicted patient's room was carefully prepared as a kind of sacred battleground. The exorcist would anoint the patient with holy oil, draw protective magic circles around the bed, and position apotropaic, that is, protective objects at the corners of the room. Various substances might be used too: water for purification, herbs to ward off the evil spirits, and cords with knots that are tied and untied as part of the spell casting. In any case, at the break of day, as sunlight entered, which was considered purifying, the patient would wash themselves in a final cleansing act. By then, according to the ritual texts, the witch's malevolent influence would be nullified. The tablets say the witch's body is turned into a phantom, and her ghost is driven away, implying that any supernatural link or attachment that she had to the victim had been severed. It is notable that Maklu and similar rituals sometimes mention both male and female practitioners of evil magic. The word kishpu, sorcery itself, is gender neutral. However, the stereotype of the witch as female is strong in the incantations. Often the texts single out Kasaptu, the female witch. Nonetheless, the presence of male witches, Kasapu, is acknowledged too. The exorcists in their incantations wanted to cover all bases, I suppose. An evildoer, regardless of gender, needs to be taken care of. The existence of these elaborate counterspells tell us that Mesopotamians saw witchcraft as a real and present danger, but they also believed it could be confronted with the right rituals. Fear of witches was balanced by confidence in the protective magic of the exorcist. People procured amulets, rituals, and all sorts of blessings to guard against envy and occult attacks. Let's take this for an example. A common protective measure was burying small figurines of protective spirits under the thresholds of one house to block entry of malevolent forces. Assyrian kings even buried large statues of guardian demons beneath their palaces to ward off evil. We also find personal incantations meant to be recited by lay people, essentially home magic to protect children, to ensure love and prosperity. Of course, that is to say that professional exorcists were the experts. There was a little bit of basic magical know-how that permeated ordinary society. A little bit of prevention, I suppose, before things got too out of hand. But let's go beyond human witches, because the Mesopotamian occult landscape was certainly crowded with demons too. They were often the boogeyman, blamed for disease, accidents, madness, any little inconvenience. These were not devils in the latter Christian sense, don't quite think of it like that, but more of a collection of malevolent or mischievous entities. Some were personified curses or forces. Others were monstrous figures from old mythology. So let's just name a few. There was Lamashtu, a terrifying female demoness who preyed on infants and pregnant women. Pazuzu, a wind demon with a fearsome visage who, ironically, was invoked to repel Lamashtu. The Utuku and Ekimu, general terms for vengeful spirits. The Urebisu, the lurker, who hid in dark corners to pounce on victims. And the so-called 7 evil spirits who were described as swirling like storms, bringing destruction in their wake. Mesopotamians truly felt surrounded by unseen creatures, any of which could strike, if not kept in check, that is. The job of an exorcist was essentially demonology put into practice. He was a healer of supernatural afflictions, much like a doctor diagnosing an illness. The exorcist would determine which demon or spirit was at fault by observing symptoms or omens, and then choose the appropriate remedy. Tablets from the first millennium BCE preserve dozens of detailed exorcism protocols and incantations. Excuse me. For example, an exorcist manual might say, if a patient suffers nightmares and constant fever, check if a certain demon's influence is indicated. Then perform a particular ritual on a specific day, using particular herbs and incantations. One first millennium text, known to modern scholars, enumerates many types of demons and the formulae to expel, or perhaps appease them. Well, the process of exorcism in Mesopotamia combined spoken spells with physical action. A first-hand description from cuneiform sources tells us that a typical exorcist ritual involved hours of preparation and chanting. The exorcist would recite prayers and incantations, directly addressing the evil entity and commanding it to leave the patient's body or home. But simultaneously, he might invoke benevolent forces, calling on a god or even something like the purifying power of fire and water to aid in banishing the demon. Physical props were important too. Incense could be burned to cleanse the area. Fragrant cedar or juniper smoke was thought to drive demons away. The exorcist also used objects to transfer the evil. A classic technique was to use a figurine or a bit of wool as a proxy for the demon or curse. The incantation would then command the illness or demon to go into that object, which was subsequently disposed of. For instance, burned, buried, or perhaps thrown into a river. By dumping the object, the ailment would, in theory, go away with it. The method is explicitly described, quote, "The evil is put into an image, and that image is cast out." There's a practical psychology behind the magic, I suppose. But exorcists did not only react to possession or illness, they also proactively protected people. For example, families placed plaques or amulets depicting Pazuzu, the demon-turned guardian, into their homes. Pazuzu had a monstrous face, talons and wings, and was believed to scare off other demons. A small bronze Pazuzu figurine might be hung around a pregnant woman's neck to guard her unborn child from the clutches of the evil Lamashtu demon. Likewise, terracotta plaques depicting friendly spirits or angels were used as a kind of magical good vibe, I suppose. Even dogs were considered to be powerful protectors. Archaeologists have found clay dog figurines buried under thresholds with inscriptions like "Do not enter," effectively a kind of guard dog, but in a spiritual sense, I suppose. But what is really fascinating is how systematic Mesopotamian exorcism was. The Ashipu were not improvising on the fly. They drew on large corpuses of written lore. One such text, often called the Exorcist Manual by modern scholars, is a catalogue of incantation series and ritual texts an exorcist should know. It lists names of dozens of tablet series, such as Evil Demons or Burning the Maklu series, that is, indicating that a fully trained exorcist was expected to be familiar with all of the standard works on magic and demonology. So, in essence, Mesopotamia developed an early form of occult science. Knowledge was recorded, standardized, and passed down. A first millennium exorcist in Assyria might still recite Sumerian language incantations that were first composed a millennium or more earlier, treating them as a time-honored formula with inherent power. We even have a glimpse of an exorcist's life from a personal archive found in the city of Assur. It belonged to a man named Kisiru Assur, who lived in the 7th century BCE. Tablets from his library show step by step on how he was trained by his father and grandfather, both exorcists, by the way, carrying forward the family trade. As an apprentice, Kisir Ashur studied medical diagnostics, herbal remedies and magical rites side by side. One tablet from his instruction records how to treat a patient's confusion, believed to be caused by a ghost. The procedure involves sweeping the ground, sprinkling purifying water, setting up an incense burner and offering beer, then crafting a figurine of the ghost out of clay, fat, and wax. The patient would then hold his figurine up to the sun god Shamash, while the exorcist recites a lengthy incantation, effectively presenting the possessing spirit to the divine light to be judged and removed. This mix of medical care and magic was typical. Mesopotamian exorcists did not separate the physical from the spiritual either. If a demon caused a fever, the treatment might involve both a cooling poultice and a spell to cast out the fire demon, as it were. Now, interestingly, some of the remedies prescribed show a degree of clever insight into chemistry and psychology, even if they were couched in ancient magic. One ghost-banishing ritual called for the patient to wear a pouch containing foul-smelling ingredients like sulfur, fish eyes, and goat hair, presumably to repulse the ghost. But one can certainly imagine it might also repel real pests and possibly even clear nasal congestion. Another cure for persistent ghosts was to pour out 3 libations of donkey urine into the house. Sounds a bit bizarre, and I don't think many people would be doing the donkey urine trick in our modern time. Well, actually, you might be surprised. But the rationale was that every thirsty ghost might drink the urine thinking it was beer, and then be so disgusted by the taste that he would flee. Anecdotes like that certainly show the intersection of superstition and a little bit of shrewd creativity in Mesopotamian magic. But if we want to talk about probably the most fascinating but also the most controversial factor of Mesopotamian occult practice, it's probably necromancy. If you don't know what that is, it is the summoning or consulting of the dead. Mesopotamia had a very bleak view of the afterlife, you see. All souls, whether they were good or bad, had to go to Irkala, the land of no return. A pretty dingy underground realm of dust and darkness, ruled over by the goddess Ereshkigal. The dead were thought to be perpetually thirsty and hungry, subsisting on scraps and muddy water, unless their living relatives offered them food and drink, and that is why families made funerary offerings like the Kispu rituals to their ancestors, to keep their spirits at peace, in the world below. A neglected ghost or someone who suffered a troubling death could become a restless ghost, that is, Etumu in Akkadian and Gidim in Sumerian, that roamed the world of the living. These ghosts were not abstract wraiths, however. They retained the personality and the memories of the person. The ghost might return out of anger, love, or perhaps just simply confusion at its plight, not realizing that it was actually dead. In fact, Mesopotamian records have many references to ghosts causing trouble and how to, quote, lay them. It's not what you think. One spell vividly describes a haunting by a lurking ghost, quote, an unknown, unidentified ghost of the roaming, malicious hooligan type who flickers like flame and flashes like lightning, sneaking into houses and terrorizing the living. It doesn't sound good, doesn't it? It's this text that shows how a ghost frightens and snarls at its victim, hiding in corners, slithering along walls and stalking its prey even into the streets. The effect of these ghostly assaults was believed to be real illness. Mesopotamians explained certain sicknesses as, quote, ghost possession. For example, you might get sudden dizziness, nightmares. You might hear disembodied voices, or even something as specific as a person having ringing in the ears persistently. That could be blamed on a ghost literally getting into your head. In fact, cuneiform tablets note that the word for ghost could be written with signs that mean open ear, hinting that the spirit entering through the ear could cause quite a bit of mischief. If someone drowned, their ghost might cause their victim to feel short of breath, like one who has just come up from water. You know what it's like having that pressure on you, that kind of thing. So in this way, the manner of a ghost's death was thought to correlate with the symptoms it inflicted upon the living. A pretty empathetic yet quite eerie concept. So, to get rid of a ghost, Mesopotamian exorcists performed special rituals akin to, well, I suppose it's kind of like Ghostbusters, this kind of thing. Well, the aim was often not so much to destroy the ghost or anything like that, but rather to convince it to return to the underworld where it belonged, kind of to trap the ghost. One common ritual involves setting out a meal for the ghost, bread, water, beer, essentially appeasing it, and then formally bidding it farewell to go home to the realm of the dead. Sometimes more coercive measures would be needed, including making figurines of the ghost and burying them with offerings to symbolically reinter the spirit. There were also incantations addressed to Ereshkigal and Nergal, the gods of the underworld, asking them to drag back a wandering ghost that had escaped their domain. Occasionally, however, the living sought to summon a ghost intentionally. This is necromancy proper, and it was rarer. The evidence for necromancy in Mesopotamia is comparatively scant, which suggests it was not a routine practice, and may have been seen as quite dangerous and impure. Yet we do have a few tantalizing references. The earliest known comes from a 19th century BC Old Assyrian clay letter found in the city of Kanesh in Anatolia. In this letter, two women write to their brother, Imdu Ilu, urging him to return home because they have received an ominous warning about his life. But how did they get the warning? Well, they say that the message came from the god Assur through three sources: a dream interpreter, an omen reader, and the spirits of the dead whom they had consulted. In other words, these women had apparently performed a kind of seance, communicating with ancestral ghosts to try and glean a bit of information. Now, this is in fact the oldest known necromancy on record, and it notably involves women as the practitioners. The tablet doesn't detail the ritual used. Perhaps they poured libations into a pit or used some conduit to reach the dead, but it clearly indicates that under extraordinary circumstances, contacting ghosts was considered a pretty reasonable option. And then we have later texts too, and they allude to necromancy also. Mesopotamian lexical texts, essentially ancient glossaries, contain terms for necromancer, such as Sa ilu shelietemi, literally, the one who asks for the ghost. Another term was Mushelu etemi, quote, the one who raises a ghost, implying the act of making a ghost appear. Now, these professions don't turn up often in actual historical records, again hinting that they were rare or secretive. but necromancy likely carried a stigma. Disturbing the dead was potentially an affront to the gods. Interestingly, in the first millennium, Babylonian and Assyrian texts, necromancy is sometimes listed among illicit magical practices, right up there with witchcraft, as things that an exorcist might be called in to counteract. But still, Mesopotamian literature shows the idea of speaking with the dead captured the imagination. In the famous Sumerian myth, Gilgamesh, that hero king from Uruk, I've done a full reading of it on this channel, by the way, if you're interested in that, the readings playlist. He manages to summon the spirit of his dead friend Enkidu from the underworld for a conversation. In the story, Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the netherworld, Enkidu's ghost climbs up like a gust of wind through a crack in the earth after gods allow him to return briefly. Gilgamesh eagerly asks him what he has seen among the dead, and Enkidu's spirit replies with haunting images. For example, he says that those who died without proper heirs or burial fare poorly, whereas those who had many sons and proper funerals sit content. At one point, Gilgamesh asks, "Did you see my little stillborn children who never knew existence?" Enkidu answers, "I saw them. They play at a table of gold and silver, laden with honey and ghee." This poignant scene of miscarried infants being cared for in the afterlife is kind of a rare gentle note in Mesopotamian underworld lore, but it also implies that through necromancy or divine favor, getting knowledge from the dead was possible. In any case, Gilgamesh managed to learn secrets that only a dead man could know. Once again, the full story is quite complex, but it's definitely well worth listening to. It is accounts like this that blur the line between approved religious communication and the taboo art of necromancy. In practice, what an exorcist might do if necromancy was required would be to perform a ritual at night, often in a special pit or hole in the ground called an apu. Texts in Akkadian and even other ancient languages suggest that a spirit pit could be used to let a ghost come up to the surface. Offerings of food or drink would be placed to attract the ghost too. So you might imagine a pretty eerie nocturnal ceremony. There's no way to dress it up as something that is pleasant, I suppose. A pit gets dug in a courtyard. The exorcist chants over it while pouring beer and honey to entice a spirit upward, and perhaps holding a human skull as a focal point for the spirit. In fact, at least one late Babylonian ritual involved using a skull as a vessel for a summoned ghost. The skull, likely obtained from a burial ground, would house the spirit temporarily, so it could be questioned safely, and then it would be reburied to send the ghost back to the underworld. Certainly, practices like that were deemed as dangerous and double-edged. The same ghosts that could provide wisdom about the future or hidden matters could also bring madness or curse the living if they were not handled correctly. So you better get a pretty good exorcist. Definitely not the realm for those, just for the layman, I suppose. And it is quite telling that later civilizations, like the Israelites, banned necromancy, like the Bible story of the Witch of Endor, who summoned the ghost of Samuel at King Saul's behest. It's essentially a tale about necromancy, and it portrays Saul's acts as desperate and sinful. Mesopotamia, being older, shows us the likely template for such beliefs. Necromancy was a secret art, perhaps quietly acknowledged, but certainly not openly celebrated. Now, while exorcists might be called in for serious causes of haunting or even demonic possessions, magical thinking pervaded daily life in general. People used simpler charms and folk remedies for common needs, a sort of everyday occultism, alongside the high ceremonial magic. So let's talk about a few of them. First, we have in terms of health and healing. Many illnesses were treated with a combination of practical remedies and incantations. A tablet might prescribe a salve for a wound alongside with a spoken charm to draw out the infection. One Mesopotamian cure for toothache actually involves chewing on a certain root while reciting a myth about the toothworm. Effectively, a spell that coaxes the pain to leave. Healers, who could also be the same as exorcists or other specialists called ashu, believed that diseases had supernatural agents. So a fever might be the breath of a demon, to be driven out with both cooling herbs and anti-demon incantations. Then we have protective amulets too, and this is actually very common. So ordinary people wore amulets inscribed with prayers, or perhaps even images of protective deities. The common amulet for travelers was a small clay tablet or cylinder seal depicting the sun god Shamash, or sometimes the storm god Adad, hoping for their protection as they travel on the road. Children might wear charms too, to guard against Lilith-du, night spirits akin later to Lilith, or just the evil eye in general. And even names could be magical. Parents often gave babies theophoric names, like Ili Shuma, my God has heard, to invoke divine guardianship from birth. And that's kind of like Egyptian names too. Yeah, there's a bit of that going on in Egypt as well. Well, we also have hints of love spells and fertility rituals. One incantation found on a tablet is effectively a love charm of sorts, calling upon Ishtar to inflame the heart of a desired lover. And on the flip side, there were charms to restore sexual potency or cure impotence, a topic of enough concern that there's entire stories of old Babylonian incantations for virilities, sometimes referred to the Sumerian phrase Sazigar, meaning rise up. Well, these might involve making an amulet with certain herbs and reciting a plea to a god or goddess of passion. But then there's just the domestic magic too. Simple folk rituals that might be done at home without the real need for a priest. For example, if one's house felt infected by bad luck, a family might sweep out the house while verbally sweeping out the misfortune, and then sprinkle salt or flour at the doorway while invoking blessings. A pretty mundane act with magical intent. Another everyday practice was the use of figurines or drawings to avert evil. A homeowner might bury a tiny figurine of a protective genie at each cardinal point of the house's foundation during construction, essentially installing a spiritual guard post. Cuneiform instructions for building a new house often include prayers on how to make it a house with a happy heart, free of evil, bridging architecture and magic together. So the key point is that Mesopotamian magic wasn't confined to temple dark rooms or royal courts. It was right there, in the living rooms of normal people. The boundary between religion, medicine, and magic was quite a porous one. A mother's lullaby to her child could double as a protective spell, asking the gods to keep away nightmares. A farmer seeing pests on his crops might recite a charm to appease the demons of locusts, as well as physically try to remove them. Effectively, in their mindset, visible actions and invisible appeals went hand in hand. But if we're talking about Mesopotamian occult stuff, we can't really not mention the divination act of it. And that is reading signs and, things like that, kind of like augury, to gain secret knowledge, the future or the will of the gods. Now, while divination was highly respected, even more in the exorcism in some contexts, it can be considered part of the occult because, well, it involves hidden knowledge and elaborate rituals quite often. The Mesopotamians were famed in the ancient world for their divinatory arts,
Later cultures like the Greeks and Romans looked to Chaldeans, a term they used for Babylonian star priests as masters of astrology. Well, Mesopotamian diviners used a bewildering array of methods too. So let's go with the first one, which is liver divination, which is hepatoscopy. Hepatoscopy, perhaps. Yeah, let's go hepatoscopy. That sounds better. Well, it's perhaps the most distinctive method. This involved examining the liver of a sacrificed sheep or goat. The liver was seen as a microcosm of the universe, you see. Diviners would inspect lobes, spots, and strange markings on the liver's surface, each which would correspond to an omen in their textbooks. Thousands of clay liver models and manuals have been found too, indicating how formalized this practice was. For example, a manual might say, if the liver's gallbladder is elongated and points to the left, it means an enemy's army will advance. Kings routinely asked diviners to perform liver readings before battles or important decisions. And then we have, of course, astrology. And, well, traditionally Mesopotamia is seen as the birthplace of this practice. By the 2nd millennium BCE, Babylonian scholars were recording the movements of planets and noting correlations with real-world events. The massive compendium, Enuma Anu Enlil, compiles hundreds of celestial omens. Let's look at a typical entry. If Venus disappears in the west and remains hidden for however many days, there will be famine in the land. You see, these star readers believed that the gods wrote messages in the sky, but they weren't clear, always a little cryptic. It was up to them to decode them, and if you could decode them, well, you could prepare for what was to come. This is less like personal horoscope astrology and more like state omens. It was used to advise kings about the fate of their kingdom. But of course, one can only imagine that normal people would be making their own observations of the night sky. After all, we all look on the same sky, don't we? Well, next we have dream interpretation. Another accepted form of divination was interpreting people's dreams and visions, this kind of thing. Special diviners, or sometimes even exorcists, might be called to interpret a perplexing dream. They had dream omen lists, much like the omen lists for livers and stars. For instance, one might consult a tablet that says something like, if a man dreams he's flying over the earth, it is a good omen, meaning he will attain a position of power. Or perhaps, if someone dreams about a river flowing with blood, it means that disease is about to strike. In any case, dreams were considered one way the gods, or perhaps even ghosts, communicated with the living. And then they had the normal, everyday omens. The Mesopotamians also read meaning into chance events. If a certain kind of bird flew by one's right, it could be lucky. But if a black cat crossed the road, yes, that's right, even then, it goes pretty far back, doesn't it? Well, that might be a warning. There were omens drawn from the shapes of oil poured on water, from the way smoke rose from a fire, even from the patterns that worms made in wood. Pretty much anything unusual could carry a message. It was just up to the observer to interpret it. I suppose it's a bit of fun in any case. In any case, it did take an expert to give a proper reading, though, to look up traditional interpretations, but still, like I said, as with the night sky, really anyone can observe that and make up what they want. But importantly, divination was not considered magic in the sense of casting spells, but it was part of the same intellectual sphere that often practiced by the same learned scribes. The diviner, Baru,
might work alongside the exorcist, one diagnosing the future or uncovering hidden causes, the other performing the remedy. Let's take, for example, if ill omens suggested the king was in danger from a curse, the exorcist would then be summoned to perform the apotropaic or protective rituals to avert that fate. Quite proud of myself pronouncing that word properly. Well, the sheer volume of divination texts in Mesopotamia certainly is a testament to how much they valued knowing the hidden truth. A king like Esarhaddon of Assyria, 7th century BCE, never undertook a major campaign without multiple divinations. He would have priests inspect dozens of livers and watch the skies for months for any sign of divine disfavor. If the omens were bad, he might delay war or perform additional rituals to try and change the fate. And that certainly is a theme in the occult, the desire for control in a very uncertain world. And by mastering this occult knowledge, whether incantations to banish a demon or omens to foresee danger, the Mesopotamians sought to impose a measure of order on that very unorderly world around them. So we can certainly see that the occult traditions of ancient Mesopotamia present a pretty rich history of human attempts to engage with the unseen. For over 3,000 years, from the first Sumerian city-states to the late Babylonian Empire, priests and practitioners refined a pretty complex system of magical and divinatory knowledge. And they left behind not only fascinating tales of demons and ghosts, but also a kind of proto-scientific methodology, catalogues of symptoms and spells, observations of the heavens, experiments in ritual efficacy, all carefully recorded on clay. We're quite lucky they did that. Clay lasts a lot longer than papyrus. The fact that a significant portion of Mesopotamian literature survives is related to magic and divination shows how central the occult really was. And in a way, the occult was both feared and respected. People feared malevolent magic with the wrath of demons, but they also deeply respected the professionals who could harness supernatural powers for good. Exorcists and diviners held prestigious positions at court and temples. The texts were copied generation after generation, even as the spoken language changed. That indicates certainly a reverence for this wisdom. The legacy of the practices did not vanish with Babylon's fall either. Through the Babylonians and Assyrians, elements of Mesopotamian occult knowledge trickled down into other cultures. The Hittites, Canaanites, and others of the Near East adopted or paralleled many Mesopotamian spells and demons. Later, Greek and Roman writers knew of Babylon's astrological prowess, and the Chaldean experts whose star lore shaped horoscopic astrology still practiced today. Even the concept of exorcism in religious traditions, the idea that a trained holy person could come and cast a demon out, that is certainly uncanny echoes of the Mesopotamian Ashibutu. Some scholars see lines of continuity, for instance between Mesopotamian demons, Pazuzu, and later Middle Eastern demonology, or between the incantation formulas and biblical psalms of protection. It certainly rhymes, and everything comes from somewhere. Yet beyond influence, it is stories and details that really captivate us. So we come away from studying Mesopotamian occultism today with a pretty striking image. That lone figure, that lone exorcist, doing his ritual bonfire, consuming the wax figures of witches, a ghost bound by a clay image, a young woman leading him back to the underworld, priests peering at the liver of a sheep for hints of the future, or an ancient father whispering a Sumerian spell to cure his sick child. These are the scenes among the oldest recorded evidence of humanity's fascination with the unseen world. And like we said at the start, This world was not a separate fringe realm, but it was just daily existence. An unseen partner, but always there. Those cuneiform tablets, painstakingly deciphered by modern scholars, reveal that our ancestors in the cradle of civilization grappled with many of the same fears that later generations, including our own, have. Fear of death, illness, unknown calamity. And they responded with creativity and ritual. So next time you're crossing your fingers behind your back, or perhaps whispering, please, 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 when you want something to happen, well, that comes from a long tradition. Perhaps after 5,000 years, or even longer, it is just built into the human psychology. Perhaps it always will be. The sun rises over the Nile as an Egyptian healer prepares for another day's work. In a small mud brick clinic by the temple, jars of herbs and minerals line the shelves, and the air is thick with the scent of incense. Finally, a patient arrives. He's wounded his arm. The physician carefully washes the injury with wine and honey and recites a quiet prayer to invoke the protection of the divine. This could easily be a scene from ancient Egypt, a land where medicine and magic walked hand in hand. From the dawn of pharaonic civilization, the Egyptians developed rich traditions of healing practices that combined practical treatment with spiritual relief. They recorded their medical knowledge on papyrus scrolls, performed surgeries with copper tools, and truly believed that gods and demons could influence health. Today, we will journey through thousands of years of Egyptian history, exploring how their medicine evolved from the early days of pyramid builders to the eras of the great pharaohs. We'll rely on ancient sources of legendary physician priests, examining the medical papyri they left behind, step into the healing temples, and discover the ailments of remedies of a long-ago world. So I hope you're ready, and I hope you're excited to be immersed in the story of medicine along the Nile. It's one of innovation, mysticism, and the timeless human quest to cure our illness. But first, let me welcome you. Oh, it's so good to see you. Any new people coming should click that subscribe button, located conveniently next to the like button. And thank you dearly to those supporting on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store. You have my thanks. With that being said, customary introductions out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our journey back to ancient Egypt together. Healing in ancient Egypt. It began in prehistoric times and developed during the early dynastic period. We're really going back to the earlier practices. You see, even before medical texts were even thought about being written, archaeological evidence suggests that Egyptians had at least some knowledge of treating injuries. Skeletal remains show well-healed bone fractures, indicating effective splinting and care. The world's first known physicians emerged in Egypt's early history. One record preserved by later historians speaks of a healer named Sekhet Enak, who served the pharaoh Sahura of the 5th dynasty. And that's the 25th century BC, by the way. Apparently, he knew what he was doing because he cured the king's nasal illness. While the exact date in that account is uncertain, it reflects the high esteem for healers even in the Old Kingdom. By around 2650 BC, during the 3rd dynasty, the famed polymath Imhotep rose to prominence. He served as a vizier, that is the chief minister, to King Djoser, and was renowned as a physician, architect, and sage. Egyptian tradition credited him with exceptional medical wisdom. Many Egyptologists even speculate that later medical writings, though compiled long after Imhotep's time, might echo his teachings. Think of him in the way that the Greeks have Galen. Yes, the Greeks have Galen. The Egyptians had Imhotep. In fact, Imhotep's reputation grew so great that over 2 millennia later, he was actually deified as a god of healing, the only mortal in Egyptian history to attain full godhood in medicine. So he must have knew what he was doing for sure. Well, as we go into the Old Kingdom, that is 2700 to 2200 BC, physicians held quite respected positions at court and in society. We know this from tomb inscriptions, which give glimpses into these early doctors. For example, the Hesi-Ra, who lived around 2600 BC, is often cited as the first recorded physician and dentist. His titles included Wer Ibe Senjui, which scholars translate as Great One of the Dentists or Physicians, indicating he oversaw general dental care and medicine. Hesi-Ra's tomb art even depicts him in the act of treating patients, confirming that organized medical practice was certainly taking root at this time. Interestingly, his titles also name him a chief of scribes and a magician, showing that an accomplished Egyptian healer was expected to be literate and versed in magical rituals as well as practical techniques. It's a blend of roles: the scribe, the doctor, the priest/magician. It would characterize Egyptian medicine throughout its history. By the end of the Old Kingdom, Egyptian healers had established a solid foundation of medical knowledge, much of it likely passed down orally or through temple training. They understood basic anatomy from practical experience and possibly from religious rituals like mummification, which was beginning to be developed at very early times. There are hints that early physicians performed simple surgeries. A tomb at Saqqara from around 2500 BC contains carvings that may depict surgical operations. In one famous 6th Dynasty tomb, a scene shows what appears to be the circumcision of a patient, one of the earliest depictions of surgery on the human body. By this time, healing was a valued profession, and Egyptians would continue to expand their medical expertise in the centuries to come. Well, we're certainly off to a good start, aren't we? Well, as Egyptian civilization progressed, healers began recording their knowledge on papyrus scrolls, and that's left us with some of the oldest medical texts in history. These medical papyri are primary sources, and they let us glimpse into ancient diagnoses, treatments, and even the spells used by doctors. As like I said, they walk hand in hand. The surviving documents span over a millennia, circa 1900 to 1200 BC, and cover various specialties. The Egyptian papyri were typically written in the cursive hieratic script, which is a simplified form of hieroglyphs, using black ink for the main text and red ink for headings or highlights. They often start by invoking a deity or giving credit to a legendary figure like Imhotep, then proceed to list cases, prescriptions, or incantations. One of the earliest extant medical texts is the Kahun Gynecological Papyrus, dated to around 1825 BC, the 12th dynasty. Discovered in 1889 at the town of Kahun, this papyrus focuses on women's health, obviously. It contains 34 sections dealing with gynecological problems, fertility, and pregnancy. Each section provides a description of symptoms, guidance for diagnosis, and then recommending a treatment. Notably, all remedies in the Kahun papyrus are non-invasive, reflecting a conservative approach to internal ailments. Of course, you didn't really have anesthetic back then, didn't you? wanted to avoid cutting people open as much as possible. There is one interesting little remedy in the papyrus to promote contraception. One Kohn recipe advises mixing crocodile dung with honey or sour milk and inserting it as a pessary. A striking, if unappealing, method that perhaps relied on creating a physical barrier. Well, I would guess that that's a pretty effective contraception. I don't think you'd have many men going near you with that. Well, either way, jokes aside, the document shows that by the Middle Kingdom, Egyptian doctors had a specialized understanding of female productive health and were systematically recording their cases and remedies. Another invaluable text is the Edwin Smith Surgical Papyrus, dating to about 1600 BC. It was purchased in the 19th century by Edwin Smith, an American collector, and later translated by archaeologist James Breasted. The papyrus is essentially an ancient trauma surgery manual and stands out for its rational and almost modern approach. It presents 48 clinical cases of injuries to the head, neck, torso, and limbs. For each case, the text describes how the wound looks and feels, the examination, and gives a diagnosis or prognosis. This ailment I will treat, or in some cases, an ailment not to be treated. And then it outlines the treatment, if there is one. The Edwin Smith Papyrus shows Egyptian surgeons employing advanced practices. Wounds were closed with stitches, bandaged with lint, and treated with antiseptic applications such as honey to prevent infection. Bleeding was staunched by pressing raw meat on the wound to encourage clotting. There are detailed instructions for setting broken bones too and dislocated joints. For instance, instructions to immobilize the head and neck for neck injuries, much as modern first aid would do. One case even describes a cervical spine injury with paralysis, correctly noting it as untreatable and likely fatal, which indicates keen observation of cause and effect. The Smith Papyrus is remarkably empirical and contains very little magic. It almost reads like a military field medic handbook. However, on the back of the scroll, call that the verso, by the way, a few magical spells are recorded, perhaps added later as a supplement. This unique text may be a copy of a much older work, though some attributed its content to around 2600 BC, possibly reflecting the era of Imhotep. But regardless of authorship, it demonstrates that Egyptian surgery, especially in trauma care, was highly developed for the time. Egyptian doctors recognized which cases they could handle and which were hopeless. They categorized injuries as treatable, contestable, or untreatable. A triage system is outlined as follows. Treatable injuries were those that dealt with active interventions. Dealt with immediately, rather. Then we have contestable injuries, that is, serious but not life-threatening wounds, where the patient might survive without intervention. In such cases, the physician would observe and only step in if needed. And then we have untreatable ailments, injuries so severe that there was just nothing they could do. The physician would not intervene beyond measures of comfort. This pragmatic approach saved resources for those patients who could be helped and shows a clinical wisdom in ancient Egyptian medicine. The Ebers Papyrus is another monumental medical compendium, written around 1550 BC during the New Kingdom. At over 20 meters long, I'm not joking, 20 meters, it is one of the most extensive and best preserved medical papyri. The Ebers Papyrus is essentially a herbal and magical encyclopedia, containing about 700 recipes and remedies for all manners of ailments. It covers diseases of the eyes, internal organs, skin, digestive problems, dental issues, and more. Significantly, Ebers includes a section often called the Treatise on the Heart, which reveals that the Egyptians did have an understanding, if rudimentary, of the cardiovascular system. It notes that the heart is the center of the blood supply, with vessels leading to every part of the body. These vessels, according to Ebers, carry not only blood, but also air, water, and other fluids to the limbs and organs, and if they become blocked by evil or waste matter, illness occurs. This concept of bodily channels prefigures later ideas of circulation, albeit mixed with a few spiritual notions of evil substances causing blockages, but hey, it is what it is. But the Ebers Papyrus also demonstrates the pervasive use of magic alongside medicine. It explicitly states, magic is effective together with medicine. Medicine is effective together with magic, emphasizing that both approaches were seen as complementary. Many prescriptions in Ebers are paired with incantations to be chanted while administering treatment to enlist supernatural help. For example, a remedy for burns might also require reciting words invoking the goddess Isis to draw out the pain. The Ebers collection includes remedies for crocodile bites, pains from head to toe, and even household pests. It has spells to rid a house of rats and scorpions, which I'm sure is pretty useful. Remedies range from the practical to the bizarre, a mixture of science and superstition, certainly characteristic of much of Egyptian healing literature. That's what makes it so fascinating, I think. But beyond these three famous papyri, many other medical texts have been found, showing the breadth of the real knowledge. The Hurst Papyrus of 1550 BC is a collection of recipes for internal and external ailments, heavily utilizing honey. The Berlin Papyrus of 1300 includes sections on obstetrics and an introduction to the heart and vessels similar to the Ebers. The London Medical Papyrus, circa 1300 BC, contains both medical and magical recipes, illustrating that crossover. The Charles Beatty Medical Papyrus of 1200 BC specializes in proctology, with treatments for anal ailments. In total, scholars have identified fragments of over 40 medical papyri from ancient Egypt, covering everything from ophthalmology to pediatrics. These papyri were often stored in temple libraries or houses of life, as they were called, per Ankh, which were part scriptorium, part school, and possibly part clinic. Together, the texts paint an impressive picture. By the New Kingdom, Egyptian medicine was literate, codified, and wide-ranging. The tone of authority and detail in these scrolls suggests that they were based on long experience. They were practical manuals for practicing healers. Through the papyri, the wisdom of Egyptian physicians could be passed down through generations. Of course, as you can imagine, in ancient Egyptian society, physicians were held in quite high regard, often considerable of status and privilege. Being a physician usually meant part of the educated elite. Most doctors were trained scribes, as literacy was essential to read the medical papyri and to record cases. And scribes were among the most respected classes in Egypt, so doctor-scribes occupied a especially honored social position, sometimes even serving directly under the pharaoh. In fact, many physicians also bore priestly titles and served in temples, once again blurring the line between religious and medical professions. For instance, doctors frequently served as, quote, priests of Sekhmet, Sekhmet being the lion-headed goddess of war and plague, who also had the power to avert disease. The Egyptians believed Sekhmet could unleash epidemics or protect people from them, so her priest-physicians were considered very powerful healers. An inscription might refer to a healer as servant of Sekhmet, or one whom Sekhmet has taught, indicating a divine endorsement of their medical skill. Egyptian physicians could be highly specialized, a fact noted even in antiquity. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing around 450 BC, marveled at the, quote, the practice of medicine, rather, is so divided among them that each physician is a healer of one disease and no more. The country is full of physicians, some for the eyes, some for the teeth, some for the belly, and others for hidden diseases. This suggests that by the late period, Egyptian medicine had departments, each focusing on their own field. Indeed, well, it's quite funny that the specific title for a proctologist is the guardian of the anus, which, well, you can't help but laugh at that. But there's also another one, the shepherd of the royal rectum, somewhat humorous-sounding title for the pharaoh's enema specialist. These are the kind of things that appear in the medical texts, confirming a degree of specialization. Well, such specialization likely existed earlier as well. For example, tomb inscriptions from the Old and Middle Kingdom mention eye physicians of the palace or court dentists. And as noted, Hezirah held the title of chief dentist, implying a focus on dental health as early as the 3rd dynasty. We also know of Pesachet, 2500 BC, a woman who carried the title overseer of female physicians. She's the earliest known female doctor by name, and may have trained other women in medicine. Her existence, mentioned in an Old Kingdom tomb inscription, confirms that women could practice as physicians in Pharaonic Egypt too. While the majority of known doctors were male, sure, there is evidence that women worked as midwives, healers, and even official physicians, especially in treating female patients. The training of a physician typically took place in temple institutions called houses of life. These were libraries and teaching centers attached to major temples, such as the one at Heliopolis. That means city of the sun, by the way. It's a Greek name for it, Helios being sun, Polis being city. Also at Thebes and later at Sais. A student physician would study medical papyri, learn anatomy and herbalism, and also be instructed in religious rites. Much of the curriculum would involve memorizing recipes and spells from existing texts and observing experienced doctors' work. By the New Kingdom, there was a clear hierarchy among doctors, as indicated by titles found in stelae and papyri. There were ranks such as chief of physicians, eldest physician, overseer of physician, and inspector of physicians. For example, an inspector of doctors might have been responsible for evaluating practitioners or administering medical services in a certain region. At the very top, some physicians served as royal doctors in the pharaoh's court. These might accompany the king and treat the royal family. And the prestige, of course, was immense, some even rewarded with lavish tombs. One inscription from the New Kingdom mentions a court physician who was also, quote, chief of the king's writers, highlighting that doctors could attain high administrative office too. It is important to note that in Egypt, the roles of the physician, the priest, and magician could and often did overlap significantly. Many doctors were technically priests, especially of deities connected to healing. We're talking about Sekhmet, Thoth, and later Imhotep after he was deified. Conversely, many temple priests had knowledge of practical healing for ailments of their flock. This dual role was not seen as conflicting. Rather, it was somewhat expected. Egyptians didn't sharply separate what we call medicine from religion or magic. They saw it as a holistic enterprise to restore Ma'at in a sick person, Ma'at being that cosmic order and balance. Thus the healer's status was somewhat multifaceted, part scholar, scientist, and part clergyman. Being learned in medical texts and skilled in drug preparation was important, just as knowing the right prayers and incantations to invoke divine aid was. This combination of attributes made the physician-healer a respected and somewhat a feared individual in the community, one who dealt with the forces of life and death and the supernatural. Of course, to the ancient Egyptians, spiritual forces were just entwined with health and sickness. There was no strict division between rational cures and magical ones. Both were employed together. You may as well have as many weapons against the illness as you can, right? That was the logic. In fact, there's an oft-quoted line from the Ebers Papyrus that declares, "Magic is effective together with medicine. Medicine is effective together with magic." And this encapsulates the Egyptian approach. Physical remedies and spiritual rituals, hand in hand. The Egyptians believed that many illnesses were caused by supernatural agents, the wrath of a god, the malice of a ghost, or the presence of a malevolent spirit or demon. A person's health was seen as a reflection of their relationship with the divine order. If someone fell ill without an obvious injury, it might be blamed on invisible arrows shot by angry gods, perhaps a curse or the intrusion of some entity into the body. For instance, fevers and plagues might be seen as sent by Sekhmet when she was enraged. Nightmares or seizures could be attributed to some kind of demonic possession. Therefore, magical spells, incantations, and religious rituals were just a standard part of treatment protocols, not a last resort. A doctor was expected to know which incantation to recite for a snake bite, and which god or goddess to invoke for a particular malady. The practice of Heka, the Egyptian concept of magic, was itself deified in the form of the god Heka, who personified magical power. Heka was often depicted as assisting the creator god in bringing order to the world, and by extension, he was called upon by healers to restore order, that being health, in the human body. In fact, Heka, magic, was considered a legitimate force of nature, much like gravity or electricity today, that a skilled practitioner could harness. Doctors were trained in these magical arts as well. They were effectively physician-magicians. A healing session for an internal illness typically involved both therapeutic remedies, that is, potions, herbs, and poultices, and also ritual actions, the burning of incense, making offerings to a god, wearing protective amulets, and reciting spells. An ancient Egyptian patient might have an ointment applied to their skin, while the physician simultaneously chanted a spell like, "Fly out, scourge of the god, come forth upon the earth," something like that. Certain gods and goddesses were specifically associated with healing and frequently involved. We've already mentioned Sekhmet. Well, Sekhmet could both cause and cure epidemics. Her priests were learned in diagnosis and in performing rituals to appease her and avert plague. Isis and her son Horus were also central to magical healing myths. Isis was said to have healed Horus from a deadly scorpion sting using the power of spells, and thus Egyptian healers often recited the spell of Isis for snake bites and scorpion stings. Amulets bearing the image of Isis, Horus as a child, or the eye of Horus, the Udyat eye, were common protective talismans used in healing to ward off harm. Another goddess, Serket, was a patroness of venomous bites, and would be invoked for anyone bitten by snakes or scorpions. Thoth, the god of wisdom, was thought to author many healing formulas. Doctors might utter, "Come, Thoth, with your magic," and heal this patient. But overarching all of this was that concept of cosmic balance, Mart, which healers sought to restore in a sick person's body and spirit. Every illness could be seen as an imbalance or disruption of harmony that needed to be set right through both physical and spiritual means. Magical practice in medicine also involved the use of symbolic objects and written spells. Often, a priest-physician would prepare a written spell on a scrap of papyrus or linen bandage, and then bind it to the patient as an amulet. Alternatively, a spell might be inscribed on a bowl, which was then washed out with water. The patient would drink the water, thus ingesting the magic in a literal way. Some artifacts called magical wands or rods, carved with protective deities, have been found in tombs and are thought to have been used by magicians to circle around a patient, drawing a protective boundary. For childhood illnesses, a common practice was to place a statue of the household god Bes or Taweret near the child's bed to scare the demons away. Words themselves were considered to have power. Knowing the secret names of demons or gods could give one control over them. Egyptian healers memorized many such names and spell formulas for use in cures. Even in documents that are largely practical, like the medical papyri we discussed, spells are frequently mentioned. For example, the London Medical Papyrus contains 61 recipes, and 36 of them are purely magical, incantations to cure diseases by expelling evil forces. The Brooklyn Papyrus, from the 4th century BC, a little bit more modern, I suppose, is an entire manual on snakebite treatment that interweaves antidotes with lengthy spells, enumerating every mythical name of snake demons to nullify their venom. In daily life, when people face disease, they often turn first to magical solutions. An individual with a persistent headache might wear a headband inscribed with a prayer to Thoth, or a mother might recite a charm over her feverish child, invoking the cooling breath of the north wind. These practices were not seen as contrary to medical treatment, just essential parts of it. The worldview of ancient Egyptians simply did not separate the seen and unseen realms when it came to health. In sum, spirituality, magic, and medicine were fully integrated into Egypt's healing practices, reflecting a more holistic approach. To heal the body, one must placate the gods and banish away any evil influences afflicting the soul. While magic played its part, sure, the ancient Egyptian physician was also a practical doctor, and he was equipped with an array of surgical tools and medical techniques. Archaeological finds and tomb illustrations have revealed a remarkable collection of instruments that Egyptian surgeons used, many of which have recognizable modern counterparts. In the inscriptions, we see depictions of items such as scalpels, forceps, scissors, hooks, lancets, probes, and even something akin to tweezers and pincers. These instruments were crafted from materials available at the time. Early on, sharpened flint or stone blades were used for incisions, later replaced by copper or bronze knives as metalworking advanced. And by the New Kingdom, some surgical tools were made of bronze alloy, which could be shaped into fine blades and was easily cleaned. The famous temple relief at Com Ombo, Ptolemaic period but reflecting earlier designs, shows a set of surgical implements including saws for bone, forceps, a mortar and pestle for preparing remedies, and containers that likely held antiseptic substances like honey. The Egyptian physician's approach to surgery was a cautious one but competent for the time. Because internal surgery was risky in an era without anesthetic or knowledge of infection control, most Egyptian surgery focused on external injuries and superficial conditions. The Edwin Smith Papyrus demonstrates the systematic treatment of trauma wounds. For a deep cut, the instructions were to suture the wound, close with needle and thread, and then apply raw meat on day 1 to stop the bleeding, and honey and lint bandages on the subsequent days to prevent infection and promote healing. The use of honey is repeatedly attested with good reason. Honey does indeed have natural antibacterial properties. Modern science has confirmed this, and the Egyptians wisely used it as a wound dressing in about 500 different remedies. They also employed resin and grease in wounds, ingredients that will help seal a wound from air and perhaps reduce infection. If a wound became infected or an abscess formed, Egyptian surgeons would open and drain it. One papyrus recommends lancing an abscess and inserting a strip of linen as a drain. They even understood a bit of orthopedics. A dislocated joint like a shoulder or jaw would be manually reduced or snapped back into place, using techniques quite similar to those still used today. Splints were devised from broken limbs. These could be made from wooden splints or even tightly bound bundles of reeds, padded with linen to immobilize the fracture. In one case, a type of plaster cast is described. Linen bandages soaked in a glue-like substance that hardened around the injured limb to hold it firm. Minor surgical procedures were pretty common. Bloodletting, however, was not a major part of Egyptian practice, unlike later Greek medicine, but they did use cauterization to stop bleeding, or to treat certain lesions. They treated boils and cysts by cutting them open. There is evidence from mummies that dentistry was attempted. A 4th dynasty skull was found to have a hole drilled in the jaw, likely to drain an abscess under a molar tooth. Toothaches were a prevalent problem due to the coarse bread that wore down the teeth. Healers would prescribe topical treatments for pain, and in some cases might have even pulled loose teeth, though extractions are not well documented. A famous example of early prosthetics is a wooden prosthetic toe found on a mummy, showing attempts to surgically replace a lost body part for functional or cosmetic reasons. Egyptian surgeons were also adept at eye surgery for surface eye conditions. They could excise growths or drain inflamed eyelids. Many remedies for eye ailments are in the papyri, often combined with magic to address the very common problem of ophthalmic infections. But perhaps the most routinely performed surgical procedure was circumcision. Evidence suggests that it was a coming-of-age ritual for males, and physicians likely carried it out with a flint or bronze blade. An Old Kingdom tomb scene shows 2 men circumcising a youth with an inscription, "Hold him, and do not let him faint." Now that is barbaric, isn't it? Well, this indicates the use of teams for surgery, if we can take that away from it. One person to operate, another to stabilize the patient. An Egyptian doctor also described hernia repairs. One medical text refers to pushing back a hernia and bandaging it tightly, and one account from around 1500 BC suggests surgical treatment of an inguinal hernia was attempted. Infections and complications were always a risk, and that is exactly why Egyptian surgeons stuck to what was feasible and observable. Their surgical successes can be seen in the mummy examinations. Broken bones re-healed correctly, amputated toes in one case replaced with prosthetics to allow walking, skulls with signs of trephination, drilling a hole in the skull that had healed edges, implying that the patient survived the cranial surgery by some weeks or more. Trephination was rare, by the way, but it did occur. It might have been done to relieve pressure after head injuries. Tools like copper needles and fine sutures, possibly made from animal sinew or flax fibers, allowed them to stitch wounds neatly. After surgery, patients would be cared for with clean linen dressings. Egyptians were particularly concerned with cleanliness, as evidenced by their frequent washing and the use of natron, that is a natural salt for cleansing. Same thing that they mummified the bodies in, by the way. This likely helped reduce infections, and they also recognized the importance of diet in recovery. For example, feeding a broth or fermenting drinks to patients to boost strength. In at least one instance, a papyrus prescribes meat and beer to a patient recovering from an illness, perhaps to build up their blood. Overall, the evidence paints a picture of an ancient medical practice that was surprisingly advanced in surgery and emergency medicines. The Egyptian physician's toolkit and techniques allowed them to manage fractures, dislocations, wounds, and some internal conditions effectively, and they were careful observers. Their case notes in the Smith Papyrus often say, if you find such and such symptom, you should say, an ailment I will treat. Or in grave cases, an ailment against which nothing can be done. They recognized when paralysis from spinal injury indicated a hopeless prognosis. This level of clinical assessment and the use of logical treatment protocols show that Egyptian medicine, while wrapped in spiritual practice, had a strong empirical core. Many of their surgical methods would continue to not be out of place in pre-modern medical settings thousands of years later. Of course, life in ancient Egypt, often idealized in tomb art, came with a host of common diseases and ailments. By analyzing mummy remains and reading the medical papyri, scholars have identified quite a few health issues that Egyptians faced and how they remedied them, or tried to at least. It turns out that the Egyptians suffered from much the same maladies as people do today, as well as some specific to their environment, and they developed treatments for those based on the knowledge available. One widespread problem was dental disease. The sand and grit in bread from grinding grain on stone led to excessive tooth wear. Many mummies have severely worn out teeth with exposed pulp, leading to abscesses or infections. As noted, Egyptian dentists attempted draining abscesses and probably extracted teeth when they became loose. For toothaches, prescriptions in the Ebers Papyrus included topical application of a paste made from ground beans or herbs and honey to the aching tooth, or rinsing the mouth with beer and celery to soothe the pain. They even used a mouse. Yes, a mashed-up mouse, as a remedy for a toothache, at least according to later Greek accounts of Egyptian practices, though it sounds a little bit more magical than medical. We don't know what the logic was behind it. Of course, interestingly, honey was used to fix a loose tooth by acting as an adhesive and antiseptic, and garlic or onion might be chewed to strengthen gums. The Egyptians valued onions and garlic for general health, which, yeah, they are pretty good for you. Eye diseases were very common due to the hot, dusty climate and presence of flies. Egyptian texts mention ailments like the nit, likely conjunctivitis or trachoma, which could cause blindness if untreated. To treat eye irritation or infection, the Ebers Papyrus contains numerous ophthalmic recipes. A typical eye remedy might mix malachite, a green copper ore powder, with honey, and apply it as an eye paint. Malachite and other lead-based materials were ingredients in the kohl eyeliner that the Egyptians famously wore. Recent studies suggest that these cosmetics might have helped prevent infections around the eyes, as the minerals have antimicrobial properties. In effect, their makeup was doubling as medicine, and they didn't even know it. Other eye treatments included mother's milk dropped in the eye, a practice oddly found in many cultures, and incense resin to reduce inflammation. The close link they perceived between the eyes and the womb, mentioned in the Kahun Papyrus, meant that women's hormonal and menstrual issues were thought to affect the eyes as well, a concept that seems a bit strange today, sure, but it led them to treat some female disorders with ophthalmic remedies and vice versa. Digestive troubles were another frequent complaint. Egyptian medical papyri reveal many prescriptions for stomachache, constipation, and parasites. The diet of common people, heavy in bread, beer, and legumes, could lead to indigestion. Laxatives were well known. The castor oil from the castor bean plant was a powerful purgative used then, as it is now, in moderation to relieve constipation. A gentler laxative was figs and grapes, which they could consume to move the bowels along. For stomach pain, or what we might call dyspepsia, they used concoctions like milk with herbs. The Ebers Papyrus also provides one of the earliest descriptions of colic and even suggests rubbing the stomach with oils to relieve it. Infectious diseases like malaria likely plagued ancient Egypt. Mosquitoes bred in the Nile marshes. While they did not know the cause, Egyptians noticed fevers and enlarged spleens, which is classic in malaria, and tried to treat the fevers with cooling remedies. For instance, rubbing a feverish person with wine and water, or letting them rest in the breeze. They also implemented preventative measures against mosquitoes. Herodotus noted Egyptians slept under fishermen's nets as mosquito nets, and used protective oils on the skin. They even fed the workers garlic and onions, which Herodotus claims was to ward off illness during pyramid building. Garlic does have some pretty strong antimicrobial properties, and maybe repelled insects, so there's logic to this. Next time you have a cold, put some garlic in your hot tea. I know it doesn't sound very good, but what I used to do was, I know this is going a little bit off topic, but I used to put garlic, honey, ginger, and lemon all together in a hot tea. It'll fix you straight up. Okay, trust me. Well, respiratory issues such as coughs, colds, and asthma appear in text too. A cough might be treated with a syrup made from honey and herbs like thyme, or warmed cow's milk with honey. For asthma, the Chester Beatty Papyrus prescribes breathing the fumes of heated herbs, essentially an inhalation theory, possibly using mixtures that include juniper or frankincense to clear the airways. Kind of like an early Vicks vapor rub, if you know what that is. One interesting remedy for asthma was to heat a concoction on bricks and have the patient inhale the smoke. They also had a concept of using steam, throwing certain herbs on a fire for inhaling the vapors for congestion. But perhaps the most striking is that the ancient Egyptians seem to have identified serious diseases like diabetes and cancer, albeit in rudimentary terms. The Ebers Papyrus contains a description of a condition with, quote, too great emptying of urine, essentially excessive urination. This is now interpreted as an ancient recognition of diabetes mellitus, particularly since they noted ants being attracted to the urine, a sign of sugar content, although the papyrus itself just focuses on the volume. For this, they recommended dietary changes and certain plant concoctions to reduce thirst. As for cancer, the Edwin Smith Papyrus describes bulging tumors of the breast, noting this is an ailment for which there is no treatment. This is likely the earliest written reference to breast cancer, acknowledging its grave prognosis. Other papyri mention swellings or wens, that is, benign tumors, and in some cases advise cauterizing them or using poultices of arsenic or other caustic substances to try to shrink them. While, of course, they couldn't cure internal cancer, the Egyptians did attempt to treat surface tumors or lesions, early forms of tumor therapy by cutting and burning. Well, they certainly did confront a wide spectrum of health problems with the knowledge and resources they had at hand. They combined observational skills with extensive materia medica, that catalogue of remedies to alleviate suffering. And many of the treatments were surprisingly effective. Wounds healed, dental abscesses drained, parasites expelled, and some illnesses managed well enough. But without all the modern technology, they had limitations. Infectious diseases often proved fatal, and life expectancy was much shorter than today, perhaps about 30 to 40 years on average, though some individuals did live a bit longer. Yet, through trial and error over the centuries, they amassed a rich tradition of treating the sick, making them the most renowned healers of the ancient world of their time. Well, it's about time we talk about the plant-based and mineral remedies, the pharmacopoeia, if we can call it that. Well, it was largely derived from the natural world, of course, especially plants. but also minerals and animal products. We've mentioned quite a few of them. With the fertile Nile Valley and desert oases, Egypt had access to quite a few medicinal plants, some locally grown and some imported from distant lands via trade caravans. The medical papyri contain hundreds of recipes listing ingredients, often in like a cookbook fashion, giving us a clear idea of what the Egyptians were doing. Herbal medicine was a cornerstone of the treatment. Common staples of the Egyptian herbal toolkit included garlic, onions, coriander, cumin, aloe, cannabis even, frankincense, myrrh, juniper berries, mint, thyme, and many more. Garlic and onions were virtually panaceuas. They were consumed daily for general health and given to laborers to increase stamina. In medical texts, garlic is recommended for conditions ranging from heart problems to parasites. Modern science has found garlic to have antimicrobial and cholesterol-lowering effects, validating its use as a health tonic. Coriander and cumin appear in recipes for digestive troubles. They likely helped with indigestion and gas. Aloe vera was known for soothing skin conditions. Egyptians used the gel of the aloe plant to treat burns and skin irritations, much as we do today. Cannabis, or hemp, is mentioned in at least one papyrus as an ingredient in an eye remedy, perhaps for glaucoma or inflammation, which would have analgesic effects. But one of the most frequently used plant products was castor oil, pressed from castor beans. This potent laxative was given to relieve constipation or purge the system. The papyrus Ebers also suggests castor oil as a base in other ointments for skin conditions. Cenopods, a natural laxative, were used similarly for purging. On the other end, for diarrhea, Egyptians turned to binding remedies like pomegranate rind or acacia gum, which have tannins to reduce intestinal motility. Mint and caraway were also used as calming teas for upset stomachs. They were also among the first to use certain resins and gums medicinally. Frankincense and myrrh, both aromatic resins from trees in the Horn of Africa and Arabia, were not only burned as incense, but also incorporated into salves for wounds and sores. Willow bark was used to reduce pain and inflammation. Interestingly, willow actually contains salicin, a compound related to aspirin. Thus, when an ancient Egyptian chewed on willow bark for pain relief, they were unknowingly utilizing a natural source of something akin to aspirin. The texts show a sophisticated knowledge of dosing and compounding. Remedies were prepared in various forms: pills, drinks, ointments, poultices, suppositories, pessaries, fumigations, enemas. They had 5 basic routes of administration: oral, rectal, via pessaries, topical, and via inhalation. A prescription in Ebers might read something like, to remove pain in the side, crushed celery and beer, take for 4 days. Measurements were given in units, like the hin, about half a liter, or jar, a spoonful, showing an attempt at standardizing quantities. They often used beer, wine, milk, or honey as vehicles to deliver medicine, since those could dissolve or carry herbal extracts. Wine was employed as a solvent to extract plant essences, and beer was common for mixing in herbs and making them more palatable or potent. Of course, honey deserves its special mention as a wonder ingredient in Egyptian medicine, and not just Egypt either, pretty much all over the world. It was present in an enormous number of recipes. One review notes honey in about 500 prescriptions. Beyond wound care, as discussed, it was given for coughs, sore throats, and even to fix a loose tooth. Modern research confirms its antibacterial effect and soothing properties, so there is that in hindsight. But also beeswax, a related product, was used as a base for making salves and creams to apply for the skin. In fact, a variety of animal-derived products found their way into the pharmacy. Fat from animals such as goose fat or ox fat was frequently used as a base for ointments. For example, a burn might be treated with a salve of goose fat and thyme. Milk from cows or goats was a common diluent, and also an ingredient in fertility or woman's remedies. Eggs, usually from ostrich or chicken, appear in some recipes, either the yolk or shell for different conditions. And even more exotic, lizard blood, crocodile dung, mice, bats, and various organ meats appear in some recipes, likely for the sympathetic magical effect. For instance, there is a cure for baldness in the Ebers papyrus, suggesting rubbing the scalp with a mixture that includes hippopotamus fat, possibly because the hippopotamus was hairy or symbolically strong. While many animal ingredients were probably placebo or symbolic, some had some real effects. Mouse paste for a toothache might have been simply a way to apply enzymes or a distracting counter-irritant. Crocodile dung in contraceptives, aside from acting as a physical barrier, creates an acidic environment that could act somewhat like a spermicide. But it's certainly not a method that you would recommend today. That is for sure. Well, they also used animal bile for its detergent properties in laxative preparations, and brain, often from animals, appears in few remedies. Perhaps a source of fat or because of magical thinking associated brain matter with neurological cures. It is fascinating that a number of Egyptian remedies have been tested by time and later adopted in different forms. For example, pomegranate for tapeworm was later used by Greek and Roman medicine, even in the early 20th century, before modern drugs. Willow bark, the aspirin source, remained a folk remedy into modern times, and aloe is still a go-to for burns. The Egyptians had identified many pharmacologically active plants. They even used opium from poppies, likely as a sedative or a pain reliever, though they didn't really know that high doses were risky. They even treated mental health issues to some extent. For depression or grief, the Egyptian prescription might not be a herb, but an activity. One papyrus recommends that the patient walk in the sun with fine oil on his head to alleviate sadness, a recognition of therapeutic activities beyond ingestible medicine. Well, taking a walk and getting a bit of sunshine, that does certainly help if you're feeling a little down. But incantations aside, the practical pharmacology was extensive and remarkably astute. It combines symptomatic pain relief, as painkillers, laxative, antidiarrheals, with attempts at cures as antiparasitics and wound-healing agents. Today, researchers still look at these ancient recipes to find leads. For instance, a plant called Ami majus, still used by Egyptians for skin conditions, led to a modern treatment for vitiligo and psoriasis. It contains a compound used in PUVA therapy. So, the Egyptian pharmacopoeia was one of the most extensive of the ancient world, and it served its people well in a time long before synthetic drugs or scientific medicine. But healing in ancient Egypt was not confined to clinics and papyrus texts. You could always go to the temple, if you were a little bit more desperate, perhaps. Temples were not only religious centers, but they were hubs of learning and sometimes medical practice. Many temples featured special areas or adjunct buildings that functioned as sanatoria, where the afflicted could come and seek cures through divine intervention, especially if everything else had failed. Priests who served the gods often doubled as healers for the community, and certain deities' temples became famous for cures. A prominent example of this is, of course, Imhotep and his cult in later periods. Centuries after his death, he was venerated as a god of medicine, and by the first millennium BCE, and into the Ptolemaic era, people would travel to Imhotep's temples, such as they had one in Memphis and another in Saqqara. They did this in hopes of receiving miraculous healing. These places functioned similarly to the Greek Asclepions. Pilgrims would come with offerings, pray or undergo rituals, and often sleep overnight in the temple, a practice known as incubation, hoping that the god would send them a curative dream or vision. In fact, archaeologists have discovered inscriptions and votive stelae left at Imhotep's sanctuaries, thanking the god for healing miracles. For instance, restoration of sight to the blind or cure of a crippling illness, attributed to Imhotep's divine intervention. His Greco-Roman equivalent was Asclepius, and indeed the Greeks in Egypt identified him with him, blending traditions. However, before Imhotep was fully deified, Egyptian temples were sites of healing. Another healing goddess, Isis, had temples, like on the island of Philae in the south, where people sought cures. Isis, being the magical healer who resurrected Osiris and healed Horus, was believed to help devotees with anything from snake bites to infertility. Her priests performed rituals that included the reading of magical spells, some inscribed on metal or stone and displayed in the temple. A famous artifact is the Metternich Stela, 4th century BC, a stone slab covered in spells of Isis and Horus for healing bites and stings. Water would be poured over the stela to imbue it with the power of the spells, then collected for the patient to drink, thus ingesting the magic along with the water. Temples of Sekhmet were naturally associated with healing as well, albeit in a somewhat fearful way. Priests of Sekhmet were essentially the physician class at times, called upon during epidemics. Pharaoh Amenhotep III of the 18th dynasty commissioned hundreds of statues of Sekhmet, possibly in hope of keeping disease at bay. At the temple of Mut, a form of Sekhmet in Karnak, numerous Sekhmet statues stood, and it's thought the priests there practiced both preventative rituals to appease Sekhmet daily and healing for those struck with illness. We hear of Sekhmet priests being summoned when plague or pestilence broke out. Their role was to perform ceremonies to pacify Sekhmet's rage and thereby end the epidemic. The priests were likely learned in practical medicine too, given that they are repeatedly described as effective healers in later sources. It's worth noting that while many cures were sought within temples, that Egyptian medicine was not fully theocratic. People didn't only rely on miracles. They combined temple healing with secular medical care. A patient might receive a remedy from a physician at home, but still make a pilgrimage to a temple for a little help from the divine. At least that would cover all bases. The integration of the two was seamless in their culture. In times of public health crises like epidemics, the state's response was as much religious as it was medical. The king might issue decrees for extra offerings to temples, mass prayers or processions of statues of healing gods through the streets to cleanse the land of disease. One interesting papyrus, the Oracle of the Lamb text, tells of a divine oracle instructing people to refrain from eating fish on a certain canal because they were causing illness, an early example of public health advice, couched in religious terms. Ultimately, temples in Egypt served not only as places of hope and faith, but sometimes hospitals in a way. They provided a sanctuary for the sick, where they could receive care both spiritual and physical in a peaceful environment and away from that bustle of daily life. Priests overseeing these would have had practical knowledge to tend wounds or provide medications, but their primary role was to intercede with the gods. In many cases, the belief in a cure was itself quite powerful. Placebo effects combined with real treatments surely contributed to recovery somehow. The grateful testimonies left on temple walls demonstrate that some people did leave cured, or at least convinced of the efficacy of the temple's healing power. Through the New Kingdom into the late period, as foreign influence grew, Egyptian temple medicine continued to adapt. Eventually, Greek and Egyptian practices merged in places like the Great Library of Alexandria, where physicians of all cultures studied the old papyri and advanced their knowledge further. Well, in many ways, the ancient Egyptian medicine was the cradle of later medical developments. The Greeks acknowledged their debt to Egypt. Figures like Hippocrates and Galen knew of Egyptian practices. But within Egypt itself, the tradition remained uniquely syncretic. Even as late as the Roman period, Egyptian priests at temples like Philae were performing healing rituals that trace back to pharaonic times. The legacy continued in a direct line. Some Coptic Egyptian remedies recorded in the early Christian era are virtually identical to those in the pharaonic papyri. Ultimately, what stands out is the enduring human aspect of Egyptian healing. The voices in the papyri, whether confidently prescribing a gargle or sore throat, or lamenting that a tumor has no cure, are voices of early scientists grappling with the same challenges that healers face today. They used the best tools and understanding that they had, and remarkably, many of their solutions were pretty sound. They acknowledged when they were outmatched by disease, but they rarely gave up, invoking divine help when human skill had reached its limit. And so the story of medicine and healing in ancient Egypt is a story of innovation tempered by tradition. It reminds us that the path to modern medicine was not sudden. It was paved over millennia by dedicated physicians of the past. And so in the limestone necropolises and faded papyri of Egypt lie the roots of clinical practice, pharmacy, surgery, and holistic care. And as we conclude our talk today, we can reflect on those early doctors by the Nile, erasing pain with willow bark, stitching wounds under the desert sun, all while whispering prayers to Thoth and Sekhmet. We recognize them as pioneers of the healing arts, a blending of rational therapy and compassionate magic that was so uniquely Egyptian and left an incredible mark on the heritage of medicine. Cast an image into your mind. Oil lamps in a Babylonian temple gently flickering as a priest whispers forbidden words to ward off a demon. An Egyptian magician drawing protective symbols in the sand while invoking the old gods. Think of a Greek traveler braving the fumes of Delphi for a cryptic prophecy, or a Roman farmer fearing a neighbor's curse on his crops. Across the ancient world, from Mesopotamia's fertile valleys to Egypt's Nile, the Greek city-states to the Roman Republic, and even in the misty groves of Celtic Europe, magic and witchcraft were woven into the fabric of life. In our time together today, we'll go on a journey through those mysterious realms of ancient magic. Witchcraft and magic in antiquity were not mere superstition. They were complex phenomena, viewed through religious, legal, and practical lenses. We'll talk about how ancient cultures revered or even reviled magical practices, often blurring the line between rituals and sorcery. We'll hear it straight from the voices of antiquity, through the actual spells and incantations preserved in cuneiform tablets, papyri, and inscriptions. And we'll even meet the famed figures of magic lore, the Persian magi, who gave us the very word magic, the enigmatic oracle of Delphi, dispensing Apollo's oracles, and the mystic Pythagoreans, who sought the truth through numbers. Along the way, I'll give you a few lesser-known anecdotes and surprising facts that will show just how deeply magic pervaded everyday life and death. This exploration is grounded in primary source and historical evidence. We're not going to make anything up. We're just going to give it to you how it is. So suspend your disbelief a little bit. Step back in time, from spells of protection and curses of vengeance to laws condemning sorcery. The ancient world's approach to magic was rich and multifaceted. So, I invite you to close your eyes, dive in, and discover what witchcraft and magic meant to the peoples of the ancient world. But I'll first welcome you. To anyone new to the channel, thank you for coming, and those returning, thanks for coming back. Supporters on the Patreon and those who visited the merch store, you have my thanks. Now, let's begin. With a click of the like and subscribe, we take off on our journey. What is magic? Is it sacred? Is it sinister? Perhaps we walk a blurred line. In the ancient world, magic often walked hand in hand with religion. Many practices that today might be called magic were then part of official worship or healing rites. In ancient Egypt, for example, magic, called Heka, was regarded as a fundamental force of the universe, a gift from the creator god to humanity. Egyptian priests were thus trained as magicians. The very word for priest, Heri-Heb, could denote a ritualist who knew powerful spells. But far from being heretical, using magic was a dutiful way to enlist divine help, no different to a prayer. An Egyptian funerary text like the Book of the Dead is essentially a spell book for the afterlife, full of incantations to secure the soul's safe passage. One such spell implores, "O you who open the ways and govern the roads, I am come to be glorious," aiming to grant the deceased authority when they face the next world. And Mesopotamia, too, the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, temple priests doubled as exorcists and healers. Babylonians and Assyrians didn't see a clear divide between religious ritual and magical incantation. In fact, it was all in the same thing. If a person fell ill or sensed an evil omen, they turned to specialists. The Asipu, exorcist priest, would recite sacred formulas to banish the demons, while the Asu physician might mix herbs and spells together. These incantations invoked the gods by name to combat witchcraft. A classic Mesopotamian ritual text, the Akkadian series, Maklu or Burning, reveals an exorcist praying to the sun god Shamash to destroy a witch's spell. One Maklu tablet adjures the fire. "Burn, set alight, incinerate my witch. May my warlocks and witches' life quickly come to an end." Words such as this were chanted as effigies of the suspected sorcerer were burned, symbolically destroying the evil influence. And by contrast, the Greeks and the Romans tended to draw a line between sanctioned religious rites and illicit magic, magia in Greek and magica in Latin, practices like sacrifice, prayer, and divination, well, they were just part of the state religion. But they drew the line at secret love charms or curse tablets. They, on the other hand, were viewed with suspicion. But this was a boundary, sure, albeit a porous one. At the famous Oracle of Delphi, a priestess, the Pythia, went into a trance and delivered prophecies from Apollo, an act that outsiders might label as magical. But the Greeks didn't see it this way. It was more divine inspiration than anything else. This oracle held immense authority. Even kings sought its counsel, Legend says that King Croesus of Lydia asked if he should attack Persia, to which Delphi answered that he would destroy a great empire. Croesus took this as his divine approval and went to war, but he only realized too late that while the prophecy was true, they actually meant that his own empire would be destroyed. Prophecy was an acceptable form of supernatural insight, distinct from the maligned image of sorcerers performing graveyard rituals at midnight. It was a clean, more socially acceptable form of magic, but by anyone's real definition, it certainly seems like magic and sorcery nonetheless. Still, Greek literature is filled with witches who straddle that line between religion and sorcery. Homer's epics describe the enchantress Circe turning men into swine, and the witch Medea calling upon Hecate while concocting deadly potions. These figures, though mythical, reflect quite a lot of Greek anxieties, but also fascinations with witchcraft. Some Greeks sought out magical help despite social disapproval, especially in desperate times. In tragedy and folklore, a love-struck youth might secretly buy a love spell, or a farmer curse the neighbor who he believes blighted his olive trees. Officially, however, city laws could treat harmful magic as a crime of impiety. And then, of course, we have the Celts. Magic was deeply embedded in religion throughout the revered class of Druids, albeit they are extremely mysterious. Classical authors portrayed the Druids as priest-mages of Gaul and Britain, conducting complex rituals and teaching doctrines of the soul. According to Julius Caesar, who is, well, let's say a little bit biased, the Druids taught belief in the immortal soul and engaged in observing the stars and natural world, but they also performed sacrifices to the gods, some of them human sacrifices that shocked the Greco-Roman sensibilities. The Druids were said to divine the future by watching the death throes of sacrificial victims, a grim practice that to the Celts was not dark sorcery but a sacred rite. In Celtic myth, magic and religion were one and the same. The gods themselves worked magic, and the poets and seers called Fili used incantations to shape reality. There is one legendary druid, Amergin. He's depicted calming a storm at the founding of Ireland by chanting a powerful invocation. I am the wind on the sea. I am the wave of the sea. I am the stag of 7 battles. Such incantatory poems show the sacred nature of Celtic magic, invoking forces of nature and deities as an integrated whole. No, we take a bit of warning when we talk about Druids. First of all, Druids did not keep any written traditions. It was all passed down orally. And then, of course, the only information that we do have about them comes from the Romans, who were not very kind in their assessments. So we do take it with a grain of salt. But I'm only going to say it once, as we talk about them later too. So in sum, magic, if we use the term loosely in antiquity, could be viewed as kind of a divine or demonic thing. It all depends on the context. An Egyptian priest healing a snakebite with a spell, a Babylonian exorcist burning a wax figurine of a witch, a Greek oracle channeling Apollo, or a druid reading the future in entrails, were all engaging in acts that their societies deemed meaningful and sacred, if sometimes fearsome. Yet the very same cultures also had to recognize that magic could certainly be twisted towards harmful means. And this duality is what sets the stage for our next section, the laws and the moral codes, to draw a boundary, albeit a hazy one. Magic in service of the gods and community, well, that was often tolerated or embraced. But magic for malice or personal gain, well, that was very much viewed unkindly. Law and order. Dun dun. Even as ancient people resorted to magic for help, of course they were pretty wary of its misuse. After all, it's all pretty mysterious. Many civilizations developed laws against harmful witchcraft, revealing a legal perspective that treated certain types of magic as an offense worth of punishment. One of the earliest legal records of this subject comes from Mesopotamia. Of course, it's the Code of Hammurabi. It actually opens with statutes about sorcery. We're talking 1750 BC, so this goes back a fair while. It decrees that if someone is accused of casting a death spell on another, but the accusation cannot be proven, the one who accused shall be executed. Which is kind of ironic. Conversely, the accused must undergo the ordeal by water, plunging into the sacred river. If the accused sorcerer drowns, it is taken as proof of guilt, as the river had conquered him, as the code says. But if he survives, he is vindicated, and rather the accuser is the one who faces death. I don't know how they came up with that law, but, well, that's just the way they did it back then. Either way, it's pretty remarkable. They tried to handle witchcraft accusation through divine judgment, effectively saying, only God knows who truly cast the spell. A false accusation was severely punished, indicating how serious an allegation of witchcraft could be in Babylonia. Later Mesopotamian laws grew even stricter. Assyrian records indicate a practicing of witchcraft should carry the death penalty, paralleling the famous biblical injunction, "You shall not permit a sorceress to live." I'm sure we're all familiar with that one. Similarly, the Hittites of Anatolia allowed beneficial magic for healing, but cursed those who used magic to harm others. Ancient lawmakers thus walked a pretty fine line, acknowledging some magic as legitimate, while outlawing others as the malicious variety. All a matter of perspective, I suppose. But what about the Greek city-states? Well, they didn't have formal witchcraft acts as in later European law, but they did prosecute harmful magic under existing statutes like poisoning or impiety. The line between a pharmacist and a poisoner, by the way, the word pharmakon meant both drug and spell in Greek, so that's interesting. Well, it's a very thin line between the two of them. A vivid example is the case of Theoris of Lemnos, a woman in the 4th century BC Athens, who was known as a folk healer. Well, to some she was known as a folk healer, to some she was known as a witch. She and her family were tried, and it did not go their way. They were executed, ostensibly for distributing potions and incantations. Believe it or not, we have a surviving court record. An orator reminds the jurors about Theoris, that filthy sorceress whom you executed, her and all her family for her crimes. Theoris's case suggests that Athens considered harmful enchantments as a capital offense, especially if they were seen as subverting religion or morality. Likewise, anyone accused of using spells to damage crops, beguile citizens, or curse someone could be charged with impiety, or asebeia, as they called it, or even homicide if deaths were involved. Now, in the Roman Republic, laws explicitly forbade malevolent magic. They were very serious about it. Early evidence comes from the 12 tables of the 5th century BC, Rome's foundational legal code. One provision outlawed the use of spells to steal another's crops. It goes like this. Whoever uses incantations or magic acts to prevent another's grain from growing shall be put to death, i.e., sacrificed to Ceres. This law hints at an agrarian concern. Romans feared that a sorcerer could blight fields or charm away the harvest. Another part of the 12 tablets forbade malum carmen, an evil chant or curse against others. But we see here that the idea that words themselves could be weapons deserving punishment is certainly one that existed in ancient Rome too. And so as Rome expanded, as did their laws, and as the laws expanded, so did those on magic. By the late Republic, the 1st century BC, accusations of veneficium, a term covering poisoning and sorcery, were not uncommon. In 81 BC, the dictator Sulla passed a law that targeted assassins and poisoners, which also encompassed harmful magicians. Under this law, those who used enchantments or brewed deadly potions could face either exile or execution. The Romans, as practical as ever, lumped witchcraft with murder. If you killed or harmed someone by occult means, you were as guilty as if you had just walked up and stabbed them in the head. But interestingly, the Roman Republic's fear of magic sometimes left to mass hysteria. Livy relates episodes in 331 BC and 184 BC, where hundreds of people, mostly women, by the way, were executed or punished for allegedly poisoning or bewitching other citizens during times of plague. These events resemble witch hunts, sure, though couched in terms of rooting out poisoners. It shows that although in crises, Romans readily suspected supernatural foul play. The Celtic societies, well, they didn't leave written law codes. Rather unfortunate, just like the Druids not leaving their records. But Roman reports, when they encountered them, implied that the Druids had authority to judge and punish within their tribes, perhaps including cases of harmful sorcery. But ironically, it was the Romans themselves who eventually criminalized Druidic practices. During the early empire, emperors like Tiberius and Claudius simply banned the Druids, partly because of their use of human sacrifice and the perceived magical influence over the people. While this occurred after the Republican era, it does give us a pattern. The ruling powers often outlawed rival religious magical practitioners to consolidate authority. For the Celts, under their own rule, magic was not so much a crime, just a sacred duty of the priesthood, unless it was used treacherously, of course. That's where we draw the line between self-interested magic. In Irish mythic lore, and I say mythic lore, we hear of Druid curses laid upon oath breakers, suggesting that using magic against one's community was condemned. So across these cultures then, don't you see a common thread? Magic became illegal when it threatened lives or social order. As far as divinatory or protective magic, that might be tolerated. But if someone was suspected of cursing neighbors, murdering by spells, or undermining state religion, the law would come down with a heavy hand. These ancient anti-witchcraft measures remind us that the fear of dark magic and the impulse to prosecute it is far from a modern invention, deeply rooted in our ancient past. So, who really had control? The witches, the priests, or the magicians? Who were the practitioners of magic and witchcraft in the ancient world? That's far from a single stereotype. They range from respected temple priests to wandering charm sellers, and even on the extreme end, feared sorceresses. Each culture had its own terminology and hierarchy of magical workers. In Mesopotamia, the chief practitioners were professional classes, often affiliated with the temples themselves. The Asipu, which we've mentioned, were essentially a wizard-priest dual class, educated in ritual texts to diagnose spiritual afflictions and perform exorcisms of demons. If a Babylonian, heaven forbid, had a nightmare of a demon, an Asipu would be summoned to recite the appropriate incantation and burn offerings to banish the evil away. But on the other hand, we have the Baru, diviners, who inspected animal livers or watched celestial omens to predict the future. A pretty accepted science of the time. And then there were the unnamed witches. In Akkadian, though, we have the word Kishbu, who were believed to cause illness and misfortune by secret spells. Ironically, no texts from Mesopotamia claim to be written by a self-identified witch, which survives, or what does survive, are the counter spells by the exorcists, which is still pretty awesome that we have that anyway, especially so long ago. Just take a moment to appreciate that. But this tells us that the official magicians saw themselves as combating an illicit counterpart. Of course, that means that that counterpart must have existed. The Maklu ritual mentioned earlier even concludes the burning of clay or wax figurines to represent the sorcerer, indicating how real the threat of witches was to Mesopotamians. In Egypt, on the other hand, the line between the priest and the magician was extremely thin. Egyptian priests in charge of temple rituals also compiled and copied magical texts for broader use. For instance, just one example, the priesthood of Heliopolis, Heliopolis meaning city of the sun, by the way, produced guides for warding off dangers like snake bites and miscarriages, invoking gods such as Thoth and Isis. Egyptians also had lay magicians, often learned scribes who could be hired to produce spells for clients. The Westcar Papyrus, an Egyptian story collection, recounts how a magician named Dedi entertained the pharaoh Khufu by beheading and restoring a live goose. An example of wonder working at the royal court. I'm sure that would have been very entertaining. Another tale speaks of Prince Kamwaset, the historical son of Ramesses II, later mythologized, who combats a powerful sorcerer to protect the pharaoh. These stories mirror societal roles. There were court magicians, healer magicians, and likely a wise woman, or local witch figures as well. Indeed, Egyptian language has terms like Heka Netjer, God's magic, for sanctioned power, and Akkaru, for malevolent sorcerer or supernatural being, so we know that there is a distinction. The fact that pharaohs themselves were considered to embody magic, they were called Hekau, masters of magic, meant that in Egypt, magic was often top-down. A pharaoh might have magicians on staff, just as he had physicians, gardeners, cooks, and everything else. If a conspiracy arose, as with the Harem conspiracy against Ramesses III, even those plotters sought out magicians. Papyri from the trial revealed that they included magical spells and wax figurines, a pretty common trend. They used these to incapacitate guards and aid their treason. Thus in Egypt, one finds magic in the highest and lowest orders of society, from divine ruler to scheming assassin, all employing the same occult forces. But the Greco-Roman world, they distinguish between religious experts and sorcerers, though sometimes the same person could wear both hats. The most esteemed magical practitioners in Greek society were the oracles and seers. We've already heard about the Oracle of Delphi. She's a prime example. The Pythia was not viewed as a witch, so to speak, but more of a holy mouthpiece for Apollo. Similarly, the seers, Manteus, accompanied armies to read omens from bird flights or sacrificial entrails. These diviners held honored positions. Another respected group with a mystical aura were the philosophers like Pythagoras and his followers. The Pythagoreans engaged in plenty of esoteric practices, observing strict purification rites, studying numerical mysticism, and believing in the transmigration of souls. While they pursued what we'd call philosophy and science, ancient writers also ascribed miracles to Pythagoras himself. Aristotle, for example, called Pythagoras a wonder worker, noting legends that he had a golden thigh and he could show up in 2 places at once. Later stories claim Pythagoras tamed a deadly bear with a whisper and was even greeted as a divine being by a river. Such tales, well, maybe they're a little fanciful, but they show that Pythagoras was remembered not just as a mathematician, but as a semi-magical sage. Perhaps he was a mathemagician, new word coined on this channel. Well, the Pythagoreans as a group kept their teachings pretty secret, prompting some contemporaries to view them with suspicion, akin to a cult wielding magical power. And we all know how we have to deal with cults. Scary people. Another famous category of practitioner was the Magi of Persia. In fact, the very word magic in Greek, mageia, derives from the Magi. These were the priestly caste of the Persian Empire, experts in rituals and astrology. Herodotus notes that no Persian sacrifice was considered valid unless a Magi was present to chant the prayers. They were revered in their own land as holy men, serving their god Ahura Mazda. But to the Greeks, their foreign wisdom carried an aura of mystery. Early Greek writers used mageia to describe the secret arts they imagined the Persian Magi possessed, firmly linking Persia with arcane knowledge. Later legends further enhanced their repute as master sorcerers from the East, but in reality, it was a little bit more boring, I think. They're more akin to learned priests and dreamed interpreters at the Achaemenid court. They knew quite a lot about astrology, too. Their influence on the Greek imagination of what is magic is nonetheless pretty profound. Alongside these high-status practitioners were the more maligned figures, like the Goeths and Pharmakeas of Greece, and the Sage and Strige witches of Rome. Goes, in Greek literally wailer, originally meant a morning singer. That is, morning with an O-U. But it came to mean a magician who summons ghosts or works necromancy, which is obviously not well received by everyone. They were itinerant sorcerers who might offer love potions, curses, or spirit communications, albeit for a reasonable fee. The pharmacus was typically a woman skilled in herbs and potions, sometimes a healer, sometimes accused of being a witch. In literature, for instance, the poet Theocritus portrayed a sorceress named Simaetha, using magic to draw her lover back, burning herbs in a bull's liver while reciting spells. Real-life counterparts likely existed. An inscription from Athens even curses a, quote, witch named Anoia for causing somebody's afflictions. These freelance magicians provided services that formal religion did not. Personal love spells, malicious curses, or private divination. Products you can only get on the magical black market, or the black magic market. Certainly earns them a shady reputation. Well, in Rome, the term saga referred to a wise woman or a witch, depicted by authors as old crones brewing up the foul concoctions. Bit of a stereotype. Horace, in his satires, describes two old hags, Candidia and Sagana, performing a nightmarish rite in a graveyard, trying to extract a love potion from a buried young boy. Such literary caricatures reflect Roman fears of witches who practiced the mixing of potions and poison, veneficium. Yet Rome also had its share of professional astrologers and foreign magicians in the cities. Chaldean astrologers from the East were so popular that the Senate repeatedly expelled them in the late Republic, and sometimes they were politically disruptive by casting horoscopes of the powerful. Despite laws, Romans of all classes consulted astrologers, or bought curse tablets to influence the chariot races and legal trials, sometimes seeking a witch's help to concoct a love charm. As for the Celts, once again, our information comes from outsiders, but it does suggest that druids, bards, and seers, also called vates, covered most spiritual needs, from conducting sacrifices to divining omens and reciting lore. The druids in particular were said to have knowledge of nature's secrets and performed impressive feats. Pliny the Elder famously describes the druids harvesting mistletoe with a golden sickle and sacrificing 2 white bulls in a ceremony, believing the plant would make sterile animals fertile and serve as an antidote to poisons. Celtic seers, like the Bandrui, female druids in Irish lore, also appeared in legends. For example, the warrior queen Boudica was said to have had a prophetess on her side, and in Gaul, a druidess named Veleda was revered as a seer by her tribe under Roman rule. These accounts, though tinged with Roman exoticism and sensibilities, portray the Celtic magician-priest as a respected and feared person in equal measure. In everyday terms, ancient magic practitioners could be as ordinary as a village healer, or as eminent as a royal advisor. They might be learned men in temples or marginal figures on the fringes of society. What they shared was a claim to special knowledge, omens, formulae, and rituals that gave them access to unseen powers. Whether society branded them as esteemed wise men or dangerous old hags often depended on the context. State-employed diviners or priests enjoyed prestige, while the unsanctioned spellcaster risked distrust or even prosecution. Well, we know who they are. Why don't we talk about what they do? The spells, the rituals, and the texts. In fact, one of the most thrilling aspects of looking into all of these ancient magic practices is reading the actual spells and recipes that have survived. And we got quite a few of them. They pull back the curtain on what these magicians did and said, written on the clay tablets, papyrus scrolls, lead sheets, and sometimes stone inscriptions. We can make a little bit of contact with the hopes and fears of people a millennia ago. Let's start with the Mesopotamian incantations. Thanks to the thousands of cuneiform tablets, we have a rich corpus of Mesopotamian magic literature. Though, as noted, they're mostly anti-witchcraft or healing spells. We don't have any how-to manuals for witches themselves, at least not yet. May I remind you that cuneiform tablets, we've discovered thousands of them, thousands and thousands, but there's probably tens of thousands still underground. We're just yet to dig them up. The incantations often begin by invoking high gods and naming the evil to be dispelled. A typical Babylonian incantation against illness might start, "O Marduk, great son of Ea, your servant is afflicted by a baneful curse," and proceed to command the evil spirit to leave. The language is repetitive and sonorous, intended to be chanted. You'll find this in a lot of other Mesopotamian literature too. They'll often say things several times in a row. Sometimes the Egyptians will do this, but it's really common in Mesopotamian stuff. For instance, an incantation to cure fever addresses the fever demon directly, threatening it with divine wrath if it stays. We also have ritual instructions. The Maklu series details how figurines of the witch should be burned and buried, while the priest recites incantations. Another set of texts, the Surbu series, lists certain sins that might cause curses and their remedies. Through these, we learn that a Mesopotamian spell, if we're going to call it that way, is half a prayer and half a command quite often, calling on gods like Shamash, Asaluhi, to stand as judges and executioners against a supernatural culprit. And then, of course, we have Egypt. We can't go past them. Ancient Egyptian magic was recorded in various forms, from the monumental pyramid texts and temple inscriptions to the personal, that being Papyrus Minos and Ostraca. The coffin texts and later Book of the Dead are compilations of spells, especially for the afterlife. One famous spell, that being 125 at the Book of the Dead, is a negative confession, where the deceased declares that they have not committed various sins. While not a spell in the casting sense, it was believed that these words had power to justify the soul before the gods. On the more practical side, we have papyri like the London Leiden Magical Papyrus and Papyrus Harris, of course named after their universities or discoverers, which contain dozens of spells for daily needs, love charms, protection of mother and child, healing bites, etc. Practical things. A pretty good example is an Egyptian spell against hangovers, believe it or not. It hails the beer goddess and includes the line, truly effective, proven 1,000,000 times, to assure the user of its potency. I love this. It's sort of like it's trying to sell itself as a miracle cure. Another is a remedy for a fish bone stuck in the throat. The magician would recite, "The unique one, Creator is my servant. My bread is in the town, my beer is in the field. Bone begone." Bone begone. Now that would be a good name for the product. Well, you're then meant to have a little cake and swallow it, and the cake is meant to take the fish bone down with it. That is the theory. It's probably more the cake doing the heavy lifting than the spell itself. Well, we even find a spell for protecting books, an inscription threatening dire curses on anyone who steals or damages the magical book of a sorcerer. It warns that any violator will lose their burial, their afterlife offerings, and even their name on earth. It shows that magicians safeguarded their own spell collections, with spells on top of that. In fact, the magical texts from Egypt often mix myth with command too. A healing spell might recount how the god Horus was healed of a scorpion sting by Isis, then declare that likewise, "O poison, come out of so-and-so," by the power of that myth. Reenacting these divine stories, the magicians would attempt to harness the same power. And many Egyptian spells were spoken over figurines, amulets, or potions. We still have recipes like instructions to inscribe certain hieroglyphic symbols on a strip of linen and tie it around a patient's head to cure a headache, as in a spell invoking Isis and Nephthys for Horus's migraine. All these give us an intimate glimpse of Egyptian belief that correctly spoken words, often in combination with ritual actions, could have a pretty good influence on reality. And what of the Greeks? Well, they had their own magical papyri and curse tablets. Perhaps the most eclectic trove of spells comes from the Greco-Egyptian magical papyri, a collection of texts mostly from the 2nd century to the 5th century that being 2nd century BC to 5th AD, written in Greek and bits of Egyptian and Demotic. These papyri were essentially the handbooks of practicing magicians. They contain everything from invocations to Egyptian, Greek, and Jewish deities, to spells for love, subjugation of enemies, gaining luck and summoning the spirits. And they show a fascinating syncretism. A single spell might call on Zeus, Helios, Serapis in one breath. For example, a love spell might begin by invoking the jackal-headed god Anubis, with some arcane, barbarous names, strings of mysterious words thought to compel spirits, then state the magician's intent on brutal clarity. One such spell by a woman named Sophia calls on a, quote, fire-breathing corpse demon, hell yeah, to inflame the heart of a female target, Gorgonia, and give her no peace until she returns Sophia's love. The text reads, burn, set on fire, inflame her soul, heart, liver, spirit with love for Sophia, drive Gorgonia, torment her body, night and day, not letting her rest until she loves Sophia, giving herself and all her possessions, because this is the command of the great god. The intensity of this spell is pretty palpable. It was written on a lead tablet to be placed in the bathhouse where the victim would frequent, hoping the demon would find a place to enter her there. Greek curse tablets are another primary source, and they're pretty interesting. These are typically thin sheets of lead inscribed with curses, then buried in graves, wells, or nailed to temple walls, nailed to temple walls to put the spell into effect. Excuse me. Thousands have been found, from Athens to Rome all the way to Britain. Usually they start with a formula, like, I bind whatever name, and go on to wish misfortune on the target unless some condition is met. For instance, a 4th century curse tablet from Athens, aimed at a resentful ex-lover, says, may he not be able to sleep or eat until he takes me back. In the city of Kyrene, one tablet even curses a figure in a legal case. Quote, bind the tongue when thoughts of so-and-so, so he cannot testify against me. These show the practical side of magic, people trying to get an edge in love, romantic affairs, or lawsuits, or even just business by supernatural means. On the flip side, there were also protective spells inscribed on amulets. Greek and Roman amulets, often gemstones, rolled gold leaves in lockets, might bear images of gods or words like abracadabra, which actually first appears in the Roman world, by the way, to ward off illness and the evil eye. And then there's the Celtic charms and later records. Direct texts from ancient Celts are pretty scarce, of course, due to oral traditions, but a few tantalizing finds exist. The Lazark tablet from Gaul, 1st century AD, is a lengthy inscription in Gaulish that appears to be a curse, or at least a legal oath involving sorcery, possibly mentioning a sisterhood of witches. Another find, the Chamelieres tablet, 1st century AD, is a Gaulish language prayer to the underworld gods for help, essentially a magical petition for favor. While these Celtic texts are fragmentary, medieval Irish manuscripts likely preserve old Celtic incantations in the stories of saints and heroes. For example, charms for healing or for protection in battle appear in the mythic tales. St. Patrick's Lorica or breastplate prayer has pre-Christian parallels as a protective chant. And the earlier mentioned Song of Amergin, though recorded later, probably echoes more Iron Age druidic poetic incantations. It reads like a riddle of identification with nature's powers, possibly to assert the speaker's magical dominance over the land. And so by comparing these texts across cultures, we notice both differences and common threads. All involve spoken or written words believed to carry power, whether imploring gods, commanding demons, or binding people mystically. Many use symbolic actions alongside words, the burning of effigies, mixing potions, burying documents, knotting cords, things like this. But the goals are usually tangible. Heal the sick, protect the home, defeat rivals, see the future, hurt an enemy, win love, and so on. This utilitarian aspect, magic as a tool to cope with life's uncertainties, try and gain some control, well, that vividly emerges from the spell texts. Moreover, the sources we discussed show a blending of high theology and folk practice. A Babylonian exorcism might quote a grand myth of Marduk versus Tiamat to add force. An Egyptian spell might borrow the authority of Ra's secret name. And a Greek magician might invoke Solomon alongside Hermes. If it could help, you may as well add another person to the mix if they're going to provide anything of value. Ancient magicians were eclectic, and their texts are a rich stew of cultural influences. Crucially, such documents bring us the voices of those who were not kings or famous philosophers, but just everyday people who were trying to wield a bit of otherworldly power in their favor. If you want to truly appreciate ancient magic, you must see how seamlessly it blended into daily routine. Far from being an isolated cult activity, it permeated the lives of ordinary people in overt and subtle ways. In the households of Mesopotamia and Egypt, protective magic was everywhere. They placed clay demon masks or figurines under the house foundations in rooms to ward off evil spirits. For example, Pazuzu figurines to scare away Lamashtu, a female demon who attacked infants. They hung amulets inscribed with protective incantations over cradles. Newborns and mothers were safeguarded by spells and goddess figurines, kind of like those of Lamashtu, not as a demon, but as a apotropaic image. And in Egypt's family kept little ivory wands or magic knives carved with deities and symbols, drawing a protective circle around a mother and child at childbirth. These objects were the standard kit of life, as normal as having a doctor's tonic on hand, a first aid box in the bathroom, this kind of thing. When illness struck, that's when you really needed magic. And they first turned to magic healing before they went to practical remedies a lot of the time. An Assyrian with a mysterious sickness might suspect a curse, so an Asibu would perform a ritual in the home. This involved incense, libations, and recitations to expel the affliction. The patient might wear a charm afterwards inscribed with a divine figure and a snippet of the spell for continued protection. Egyptians famously integrated magic into medicine. The Eber's Papyrus from 1550 BC is a medical text containing dozens of spells to be said while applying treatments. For example, a remedy for asthma says to breathe in a mixture of herbs, while an incantation is spoken to the 7 divine cobras to open the bronchial tubes. The logic was pretty holistic. Physical and spiritual aspects treated alongside each other. In the workplace and economy, magic also had a role. Miners in Roman Egypt invoked Bes, a protective deity, to safeguard them in the dangerous mines. Merchants might wear a mercury amulet for luck and eloquence in trade. Farmers in all cultures practice a kind of low magic, uttering blessings over seeds, using scarecrows or figurines with apotropaic markings in the fields, and performing little rituals to encourage rainfall. And at the same time, they feared the evil eye, the idea that envy or ill will could cause real harm to their livestock or children. To counter this, people in Greece and Rome wore eye-shaped pendants or phallic charms to divert the malign glance. Pliny the Elder records that even Roman generals would have a phallic amulet hung on their triumphant chariot to ward off the envy of the onlookers. Love and family life offered prime occasions for magical help too. Throughout the Mediterranean, individuals resorted to love spells and erotic magic to either attract a desired partner or rekindle an old passion. We find Egyptian love spells promising to ignite the heart of a woman like a torch. And then we have Greek binding spells, intended to prevent a rival from consummating a marriage. In a way, these are ancient counterparts to love potions in fairy tales when you think about it. Sometimes they were benign, where a charm of two love gods embracing, other times pretty cruel, curse a suitor to lose his virility. Fertility magic was another common need. Barren couples in Mesopotamia might seek a charm or plead to Ishtar for a child. Celtic lore suggests rituals involving holy wells and special herbs to promote conception. Divination was a routine practice for many, not just kings. A Babylonian businessman might consult a diviner on which way to start a journey, watching the pattern of oil drops in water for an omen. A Roman might cast lots by shaking marked sticks or bones in a container and interpreting how they fell. In the European Celtic world, simple methods like listening to the fall of acorns or the shapes of clouds were employed on holy dates to get a few hints about the future. Dream interpretation, too, was a democratic form of divination. Manuals for interpreting dreams existed in Egypt and Assyria, so that anyone could look up what seeking a snake or flood in a dream actually meant. Magic was also present in legal and political spheres, albeit somewhat covertly. We have letters from ancient Mesopotamia where officials accuse each other of employing witches or curses in court intrigues. In Rome, electoral candidates occasionally were rumored to use sorcery to eliminate opponents or win favor, for instance, by enchanting the populace. This was, of course, frowned upon. It's not the typical way of winning elections. But the fact that rumors existed speaks to how people thought magic could influence even state affairs. And finally, death and the quest for an afterlife was certainly as drenched in magic as anything else. Nowhere is this more clear than in ancient Egypt, where every tomb was effectively a fortress of magic spells. Mummies were interred with scrolls or walls painted with spells to guide their soul. Amulets, such as scarabs placed over the heart, were inscribed with spell 30b from Book of the Dead, imploring the heart not to betray the deceased during judgment. In Mesopotamia, although afterlife beliefs were more bleak, families still placed plaques and figurines in tombs to protect the dead from hungry ghosts or demons below. The living might pour libations and recite incantations on certain days to soothe ancestral spirits. Essentially, magic to maintain harmony between two worlds. Greeks and Romans, too, had gravesite spells. Curse tablets show up in graves, not just to harm the dead, but to often enlist the dead spirit to carry out a curse, the logic being that a restless ghost might be persuaded to coerce or haunt somebody. But on a gentler note, the Orphic tradition gave us the gold tablets buried with initiates, tiny gold leaves etched with the instructions for the soul in Hades. Say to Persephone that Bacchus himself released you. A secret passphrase for a blessed afterlife. What is it, if not a kind of magic password for eternity? Through these myriad examples, we see that magic was a daily resource, a lifelong companion for the ancients. And when facing the great unknown of death, magic promised some agency, spells to light the way, in the dark mysteries beyond. From prehistoric shamans to the cusp of the Roman Empire, the tapestry of ancient magic and witchcraft is one of astonishing diversity. We've seen how Mesopotamian exorcists, Egyptian priests, Greek oracles, Roman wise women, and even Celtic druids all sought to tap into the ancient unseen forces, whether sanctioned by the gods or in defiance of social norms. To the ancients, the world was alive with spirits, and magic was essentially the art of negotiating with them, be they gods, ghosts, demons, or elemental powers. One cannot help notice but our primary sources close to the time bring these practices to life best. A line of Hammurabi's code exposes the Bronze Age fear of spells. A Demosthenes' speech throws light on a witch trial in classical Athens. A lead curse tablet whispers the grudge of a common Roman. Documents like this, which we've used today, ground our understanding in real experience rather than later imagination. But still, the line between history and legend in ancient magic is going to remain blurry. For those legends were believed. When a Roman general believed a druid's prophecy, or an Egyptian peasant inscribed a few hieroglyphs on a potsherd to ward off harm, they acted on the same impulse, to enlist the supernatural in the very tangible struggles of their daily life. So in the end, our journey through ancient witchcraft and magic reveals a world that's not so alien to our own. The context and cosmologies differ, of course, but the fundamental drivers, hope, fear, curiosity, the desire for control over one's fate, they're utterly human and timeless. The academic in us analyzes the spells and the laws, sure, but the storyteller is fascinated and at times awed by the creativity and daring of these early people.
Chinese occultism. It has pretty much everything you would expect. Practices and beliefs spanning from alchemy to divination, spirit communication and magic. And indeed, from ancient times, the Chinese people have sought to discern the hidden forces at work in our world and to influence their fate through ritual. But unlike the Western concept of the occult as something secretive or forbidden, in the Chinese context, these practices were often just part of mainstream life. Emperors consulted oracles, Taoist sages pursued immortality, and even the villagers prayed to local gods for protection. So today we're going to have a look at Chinese occult traditions, from the earliest origins up to the modern day. We'll talk about the key figures who shaped their development too, and the diverse regional manifestations. Perhaps you're not familiar with literati figures like Pu Zongling and Ge Hong, but you certainly will be by the end of this, and I think you'll be able to hold your own in a conversation about the topic, perhaps surprising a few people who are interested in it too. Now, all that being said, allow me to issue the customary good-mannered welcome. If you are new to the channel, I do invite you to click that subscribe button and leave a like and a comment. It really helps push us out in the algorithm. Now, this video is completely uninterrupted, ad-free for your viewing pleasure. That's pretty good, isn't it? Well, we managed to do this because we are supported not through YouTube ads, but by the kind donations and support of those on Patreon YouTube members. We also have a merch store and the occasional donation through Super Thanks or the PayPal link. You can find all of those appropriate links if you feel inclined to have a look at them in the pinned comment, video description, and the channel description. Now, with that being said, let's get to the topic at hand.
Chinese occultism. Isn't that exciting? Let's go. Now, of course, you know that China is a very ancient culture. They always talk about their history going back 5,000 years, and indeed, that is quite a legacy. And the earliest evidence of Chinese occult practice goes all the way back to the Shang dynasty. Now, that is traditionally 1600 to 1046 BCE, and that was a time where religion and rulership were deeply intertwined. Shang kings and their ritual specialists engaged in oracle bone divination. I've done a full video on it, but we'll discuss it just briefly now. It is the quintessential occult practice of the Shang dynasty. It's a form of pyro-osteomancy, osteomancy meaning bone, so bone magic, in which questions to the spirits were inscribed on turtle plastrons or ox scapulae, and heat was applied until the bone cracked. Now, it was the pattern of the cracks that was then interpreted as a message from the ancestral spirits, or the high god Di, or Shang Di in Chinese. Now, the supreme deity of the Shang pantheon, that was who they were asking. These inscriptions reveal an organized system of communication with the unseen world. The king, or a priest on his behalf, would pose questions about anything from warfare to harvests, weather, or childbirth, to seek answers from the spirits. And the process was quite meticulous. Small pits were carved into the bone, and a hot rod was inserted to produce cracks. And diviners would read the resulting lines as either something auspicious or ominous, and then, of course, make decisions regarding what to do next. Often the divination record was annotated with the actual outcome, indicating a desire to verify the spirit's guidance. It could be quite simple, either a yes or a no. It's quite rare that we have detailed descriptions of what happened next. In any case, Shang cosmology was fundamentally ancestral and animistic. The royal house venerated a hierarchy of ancestral spirits and nature powers under Shang Di, who wielded control over natural phenomena and human destiny. It was within this worldview that disasters or blessings were not random, but reflected the will of gods and ancestors. Maintaining harmony with these forces required constant ritual labor. Sacrifices of animals, and occasionally humans, I'm afraid, were offered to please ancestors and deities, and elaborate state ceremonies punctuated the calendar. But divination was not mere fortune-telling. It was rather a consultation with powerful forebears, and the Shang believed wholeheartedly that their departed ancestors could intercede in earthly affairs, granting approval or sending misfortune based on the living king's actions. Shamanistic elements likely underpinned Shang occult practice, though their exact form is debated. Of course, this always varies from place to place. But the oracle bone script includes the graph for Wu, from the word Nu Wu, a modern rendering of witch. Now, this character Wu suggests a class of spirit mediums or shamans existing. Well, some scholars infer that Wu specialists performed ecstatic dances, rain-making rituals, or astrology, acting as intermediaries between our world and the next. And notably, women could hold prominent roles in ritual contexts. The royal consort Fu Hao is a striking example of that. Now, Fu Hao was one of King Wu Ding's wives, and she served as a military general and high priestess. Her tomb contained over 500 inscribed oracle bones from her personal divinations and rituals. Inscriptions show that Wu Ding entrusted Fu Hao to conduct special sacrifices to the royal ancestors, indicating that shamanic authority in Shang was not limited to the king alone. Now this is a remarkable find, because it reveals that even in earliest times, a woman could act as a leading occult practitioner, communicating with spirits to guide the state. Now, regionally, Shang divination practices extended beyond the royal capital, of course. Oracle bones have been unearthed in sites in Shandong and Henan, suggesting that scapulomancy, that is, shoulder bone divination, and related rituals were used by vassal lords and commoners under Shang influence. While the king presided over the major state ceremonies, local estates had their own ritual experts who worshipped the same pantheon of spirits and ancestors. Now, what does this all mean? Effectively, it signifies that the basic techniques of Chinese occultism, sacrificial offerings and crack-reading divination, were already diffused across regions by the late 2nd millennium BCE, and that certainly goes back a fair while. Many aspects of Shang's spiritual practice were later assimilated by the succeeding Zhou dynasty, ensuring that Shang occult heritage, such as reverence for ancestors, the use of omens, etc., continued to influence the Chinese culture for some millennia after. But as Chinese civilization transitioned into the imperial era, occult arts moved not only in temples and villages, but also into the courts of the emperors. Now, one really good example of that is Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, reigning from 141 to 87 BCE, whose reign is famous for his engagement with what was known as fang shi, that is, wandering magicians, alchemists, and diviners. We can always use it in an archaic context too, to say necromancers. But, well, we want to stay away from modern definitions, I suppose. So we'll keep with just wandering magician, we'll put it that. So Emperor Wu was an ambitious, but also superstitious ruler, who believed he could attain divine favor, good fortune, and even, and this is important, physical immortality through spiritual means. He actively sought out occult experts and patronized those who claimed to converse with spirits or concoct elixirs of longevity. Under his rule, the Han court became a stage for esoteric experimentation, illustrating how state power and magic could become deeply entangled. Now, one early influence on Emperor Wu is Li Shaojun, a fang shi, remember that word, wandering magician or alchemist, who arrived around 133. Li Shaojun convinced the emperor that by performing certain ancient rites, such as special sacrifices to the stove god and practicing bigu, grain avoidance fasting, he could prolong his life, citing the mythical Yellow Emperor as an example. Swayed by such counsel, obviously Li Shaojun was quite a good talker, Emperor Wu introduced new state rituals. He conducted the grand Feng and Shan sacrifices on Mount Tai, ceremonies made to honor heaven and earth, in hopes of emulating sage kings and securing the mandate of heaven for his reign. He also began worshipping esoteric deities like Tai Yi, the Great One, on feng shui advice. The emperor's quest was quite relentless. He even ingested potions of crushed jade and morning dew, a spiritual tonic that Li Shaojun recommended, until he fell severely ill and had to stop. Well, this episode of drinking elixirs made from jade shows a very real physical risk that accompanied the pursuit of occult knowledge. Somewhat ironically, those people who were pursuing immortality ended up dying from the pursuit itself. Now, Emperor Wu's court attracted a succession of self-proclaimed magicians with mixed results. Not everybody could be as convincing or as have that expert knowledge like Li Shaojun, but, well, they certainly tried. It was more about convincing the emperor than anything else having any real effect. Well, the emperor employed men who boasted of making elixirs or summoning spirits, and for a time he was taken in by all of this. One court sorcerer, for instance, staged a spirit apparition that impressed Wu but was later exposed as a fraud, leading to the humiliated emperor to order the charlatan's execution. Bad luck. Well, it was a pretty big gamble. I suppose it didn't pay off for him. And yet, Emperor Wu remained undeterred. His most famous occult advisor was Luan Da, a charismatic sorcerer from the southern state of Yue, who professed to know secrets of immortality. Luan Da claimed he could communicate with celestial beings and obtain an elixir of eternal life. Delighted by these promises, Emperor Wu showered Luan Da with riches and honors, elevating him from a commoner to a marquis, and even marrying him off to a princess, all within a few short months. Things were certainly looking up for Luan Da. However, the problem was, when push came to shove, he failed to produce any true miracle, and after a brief period of spectacle, it became clear that his alchemy and spirit medium ceremonies were, well, quite hollow. The sorcerer eventually lost favor and attempted to escape imperial scrutiny by saying he would go visit the immortals for advice. Emperor Wu saw this as deceit. Luan Da was arrested, and he was executed in 112, his downfall marking the end of the emperor's patience with that particular brand of occultism. And so in the aftermath, the emperor issued edicts to rein in illicit sorcery, even penalizing members of the elite who married into families of mediums as a way to restore rationality and order. Not everyone can live forever. Well, Emperor Wu's later years show a darker turn. Paranoia about malevolent witchcraft was running high. By the 90s BCE, aging and beset by fears, he grew suspicious that courtiers might be casting secret curses upon him. In 96 BCE, he launched a series of witchcraft persecutions, spurred by nightmares of being whipped by tiny stick-wielding puppets, possibly hallucinations of assassins. He ordered nationwide investigations for occult plots. Large numbers of people, including ministers and imperial family members, were accused of using curse spells and voodoo dolls against the emperor, and many were executed along with their entire clans. This proto-Inquisition culminated in a tragic incident known as the Crown Prince's Rebellion. The emperor's chief minister, Jiang Chong, falsely accused Emperor Wu's heir, Crown Prince Liu Ju, and the prince's mother, Empress Wei Zifu, of treasonous sorcery by planting dolls and mystical writings in their palace and then discovering them as evidence. Basically, they were all just, they were making the whole thing up. Now, the Crown Prince, terrified and angered by the false charges, led a desperate revolt in Chang'an in 91 BCE. The uprising was crushed, and the prince, the empress, and thousands of their supporters perished in the conflict. Only afterward did Emperor Wu realize that the witchcraft scare had been manipulated by scheming officials, and that many accusations were completely baseless. Of course, he was stricken by remorse. He attempted to atone for all this in his final years, but, well, not even his best sorcerer can bring the dead back to life. This case of Emperor Wu, it shows both the peril but also allure of occultism in the imperial court. On one hand, occult practitioners promised emperors access to divine knowledge, victory, and immortality, and that certainly is a tempting prospect for anyone. But on the other hand, belief in dark sorcery could spiral into moral panic, leading to purges and injustice. After Emperor Wu, later monarchs continued to dabble in occult arts. For example, many Tang emperors patronized alchemists, and Song emperors consulted spirit-writing mediums. But they did so with caution, mindful of the Han precedents. by elevating Fang Shi like Li Shaojun, and then executing alleged witches in fear. Emperor Wu's reign shows the paradox of Chinese occultism in governments. It was seen as a source of transcendent wisdom and power, certainly, yet it could just as easily become a source of political paranoia. And ultimately, that just leads to bloody persecution. But beyond the courts and the popular cults, Chinese occultism also flourished among those scholar recluses and Taoist adepts who sought personal enlightenment and immortality. Now, one pivotal figure of that is the one that I mentioned in the introduction, Ge Hong, 283-343 CE, a Jin Dynasty scholar official and Taoist practitioner whose writings richly document the alchemical and mystical pursuits of early China. Ge Hong lived in an age of political disunity and social upheaval, when many literati had turned away from public life to explore alchemy, Taoism, and the esoteric arts, a possible path to transcendence. His magnum opus is the Bao Pu Zi, that is, master embracing simplicity. It stands as one of the most important treatises on Chinese occult science, covering topics from medicine and demonology to the fabrication of elixirs and secrets of divine transcendence. Ge Hong's background prepared him to straddle the worlds of classical learning and occult practice. He was born near present-day Nanjing to a distinguished family. He received a traditional Confucian education, but also inherited a Taoist legacy. His great-uncle, Ge Xuan, was a famous Taoist adept reputed to have become an immortal. Citation needed on that one, Ge Xuan. While under the tutelage of Zheng Yin, himself a disciple of Ge Xuan, Ge Hong began studying the arts of longevity while still young. It's the best place to start, of course. It's kind of like investing, I suppose. You got to get in early. In any case, though he served as a military officer and minor official, he was more passionate about collecting arcane knowledge. Amid the turmoil of invasions in North China, Ge Hong eventually retreated to the south. He spent years living as a recluse on Mount Luofu in the far south, today's Guangdong province, where he gathered herbs and minerals and conducted alchemical experiments in the search of the elixir of life. This retreat to a mountain in the subtropics shows a broader southward migration of Chinese esoteric traditions. By Ge Hong's time, the locus of Taoist activity had shifted somewhat to southern and inland regions. After all, those were a little bit less affected by war. Masters could practice in relative seclusion and a little bit of peace and quiet. In the Bao Pu Zi, Ge Hong provides a candid and detailed account of occult arts as he understood them. He distinguished between what he considers lower-level arts, healing, divination, exorcism, and magic, and the higher arts of inner cultivation and alchemy. Yet he does not dismiss the former. Rather, he sees them as part of a continuum. At the highest end, ingesting potent alchemical elixirs could enable an adept to become an immortal, communicate with heavenly gods, and of course repel harmful spirits with very little effort. Likewise, deep meditation and breathing could give one mystical powers over demons and the elements. But Ge Hong notes that those who focus only on one approach might end up falling short. He emphasizes the importance of combined knowledge. A true Taoist adept should understand medicine and herbs, be able to craft talismans, charms, know exorcistic prayers, practice sexual cultivation or breathing exercises, and pursue alchemical formulae, integrating the best methods of each school for maximum benefit. Now, the text of Ge Hong brims with practical recipes and anecdotes. He records how wearing certain minerals or amulets can ward off demons and wild spirits when traveling in dangerous mountains. For instance, one passage advises guarding the one, that is, focusing on the true spirit within, as a form of meditation so powerful that, quote, in a demon's shrine in a plague-infested land, within a tomb or tiger's lair, if you hold the one, no evil will harm you. He also describes the usefulness of talismans. For example, a figurine of a certain shape or a specific herbal pill that, when carried, makes venomous creatures flee and renders one invisible to Yao Guai, that is, monsters, essentially. Well, these details illustrate that protective magic was not superstition in Ge Hong's eyes, but rather a rational precaution for those engaging with the spirit world. Ge Hong even explains that many aspiring alchemists died or fell ill because they neglected the minor arts, trying to build the roof before the foundation, I suppose, lacking the charms and rituals to shield themselves from mountain demons or alchemical toxins. They perished before achieving their immortality. Thus, in Ge Hong's view, mastery of the occult required both lofty spiritual discipline, but also down-to-earth magical know-how. You have to take the appropriate steps. Can't just rush into things. Well, beyond the technical, Ge Hong's work carries an underlying philosophy. He sought to reconcile Taoist occultism with the Confucian system of ethics. He argued that striving for immortality was a worthwhile extension of one's duty to preserve life, and in his own life he practiced charity and self-discipline alongside magic, while many of his contemporaries engaged in pure conversation, that is, and metaphysical debates. Ge Hong was methodically recording how to make gold from cinnabar or summon rain, a very much hands-on approach that later Taoists revered widely. He also compiled the Shenxian Zhuan, biographies of the divine transcendence, a collection of hagiographies of earlier immortals and miracle workers, as it's known. And through these stories, the marvels of Chinese occult lore, flying sages, alchemists who resurrect the dead, monks who command the thunder and rain, were all preserved and disseminated. Ge Hong's legacy in Chinese occultism is thus seen as twofold. He was a practitioner who pushed the boundaries of alchemy and longevity science, but also a historian who preserved the esoteric knowledge of those before him. Later generations, from the Tang-era alchemist Tao Hong Jing to the founders of Neo-Taoist inner alchemy, drew on Ge Hong's writings as a classical authority. It's thanks to works like the Bao Pu Zi, the thread of ancient occultism, stretching back from feng shui and shamans, was knit into coherent tapestries, ensuring its survival even as mainstream religious practice evolved. But by the late imperial era, China's occult traditions had permeated literature and daily entertainments as much as they had religion and science. In the Qing dynasty, 17th and 18th century, an outpouring of popular and scholarly fascination with ghosts, demons, and wonders is evident. Of course, we're going to skip forward a little bit, because this is where some real development had happened. Now, the clearest example of this is the work of Pu Songling, 1640 to 1715, a scholar from Shandong who penned the famous collection Liao Jai Zhi Yi, known in English as the Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. Pu Songling's life bridged the worlds of the Confucian gentry and the common folk. He was an erudite man. After failing the civil service exams multiple times, turned his creative efforts to recording and embellishing supernatural tales circulating among people. And in doing so, he became a kind of curator of occult folklore, preserving hundreds of stories about spirits and sorcery that might otherwise have faded from memory. Completed around 1679, though not published until decades after. due to Pooh's poverty. Strange Tales contains nearly 500 short stories involving spirits, ghosts, fox fairies, and magical feats in general. Puzong Ling presented these in the guise of casual anecdotes told by a rustic narrator, often with witty moral commentary added. The collection features scholars encountering ghostly lovers, demons disguised as humans, Taoist priests battling monsters, and vengeful specters coming back to right wrongs. Many stories highlight Taoist sorcerers or Buddhist monks who have mastered occult powers. They can see the true form of demons, cast spells, or negotiate with the king of the underworld for a soul's release. These figures often serve as the heroes who resolve the spectral crisis, reinforcing the idea that righteous magic and virtue can triumph over evil. But perhaps Puzong Ling's most famous story is The Painted Skin, which offers a pretty chilling portrait of a shape-shifting demon and ultimately the power of exorcism. In this tale, set in Pooh's home province of Shandong, a scholar named Wang gives shelter to a woman he finds on the roadside, feeling pity for her situation. But unknown to him, she is actually a demon, wearing a painted human skin to appear as a lovely maiden. The demon seduces Wang and stays in his home. One day, a Taoist priest passing through warns Wang that an evil spirit is present, but Wang initially dismisses it. Peeking through a window, Wang then sees the girl in her true form, a green-faced ghoul painting a human skin to put on. Rather horrified, he realized he's actually taken a monster into his house. He seeks out the priest for help, and the priest gives him a protective charm to hang above his door. But when the demon sees it, it flies into a rage and kills Wang by ripping his heart out before fleeing. Did not go the way that Wang planned. As for Wang's wife, she is devastated, and she pleads with the same priest to save her husband. The Taoist priest tracks the demon down, which had been hiding as an old woman, and confronts it. After a fierce fight of magic and swordplay, he slays the creature, beheading it with his wooden sword and rolling up the foul-painted skin it had worn. But as for Wang, he's still dead. The priest then directs the wife to seek out a certain crazy beggar in the marketplace, who is rumored to have divine powers of his own. This ragged madman, after much cajoling, finally spits onto the ground, producing phlegm that miraculously transforms into a new human heart. The wife places the warm, throbbing heart back into Wang's chest, and lo and behold, he is restored back to life. For this story shows the popular Qing belief that demons can be beguiling and dangerous, but expert exorcists armed with faith and talismans can ultimately defeat them. And also, that line between madness and divine power is quite thin. The lunatic beggar was likely an immortal in disguise, you see. The story of Painted Skin became so well known that its title entered the lexicon as a term for a deceptive facade masking evil. The collection of Puzong Ling is significant, not only as literature, but as a social document of occult beliefs in its time. It suggests that even as Neo-Confucian orthodoxy outwardly condemned superstition, the populace and many scholars privately indulged in strong fascination with the supernatural. Puzong Ling often sympathizes with marginalized spirits, like wronged ghosts, lonely fox fairies, and subtly critiques human folly and corruption through his tales. For example, corrupt officials or faithless lovers often meet poetic justice via ghostly intervention in Liao Jai. Meanwhile, virtuous and brave individuals who show compassion to spirits are often rewarded, implying a cosmic moral order where the occult is a means of recompense beyond human courts. whose own voice sometimes intrudes to praise a character's piety, or to wonder at the mysteries of heaven, and this gives a sense that the occult phenomena was woven into the moral universe of the late Ming and early Qing period. The influence of Busongling and strange tales on Chinese culture has been enduring, of course. The stories are retold in opera, woodblock prints, modern films, keeping alive images like the gentle ghost maiden or the fierce demon-hunting priest. Songling himself has been called the, quote, Hans Christian Andersen of the East for his role in elevating fantasy tales to classic status, and thanks to his work, later generations can enjoy and continue to learn from the vast repository of Chinese occult lore, from the etiquette of interacting with fox spirits to the proper methods of exorcism and spellcraft. So in the context of our guide today, Busongling represents how the scholarly tradition engaged with the occult not by practicing magic but by narrating it. His work bridges that gap between the learned and the popular, a literati masterpiece that faithfully preserves folk occult tradition through his ironic, humane, and imaginative stories. We see the final centuries of imperial China still dancing with ghosts by candlelight, even as modernity marched forward. Of course, China's vast size and cultural diversity gave rise to significant regional variations in occult practice. Different areas developed their own emphasis. For example, the South became famous for spirit medium cults and shamanic healers, while the North saw more organized sects and communal temple rituals. There were also contrasts in the popular pantheon and ritual styles between provinces, and understanding this regional diversity shows that Chinese occultism was never monolithic. It was always adapted to local traditions, geographies, social structures. So in the southern coastal provinces, so we're talking about Guangdong, Fujian, Taiwan, spirit mediumship had long been a prominent feature of folk religion. Here, the typical occult specialist is the Ji Tong, literally a divining youth, also called Tang Qi, serves as a mouthpiece for the gods, effectively. Now, Tang Qi, by the way, is a term from the Fujian dialect, Minan Yu, as it is called. Now, they're usually adult men who are said to be chosen by a deity to be possessed. When they enter a trance, they are regarded as temporary incarnations of that deity. During village festivals or healing ceremonies, a Tang Qi sits before an altar, surrounded by incense and beating gongs, and gradually works himself into an ecstatic state, eyes rolling back in his head, body convulsing, voice lurching into strange tones. At the climax of all this, a deity is believed to transcend into him. The Tang Qi then performs astonishing feats to demonstrate the god's power. He may slash his tongue or body with swords, climb ladders of blades, or press hot irons to his skin without injury. Such self-mortification, paradoxically, is interpreted as a form of divine protection and exorcism. The medium's wounds expel evil influence from the community, and his immunity to pain proves the god's presence. The origins of these southern spirit cults are ancient and likely predate the spread of formal Taoism to the region. Scholars have traced Tang Qi practices to the Minnan region of Fujian, noting possible influences from indigenous shamanistic rites of the Yue peoples who inhabited the south before full Sinicization. Over time, medium cults syncretized with Taoist and Buddhist elements. For example, a Tang Qi shrine might honor a local deity, such as a martial guan or a princess deity of a sort, but also display images of the Taoist three pure ones on its main altar. In a typical ceremony, the layout of the Tang Qi's tent is aligned to cardinal directions and cosmic order, with altars dedicated to heaven, the underworld, and the five sacred armies arranged in a symbolic map of the cosmos. and this shows how folk trance mediumship incorporated into the greater Chinese cosmological pattern. Southern spirit mediums often act as healers and exorcists for their communities. People would come to the Tanki seeking cures for illnesses believed to be caused by ghosts or unseen malign forces. The medium, in trance, would write talismanic inscriptions in red ink, or even in his own blood, and these charms are burned and the ashes drunk as medicine by the patient. Alternatively, the Tanki might violently whip himself, or wrestle with invisible entities, claiming to chase away the demon inflicting a sick person. The tangible intensity of these rituals made them very popular among ordinary folk, who might not understand the classical liturgies of Buddhism or Taoism, but could viscerally appreciate a performance where the gods show up, in person, I suppose, via a neighbor's body. And because of this grassroots appeal, Tanki cults thrived through the late imperial period, often outside the control of state or more orthodox Taoist and Confucian temples. Now, to northern China, their occult practices historically took a somewhat different shape. In the north and central plains, villagers tended to focus on communal worship of tutelary deities rather than individual trance mediums. A typical northern village, with residents of multiple surnames, might have a village temple dedicated to a protector god. For example, the Dragon King for rain, or a local guardian dubbed the village lord. Religious events were managed by temple associations, and rituals were led by ritual masters, who often inherited the role through family lines, hereditary matters, this kind of thing. These masters were well versed in liturgical texts, performing exorcisms or fortune-telling using scripts and invocations that had a more Taoist flavor. Though many were not formally ordained, instead of wild spirit possession, northern ceremonies were more scripted. For instance, a fasher might conduct a Nur exorcism by donning a fearsome mask or using swords and spells to drive out plague demons, following an outline passed down for generations. But another difference was in the pantheon and mythology. Northern folk religion incorporated many ancient Chinese mythological figures as gods, such as Fuxi, Shenlong, Pangu, and others, reflecting a continuity with older national legends. Southern regions, by contrast, often elevated more recent, locally relevant figures, like ancestral heroes or regional sea gods, to divine status. Moreover, in the central and northeastern provinces, folk sects had greater influence historically. These were semi-underground religious societies, like the White Lotus sect or the Eight Trigrams sect, that combined moral teachings with promises of miracle working. They taught scriptures, practiced group chanting or breathing exercises, and believed in an impending apocalyptic salvation. Because such sects were sometimes seen as politically seditious, they took firmer root in the more remote northern areas, where imperial scrutiny was not so strong. Southern China, with its strong lineage ties to local cults, proved to be less fertile ground for roaming sectarian preachers. But despite these contrasts, it's important to remember that there was no rigid north-south divide, but rather a gradient of emphasis. Even in Guangdong or Fujian, one finds public temple festivals and learned Taoist priests, and even in Hebei or Shanxi, spirit mediums and shamans were not unknown. In fact, the Northeast had its own strong shamanic tradition due to interaction with the Manchu and Mongol cultures. Many Han Chinese in that region adopted fox spirit worship and riding for the immortals, as they called it, a trance ritual from Manchu shamanism. Now, this led to unique hybrid practices like households venerating families of fox spirits for luck, or female shamans going into a trance to cure spirit sickness. Such phenomena show that Chinese occultism was highly adaptable. It could absorb non-Han elements and still be seen as part of Chinese folk religion. But across all regions, one element of Chinese occultism remained consistent: the figure of the Taoist hermit, seeking spiritual perfection in nature. For centuries, certain individuals chose to abandon society and live in mountain villages and wilderness, devoting themselves to meditation, ascetic exercise, and magical experimentation. These hermits often aimed to become xian, immortals or transcendent beings, basically. Now this word, xian, is quite telling, because it is graphically composed of human and mountain, reflecting the ancient belief that immortality is attained in the mountains. So it basically means a mountain dweller, I suppose. Chinese literature and legend are filled with references to mountain-dwelling sages who achieve extraordinary power, the ability to fly on the back of cranes or dragons, to summon rain or wind, or just to remain forever youthful with glowing skin, like ice and snow, as they put it. In fact, there is a saying in modern Chinese, xianyu, which kind of means like a fairy girl, like a pretty young girl, something like that. They often say xiao xianyu to sort of call someone beautiful. It's kind of like that. Now, China's geography provided an abundance of sacred peaks where hermits congregated. The famous Taoist mountains, such as Mount Wudang in Hebei, Jingzheng in Sichuan, Longhu in Jiangxi, and Mount Hua in Shanxi. They all became associated with communities of recluses and small monasteries. At Mount Wudang, for example, hermits cultivated internal alchemy and martial arts, and by the Ming era, Wudang was revered as the seat of profound Taoist wisdom and wizardry. Mount Longhu was the historic seat of celestial masters, but it also sheltered independent alchemists who preferred solitude to the clerical life. Travelers' diaries from the Tang and Song period sometimes mention encountering eccentric hermits. One might describe an old man in tattered robes living in a cave who dispensed herbal cures, or a bearded ascetic who spoke in cryptic poetry about the stars. The practices of hermits, of course, varied, but accounts like that fed the popular imagination and inspired others to take up the hermit path. Some were primarily alchemists, tending furnaces in secluded grottos in hope of creating the golden elixir. Others practiced extreme meditation regimes, for instance hanging upside down from trees or sitting motionless for days to overcome the limitations of the flesh. Fasting from grains, we mentioned bigu, consuming only wild plants and dew. That was a common technique to purify the body. And many hermits were also adepts of medicinal and magical arts. They knew which mountain herbs healed illness and which talismans warded off the tigers or the spirits of the wild. While attaining longevity was often just as much about avoiding dangers, natural and supernatural, as it was about divine intervention. So these hermits became experts in protective magic by necessity. And there are stories of hermits befriending tigers too, using charms to pacify the beasts, an indication of their occult knowledge extending to harmonizing with animals and elements. While hermits often operated alone, occasionally they became teachers, if a worthy student found them, that is. The Chuanzhen school of Taoism in the 12th century began when the founder, Wang Chongyang, who had lived ascetically in a tomb, came out to teach a small group of disciples the secrets he had learned. Those disciples, the famous 7 realized ones, spread Wang's teachings and even garnered patronage. showing how hermetic wisdom could flow back into society in organized form. But generally, however, the hermit tradition emphasized personal enlightenment over institution building. It persisted through the Qing and into the 20th century. Even today, one can find a handful of modern hermits in the Yongnan or Wudang Mountains continuing this age-old quest. The allure of the mountain sage in Chinese culture is a testament to the value placed on direct mystical attainment. No matter how sophisticated or urban Chinese civilization became, it always honored the ideal of the wise hermit, a person who communes with the Tao in the quiet of the mountains. But in the context of occultism, these hermits ensured that exploration of the unknown went hand in hand with spiritual discipline and philosophical depth. They reminded society that beyond the village mediums and court astrologers, there was another path, that solitary pursuit of transcendence, as ancient as the legends of the Yellow Emperor seeking the Isles of the Immortals. So how do we sum it all up, I suppose in its many forms, the Chinese side of occultism has been a continuous thread woven throughout China's history, and it goes all the way back to those Bronze Age diviners at Anyang, to the storyteller mystics of the Qing dynasty tea houses. I suppose we've seen how deeply the Chinese have engaged with the other side of things, seeking knowledge of destiny through the cracked bones and yarrow sticks, striving for immortality with elixirs and breath exercises, even negotiating with ghosts through mediums and magic. Well, we certainly have a civilization attempting to harmonize the earthly realm with the spiritual, and crucially, what Westerners might label occult was not necessarily a secret or marginal thing in China. It often stood at the center of public life and imperial policy, provided that it aligned with broader cosmological principles and ethical norms, of course. Now, a consistent theme is the interplay between the official acceptance and private practice. At times, as under certain Han, Tang, or Song rulers, occult arts like alchemy, astrology, and geomancy were endorsed and funded, leading to the new synthesis of science and magic. At other times, fervent Confucian administrators managed to crack down on what they saw as superstition, driving esoteric practices into quieter forms such as folk rituals or literature. Yet the occult never really disappeared. It never has. It's still around, just in various forms. It has adapted. The shamanism of the Shang gave way to the refined Taoist theurgy of later epochs. The village sorcerers and sect leaders persisted under different guises, even as society rushed towards a more modernized state, and the regional differences, rather than tearing apart Chinese culture, just added layers of richness to it, testament to an underlying unity of belief that heaven, earth, and the myriad of spirits were all just connected, one grand tapestry of existence. But by the end of the imperial era, Chinese occult beliefs were deeply ingrained. Every village had its protective talismans and spirit tablets. Every city had temples for the restless dead and the gods of fortune, and educated men like Pu Song Ling had absorbed ghost lore into the canon of respectable literature, which, of course, we can still enjoy today. Even as China entered the modern age, the legacy of millennia of occult tradition did not vanish. It survived in classical literature, in traditional medicine and feng shui practices, in seasonal festivals honoring the spirits, and in folk customs still observed in Chinese communities around the world. So really, occultism is an integral part of China's story, a bridge between the human and the otherwise. It provided people with the tools to understand misfortune and hope for miracles, to seek moral justice beyond human courts, and to strive for something higher than that ordinary existence, whether through courts, whether through the kingly divinations of the Shang, the alchemical recipes of Ge Hong, the ghost tales of Pu Song Ling, or the entranced dances of the Fujianese Tang Ge. We certainly witness a common impulse to engage respectfully and creatively with the mysteries of the cosmos. That is the enduring charm of Chinese occultism. It is at once mystical and pragmatic, fearful and revenant, continuously reinventing itself while rooted in this ancient cosmology. And in the grand theatre of Chinese civilization, the occult's always been there, playing alongside the official doctrine. That line between visible and invisible is thin, and that curiosity about the unknown is not just a Chinese trait, but a universal human one. And that's where we end off our video today. Perhaps you're interested in whether it be Chinese history or the occult. In a dimly lit London parlour of the 1860s, a circle of respectable Victorians sit with breaths held, hands clasped, huddled together in a silent room. In one séance, the poet Dante Gabriel Rossetti and his brother whisper questions into the air, and a series of raps answer back from the void. The spirit medium with them claims to be channeling Rossetti's late wife, who offers brief, cryptic replies from beyond the grave. It's an eerie scene, somewhat reminiscent of Gothic fiction, but this was a real event, recorded in February of 1866, 4 years after Elizabeth Rossetti's death. Such was the atmosphere of Victorian Britain, an age of steam and reason, utterly captivated by the other world. From the grand drawing rooms of the elite to humble country inns, Britons of all classes gathered around tables in those dark rooms, driven by an obsession with the occult and a burning question: can we truly commune with the dead? And so today, that's exactly what we're going to talk about. The Victorian obsession with the occult, as it permeated everyday life in Britain during the years of 1837 to 1901. But rather than focusing only on famous magicians and secret societies, topics for other videos, our emphasis is going to be on the grassroots fascination, the ordinary people who held seances in their parlors, joined ghost hunting clubs, and played with spirit communication devices. Also, the occult periodicals that were rolling off the presses in record number. But we will meet prominent figures like Helena Blavatsky and the founders of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but always in the context of how their ideas filtered into popular engagement. Along the way, we'll also relive the seance culture of table rapping and spirit mediums, visit the interesting ghost clubs of gentlemen investigators, and thumb through those occult publications, considering how contemporary religious and scientific voices critiqued the widespread paranormal craze too. And I think that by the end, we'll all understand how a society famed for its prim morals and scientific rationalism became equally renowned for crystal gazing, ghost summoning, and psychic adventure. It is a tale of paradox, a culture enthralled by technology and empire, yet equally enchanted by mysticism of the old world, a tale filled with earnest belief, brazen fraud, social rebellion, and that eternal human hope that there is more to our reality than meets the eye. So let me welcome you. If you're new to the channel, I invite you to click that subscribe button. It's right next to the like button too. All good for the engagement, you know how it is. And thank you to those who keep everything ad-free by supporting on the Patreon, and who checked out the merchandise store as well. You have my thanks. Now, without further ado, and with introductions and e-begging out of the way, as is customary, let us begin our journey back to Victorian times. So why did occultism flourish so wildly in Victorian Britain? Perhaps the answer lies partly in the unique anxieties of the age. You see, at this time society was intimately acquainted with death. Epidemics of cholera, smallpox, and typhoid ravaged rich and poor alike, leaving a tinge of grief in nearly every household. Over 177,000 people died from infectious diseases in the late 1800s alone. Even Queen Victoria herself entered permanent mourning after Prince Albert's untimely death from typhoid in 1861. Surrounded by mortality, many Victorians sought comfort in the idea that their lost loved ones were not gone forever, but somehow lingered in spirit, eager to reach out and communicate. Spiritualism, the belief that the dead can speak to the living through a medium, offered a seductive promise of hope and reunion in an era of high infant mortality and frequent bereavement. At the same time, traditional religious certainties were wavering somewhat. The Victorian era saw challenges to Christian orthodoxy from the new scientific and intellectual developments. The publication of On the Origin of Species in 1859 and advances in geology and biology led some to doubt the literal interpretations of the Bible. Many educated Victorians seem to have found themselves caught between scientific materialism on one hand and prescriptive conventional religion on the other. And so it was within this climate the occult emerged as a third path, an alternative source of meaning that could reconcile science, religion, and the supernatural. As one historian notes, a growing number of Britons turned to the hidden knowledge of the occult as a way to explore spiritual questions outside the confines of church doctrine. Moreover, the occult revival did not spring from out of nowhere. It was built upon earlier movements like mesmerism and Swedenborgism. In the late Georgian and early Victorian years, Franz Mesmer's theories of animal magnetism, that being hypnosis, and Emanuel Swedenborg's psychic visions of the afterlife had already piqued the interest in paranormal phenomena. By the 1840s, public demonstrations of mesmerism, placing objects in trance to exhibit mysterious mind powers, were popular entertainment. Swedenborg's writings, which claimed detailed tours of heaven and hell, circulated among spiritual seekers, suggesting that communication with unseen realms was indeed possible. Thus Victorians were primed to accept even stranger phenomena when they arrived. The spark that truly ignited modern spiritualism occurred across the Atlantic. In 1848, in a humble cottage in Hydesville, New York, two teenage sisters named Kate and Margaret Fox reportedly heard persistent rappings on the walls. Astonishingly, the rappings answered questions, supposedly the spirit of a murdered peddler communicating from the world beyond. News of the sisters' otherworldly communication, of course, spread like wildfire, and by the 1850s this Rochester knockings craze jumped the Atlantic and swept through Britain with equal fervor. And then came the mediums, individuals who claimed to serve as conduits for the dead. They began hosting table-rapping seances in English parlors and drawing rooms, recreating the mysterious knocks and messages first heard in New York. In 1852, one of the very first American mediums, Maria B. Hayden, traveled to London and offered seances for a guinea a head. All that basically kick-starting the British spiritualist movement. To the public of the time, stricken with grief and curiosity, the idea that science might have missed a profound truth, that the veil between life and death could be lifted, was irresistibly appealing. By 1865, spiritualism was being practiced widely throughout Britain, and had permeated all levels of society. It is worth noting that Victorian spiritualism often complemented, rather than contradicted, religious sentiment. Many saw it as not a rejection of Christianity, but rather as a new proof of it, evidence of an afterlife, and the soul's survival. Indeed, some clergy and devout believers embraced seance messages as validation of heaven's existence. But there were others, especially within established churches, who condemned spiritualism. They condemned it as either fraudulent, or in the worst cases, demonic. That is a point that we will explain later in a bit more detail. But for now, suffice to say that the cultural soil of Victorian Britain was fertile for an occult revival, a potent mix of bereavement, religious questioning, scientific wonder, and prior fascination with the supernatural. And so into this milieu stepped the spirit mediums, and right behind them, an explosion of occult phenomena in everyday life. By the mid-19th century, seance culture had become a national pastime. In cities and villages across Britain, people from all walks of life gathered in those dark rooms hoping to converse with spirits. What had begun as a peculiar import from the New World rapidly grew into a mass movement. As one contemporary observer noted, by the 1860s, spiritualism was practiced widely throughout all of Britain and had adherents in every social class. It was not just fashionable aristocrats indulging on a whim, although many did, of course, but also middle-class shopkeepers, clergymen's wives, clerks, mill workers, pretty much everybody. The notion of contacting the dead struck a chord that resonated far beyond society's traditional classifications. Seances, that is, by the way, from the French word for sitting, if you didn't know, well, they were the heart of this movement. A typical Victorian seance was an intimate gathering of perhaps 6 to 12 people seated around a table. The room would be arranged to encourage a hushed, mystical atmosphere. Heavy curtains drawn, lamps turned low or candles flickering, and often a spirit-friendly red or blue light bathed the scene. Before beginning, participants might sing a hymn or offer a prayer and appeal for the benevolent spirits to join them. The seance leader was almost always a medium, and notably, this role was frequently filled by women. In an era when women had scant avenues for public authority, strangely, mediumship became the one domain where they truly excelled. There was no barriers to entry, no barriers to ascent, and they really were respected. Victorians believed that women's supposed qualities of piety, passivity, and intuition made them ideal vessels for otherworldly forces. One commentator in 1871 observed that the female medium's more gentle, trance-like openness allowed spirits to take control of her psyche more easily than a man's. Well, whether or not that was true, the fact remains that spiritualism was one of the few areas in Victorian society where women could gain renown and authority. Female mediums like Emma Hardinge, Florence Cook, and Georgina Doddy Marshall became household names, and in a sense, kind of like early celebrities, at least in these spheres. During the seance, the medium would often clasp hands with the sitters to form a circle, a ritual meant to concentrate spiritual energy. And what followed could range from rather simple to quite spectacular. In many parlors, the initial phenomenon was table tipping or table rapping, the very manifestation that the Fox sisters had popularized. As the group sat in expectant silence, the heavy table might begin to quiver and then lift up onto two legs, or a distance of series of knocks would echo from its wooden frame. Each rap was typically interpreted as a yes or no communication. One knock for no, two for yes, that sort of thing. Or perhaps with pre-agreed codes, even spelled out letters of the alphabet. Attendees would eagerly pose questions. They'd ask if someone was there, what their name was, and if they could give a sign of some sort. Of course, the room would erupt in astonishment as invisible hands answered via bumps and thumps. These experiences became startlingly commonplace. By the late 1850s, one did not need to travel far to find a spirit circle in progress. Quite soon, table rapping swept the American continent, and in the early 1850s, it managed to cross the Atlantic. Seances began to take place in parlors and dining rooms of France, Germany, Italy, and Britain, recounts one historian. But what's more, no single demographic monopolized the activity. A rich diversity of peoples, genteel ladies in fashionable London squares to workers in provincial towns, they all took part. They formed local clubs and circles to pursue the mysteries together. In fact, in some neighborhoods, a medium's weekly home seance was as much of a social fixture as going to church on Sunday morning was. I'm sure that was much to the chagrin of the priests being, overtaken by such a different kind of practice. So, we know that it truly spanned classes, but it really went right to the top. In fact, even Queen Victoria herself was said to have contacted spirits in private settings. More on that shortly. While at the other ends of society, impoverished trance speakers would demonstrate their gifts in exchange for a few shillings. One contemporary journal in 1860 sneered at the popularity of a poor, vulgar medium like Miss Marshall, deriding her seances as abominable profanity and wickedness, yet ultimately having to concede that she was hugely eminent among believers. The very derision in that tone shows how wide-reaching her fame had become. The seance itself evolved over time, growing more and more elaborate as mediums competed to impress. Always a one-up game, and reputation was everything. By the 1870s, many mediums went far beyond mere rapping and tapping noises. They produced full-fledged manifestations, objects levitating in mid-air, ghostly hands appearing and touching the living, musical instruments playing on their own, and phantom figures materializing. For example, one of the era's most celebrated and, controversial mediums, Miss Florence Cook, routinely astonished guests by causing a spirit named Katie King to materialize in visible form during her seances. In a typical session at a darkened London house, Miss Cook would sit entranced in a cabinet, and after tense anticipation, a white-robed female figure would step out to converse with the sitters. This apparition would float about the room, even flirt playfully with the astonished gentleman, and at least on one occasion gave the sitter a kiss on the cheek. In one sensational incident, Florence herself, still in a trance, was reportedly levitated above the sitters' heads, so high that her shoes and outer garments fell to the floor, These theatrical flourishes made her seances the talk of London. It was said that no respectable drawing-room was complete without at least one appearance by Miss Cook's ghostly friend. And indeed, Katie King became so famous that the prominent scientist Sir William Crookes attended several sessions to investigate, even photographing the alleged spirit. Crookes' involvement led a hotly debated scientific credibility and kept spirit phenomena in the public eye. But not all gatherings were quite so dramatic. Most seances were small, sincere affairs. A widow seeking a final word from her departed husband, or parents hoping to reach out to a lost child. In these intimate circles, the tone could be deeply devout and emotional. One observer noted that seances ranged from spectacular displays of showmanship in theaters to intimate, devout gatherings akin to a prayer meeting. But in both cases, the primary motive was pretty much the same: the need to contact a loved one. The heartbreak of loss, coupled with the promise of communication, it drove people again and again to that dark room. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, the famous poet, turned to seances to reach her beloved brother who had drowned. That is Alfred Russel Wallace, by the way, a co-discoverer of evolution, and he became a staunch spiritualist after the death of his young son in the 1860s. And even Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who was a young doctor in the 1880s, began dabbling in psychic research, and he would later confess that the death of his son in the First World War strengthened a lifelong belief in the occult and communication with spirits. In Victorian times, such personal tragedies were, sadly, common. Spiritualism provided what conventional religion or science often could not, and that's immediate, tangible solace. A grieving person might enter a seance, weighed down by sorrow, and emerge with tears of joy, convinced they had just spoken with the very voice of their dear departed. As one critic reluctantly acknowledged, despite many tricks and ploys, grieving people are desperate and often willing to believe anything if it gives them comfort. The heart reigned over the skeptical mind. But it's important to emphasize that ordinary people's engagement with spiritualism went far beyond attending just mere seances. In the 1870s and 80s, a whole infrastructure of grassroots organizations and publications had formed, allowing the enthusiasts to connect and share experiences. Spiritualist societies sprouted in towns and cities. The British National Association of Spiritualists was founded in 1873, the London Spiritualist Alliance in 1884, and of course numerous local clubs and spirit circles existed by the dozen. In London alone, there has been groups tallied like the Charing Cross Spirit Power Circle, established 1857, the Marylebone Spiritualist Association, the East London Spiritualists, and more. These groups all held regular meetings, lectures, and demonstrations. In parallel, a vibrant spiritualist press emerged to cater to the curious. By the late Victorian era, Britain had multiple weekly and monthly papers reporting on occult happenings. The Spiritual magazine, founded in 1860, Human Nature, The Medium, and Daybreak, Two Worlds, and a long-lived journal simply called Light, founded in 1881, were among just many of the leading titles. These periodicals printed seance reports, accounts of ghost sightings, philosophical essays, letters from readers, and advertisements for the latest spirit photograph or healing medium. An enthusiastic reader in, say, Manchester or Bristol could follow the exploits of a famous London medium in the pages of Light, read advice on developing their own mediumistic gifts, and feel part of a national community of believers, all for a penny or two a week. And so in this way, the occult ideas circulated widely and bound together far-flung individuals who might otherwise have felt isolated in their unorthodox interests. There were also more informal conduits for spreading occult enthusiasm. Parlor games with a mystical twist became extremely popular. One such craze was the planchette, a heart-shaped wooden board on little casters with a pencil attached. Around 1867 to 68, planchettes became a fad in Britain, widely sold in stationery shops and toy stores as a scientific marvel, allowing users to practice automatic writing. Families would sit with their fingertips on the planchette, which supposedly skated across paper under spirit guidance, writing out messages from the beyond. This fad was so widespread that it was dubbed the planchette's first great craze of the 1860s. Even those who were too squeamish to hold a formal séance might happily experiment with this intriguing device at a weekend party. Newspapers initially ran amused pieces praising planchettes, but as the novelty wore off, skeptics published exposés with titles like The Three-Legged Impostor, puncturing the public's gullibility. Still, the very availability of planchettes for purchase shows how commercialized and even normalized spirit communication had become. It was literally a parlor pastime to be bought off a shop itself. Later, in the 1890s, this trend culminated with the invention of the more recognizable and famous Ouija board, essentially a planchette with letters printed on a board. We all know what they looked like. And it became a quintessential Victorian and Edwardian toy for those curious about the unknown. Victorians could thus DIY their occult experiences at home, without even needing a professional medium. Just follow the instructions, and you'll be fine. Anyone can do it. And so amidst this popular fervor, some unique clubs and societies took shape, blending social amusements with earnest inquiry. One notable example was the formation of ghost clubs. The original ghost club was founded in London in 1862, building on an even earlier Cambridge University Ghost Society of the 1850s. It included a mix of curious gentlemen, clergymen, and later famous members, like the poet W.B. Yeats and the author Charles Dickens. These clubs weren't about holding séances per se. Rather, members met to discuss and investigate reports of hauntings and psychic phenomena. The Ghost Club conducted confidential investigations of purported ghosts, aiming to either verify or debunk them. Dickens, for instance, was deeply interested in those spooky tales but maintained a healthy skepticism. Club lore suggested he attended some meetings, though he died in 1870 before the club really hit its stride. Another organization, the Society for Psychical Research, or SPR, founded in 1882, took ghost hunting to a more scientific level. While the SPR was led by notable scientists and scholars, like Cambridge academics and even Prime Minister William Gladstone as an early member, it drew upon accounts contributed by ordinary people. In 1894, the SPR organized a massive census of hallucinations, collecting over 17,000 first-hand accounts of ghostly apparitions from the general public in Britain and abroad. The very existence of such projects shows how widespread these experiences were. Thousands were willing to write about seeing their grandmother's spirit at their bedside, or hearing mysterious footsteps in their hall at night. Thus, from parlor séances to survey questionnaires, Victorian Britain was actively engaging with the supernatural on a grassroots level. The veil between the mundane and the mystical had grown so thin in the public imagination But before we move on from that, let's circle back to the royal seal of approval, as it were. Earlier we hinted that even Queen Victoria might have dabbled in spiritualism. Indeed, contemporary reports and persistent legend claim that after Prince Albert's death in 1861, the grieving monarch sought comfort through mediums. An often cited anecdote involves a teenage medium, Robert James Lees, who allegedly delivered a message to Queen Victoria from Albert, using a pet name for her known only to the couple. The story goes that Victoria was so impressed by this evidential detail that she invited young Lees to perform seances right there in Buckingham Palace. While the archival proof of these seances is scant, as the royal household would certainly keep such matters discreet, it is documented that as early as 1846 the Queen had shown interest in clairvoyance. That year a renowned clairvoyant, Georgiana Eagle, gave a private demonstration of second sight for Victoria and Albert at Osborne House. So at minimum, the highest in the land were not strangers to occult experimentation. It's a little wonder then that the broader public felt it socially acceptable to indulge in their curiosities. If the widowed Queen Empress herself reportedly found solace in a medium's parlor, well, who could fault a commoner for doing the same? Well, let's move on. Spiritualist seances were the most widespread expression of Victoria's occult obsession, but they were not the only manifestation. You see, as the 19th century progressed, the hunger for this esoteric knowledge took on new forms. Many Victorians, after tasting the basic spirit communications of seances, craved deeper occult insights, ancient wisdom, exotic mysticism, and even magical practices. And so it led to the rise of new occult philosophies and secret societies that went beyond just chatting with ghosts. Two of the most influential currents were Theosophy and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. While these were more elite and doctrinal than spiritualism's free-for-all, they still had significant impact on popular culture and attracted a following among the educated middle classes. In 1875, a colorful Russian noblewoman turned mystic named Helena Petrovna Blavatsky co-founded the Theosophical Society in New York. By the late 1870s, she had set her sights on Britain and India, determined to spread a new gospel of esoteric wisdom. Blavatsky was a larger-than-life figure, part scholar, part show woman who claimed to have traveled in Tibet and studied with hidden adepts. He emerged as a charismatic guru for those dissatisfied with both orthodox religion and the limiting approach of spiritualism, rather than just summoning spirits of the departed. Blavatsky's teachings, called Theosophy, meaning divine wisdom, sought to synthesize ancient Eastern philosophies, Western occultism, and more science of the modern era into this grand explanation of the universe. Her first monumental book, Isis Unveiled, in 1877, was a sprawling compendium of occult philosophy and critique of materialist science. It caused a sensation. By 1887, she had established herself in London, where she founded a theosophical journal, cheekily titled Lucifer, meaning, of course, light-bringer, not Satan in her usage, and attracted prominent British disciples. Theosophy taught that spiritual truth underlies all religions, and that humanity could evolve into higher planes of consciousness. But it also offered alternative explanations for the phenomena spiritualists knew well. For example, Blavatsky criticizes spiritualists for assuming that every communication was from dead human spirits. She argued that many seance phenomena were caused by elementals, or astral forces, not the souls of the departed, but rather nature spirits or psychic energies. In her view, mediums often didn't realize that they might be challenging astral impersonations. As one analysis notes, Blavatsky asserted that what the spiritualists believe were spirits of the dead was just something else. This more complex occult framework drew many educated Victorians who wanted a cosmology more sophisticated than just knocks and table tilts. Despite its lofty ideas, Theosophy still had appeal at the popular level. Blavatsky herself demonstrated what one might call paranormal stunts to intrigue followers, famously producing letters from her mysterious Tibetan masters that would phenomenally appear in closed rooms or fall from the ceiling. These Mahatma letters, as they are called, became legendary and were studied intensely and controversially by believers and skeptics alike. The Society for Psychical Research investigated Blavatsky's phenomena in 1884 and concluded that it was largely just fraudulent trickery. In fact, their report dubbed her, quote, one of the most accomplished, ingenious, and interesting impostors in history. But the ardor of her followers was not dampened by this. By the 1890s, the Theosophical Society had branches across Britain, and public lectures on karma, reincarnation, and Eastern mystic lore drew sizable audiences. In essence, Blavatsky and her co-founder, Henry Olcott, helped shift the Victorian occult conversation eastward, from table rappings in a dark parlor to contemplations of Sanskrit scripture and Himalayan sages. It's important to note that while Theosophy introduced complex ideas, it was still very much a popular movement. Many who joined attended lectures were ordinary folks, school teachers, clerks, housewives with spiritual curiosities, and a notable English convert was Annie Besant, a fiery social reformer who, after reading Blavatsky's work in 1889, embraced Theosophy and would later lead the society herself. Under Besant and others, Theosophy in Britain around 1900 held events that were open to the public, teaching meditation, spiritual development, and comparative religion. Some Victorians thus engaged with the occult not through ghostly thrills, but through intellectual study of mystical traditions. It was a different flavor of the occult craze, a lot less sensational, a lot more philosophical, but part of the same broad impulse, seeking truth beyond the material realm. Parallel to the Theosophical wave, another occult enterprise was brewing in London, one focused not on spirits or Mahatmas, but rather on ceremonial magic. In 1888, 3 British gentlemen, all Freemasons, by the way, with an interest in esoteric lore, founded the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. This secret society would become one of the most famous magical orders in history, influencing occult practice well into the 20th century. At its core, the Golden Dawn was an attempt to systemize occult sciences, as alchemy, tarot, astrology, Kabbalah, Enochian magic, and the invocation of angels and spirits into a more structured path of spiritual development. Members underwent initiation ceremonies and studied graded curriculums of arcane wisdom, learning how to perform rituals intended to connect them with higher planes of being. Though it was a secretive order, the Golden Dawn was very much a product of the Victorian occult revival. The Golden Dawn was both the product of and an influential contributor to a broader social investment into the occult during that era. In other words, its emergence was made possible by the prevailing fascination with hidden mysteries, The founders, Dr. William Westcott, Samuel Mathers, and Dr. William Woodman, were all deeply steeped in occult literature that had become readily available in the 1880s, from medieval grimoires to Rosicrucian manifestos. In fact, the order's founding legend revolved around cipher manuscripts and secret Rosicrucian adepts, reflecting the treasure-hunting spirit of the time for the lost mystical knowledge. Despite being secretive and selective, members were usually invited and sworn to confidentiality. The Golden Dawn's membership was a cross-section of middle-class Victorian society. Lawyers, doctors, clergymen, and a notable number of women as well. It was one of the first occult orders to admit women on equal terms, echoing spiritualism's relatively egalitarian approach. Within a few years, the order's roster, included literary figures like W.B. Yeats, actress Florence Farr, novelist Arthur Machen, and later in the 1890s, the infamous Aleister Crowley. Full video on him soon. I'm looking forward to that one. Well, they gathered in West London Temple to enact rituals of Egyptian gods and angelic sigils, donned colorful robes and regalia, and kept their activities carefully guarded from public view. While the Golden Dawn itself remained closed to the average person, its influence leaked into popular culture. Some of its members were writers who wove the occult themes into their works. Yeats' poetry, or McCain's supernatural stories, for example. Occult concepts like tarot cards, Hebrew Kabbalah, and Enochian angel language, once obscure things, began to trickle out via books ordered by Golden Dawn initiates. For instance, A.E. Waite wrote The Book of Black Magic and of Pacts in 1898, and other treatises that brought ritual magic and lore to this broader audience. The order's very existence also attracted rumor and intrigue. London newspapers in the 1890s occasionally hinted at the goings-on of hidden magical fraternities. And, as Denisov notices recruiting members were quietly placed in Blavatsky's Lucifer magazine in the late 1880s, meaning any attentive occult-minded reader might catch wind of an occult society open to initiates. Thus, even if most Victorians never witnessed a Golden Dawn ritual, the idea that groups were practicing high magic in the heart of the metropolis fed into the sense of a society enchanted. In a way, the Golden Dawn represented the scholarly or high cultural end of the Victorian occult obsession, just as table-turning represented the grassroots end. But both grew from that same origin, dissatisfaction with a purely material world and the desire to uncover what is hidden. One could say that the Golden Dawn was attempting to intellectually and ritually master the unseen forces that spiritualists approach more emotionally. The very term, occult, from the Latin occultus, meaning hidden, applied perfectly. These were hidden groups chasing hidden knowledge. The Golden Dawn peaked in the 1890s, coinciding with the late Victorian flourishing of mysticism, and then splintered by 1900 due to internal conflicts and scandals, partly thanks to Crowley's disruptive influence. But the legacy endured, and it exemplified how far the Victorian occult craze had evolved, from simple knockings on walls to complex magical ceremonies and philosophies, all in the span of just a few short decades. But I'm sure you can imagine not everybody was on board. In fact, given the ubiquity of occult practice, it's really no surprise that a robust, critical backlash developed. Many Victorians, scientists, clergy, and skeptics looked upon the occult craze with either alarm or just plain ridicule. It was in their view this fascination with ghosts and magic was a regression, a betrayal of reason, and on the other hand a betrayal of the Christian faith. So let's have a look at how the voices of science and religion responded to the movement, often engaging in heated public debates. Early on, men of science took interest in investigating spiritualist claims, if only to expel what they saw as superstition. In June of 1853, as table turning became the latest fad in drawing rooms, the famed physicist Michael Faraday decided to test it out. He devised simple experiments with boards and rubber bands that demonstrated that the sitters themselves were unwittingly pushing the tables due to quasi-involuntary muscular action. In other words, the participants, through subtle unconscious movements, caused the table to tilt. No spirits involved. Faraday published his findings in the Times newspaper, concluding pointedly that if well-educated people could believe that tables were moved by ghosts, then, quote, the educational system must be deficient. His letter was both a scientific explanation and a scolding. He essentially chastised the public for lacking critical thinking. Faraday's debunking was widely reprinted and set the tone for the scientific skepticism to come. Of course, it wasn't just Faraday. Other scientists followed suit. Doctors and physiologists explained mediumistic phenomena through natural causes. William Carpenter posited the ideomotor effect, where muscles enact ideas without conscious will, to explain Ouija boards and dowsing. Eminent biologist T.H. Huxley refused to even attend seances, famously saying that if mediums could prove the existence of spirits, it wouldn't be of much interest, as it would tell us nothing about evolutionary biology or the business of life. It's quite a boring point of view, I suppose, but, well, he is a scientist, I suppose. Not to say scientists are boring, they're just vehemently rational. Well, across Britain, local scientific societies and publications took up the challenge. Papers like the Lancet and Scientific Opinion ran reports of experiments that yielded only trickery or self-delusion at seances. Stage conjurers like Maskelyne and Cook became folk heroes to the skeptics, touring the shows that duplicated spirit phenomena by sleight of hand, implicitly saying, if we conjurers can do this with trickery, perhaps all the mediums do. Maskelyne's 1876 expose bluntly called spiritualism, quote, one of the greatest impostures of the day, and he took particular aim at the famous Davenport brothers and others whom he caught cheating. A dramatic confrontation occurred in 1876 with the case of Dr. Henry Slade, an American medium known for slate writing. Now, Slade's trick was to produce written messages from spirits on blank slate hidden under a table. In London, the distinguished zoologist Ray Lancaster attended Slade's séance and caught him out in a fraud, essentially sliding the slate out and writing the message himself. Lancaster and a colleague hauled Slade into court, where he was prosecuted under the old Witchcraft Act, that is, for pretending to conjure spirits. And guess what? He was convicted, making headlines as a warning to other purveyors of occult marvels, though he escaped on appeal due to a legal technicality. The Slade trial demonstrated that the law itself could be invoked to combat mediumistic fraud, something that gave pause to professional mediums thereafter. Indeed, mediums began issuing disclaimers that, for legal purposes, phenomena are considered as experimental to avoid charges of illicit fortune-telling and conjuration. Yet in a twist, a handful of scientists, and serious ones at that, actually became convinced, in some mediums at least. Well, that certainly complicated the public discourse. But as they say, science is never a democracy. The chemist Sir William Crookes is a prime example. Around 1871 to 74, Crookes investigated several noted mediums, including D.D. Home and Florence Cook, with her materialized spirit Katie King. But to the astonishment of his peers, Crookes reported that he had witnessed genuine phenomena that defied normal explanation. Accordions playing with no one touching them, bodies levitating, ghostly figures appearing that he even grasped, finding them tangible, yet strange. He published these accounts in scientific journals, lending a momentary credibility to spiritualism that believers trumpeted widely. But skeptics accused Crookes of being duped, or even of an imprudent romance with the young Florence Cook that clouded his judgment. Now that's a scandalous rumor. Well, the episode revealed a split in the scientific world. A minority, which included evolutionary biologist Alfred Russel Wallace, a fervent spiritualist advocate, accepted that some occult phenomena was real and worthy of research, but the majority remained unconvinced, and more often than not quite scornful of the issue. The split would later spur the creation of the Society for Psychical Research, which aimed to apply rigorous study to such claims. The SPR, founded in 1882 by academics and intellectuals, was essentially a bridge between believers and skeptics. Its members, who included Cambridge scholars like Henry Sidgwick, philosophers and writers, did not flatly deny occult phenomena, but they did sort to catalogue and probe them without bias. They investigated haunted houses, tested mediums in controlled conditions, and collected thousands of first-hand experiences. The SPR's approach was scientific in spirit, though mainstream scientific communities largely viewed it with skepticism. Still, the SPR provided a forum where claims could be examined critically. For instance, they dispatched researcher Richard Hodgson to India in 1884 to investigate Blavatsky's theosophical phenomena. Hodgson's report the following year in 1885 concluded that Blavatsky's miracles were faked by tricks, letters dropped through secret panels, etc., delivering a severe blow to her reputation among the English intelligentsia. But the SPR also exposed fraud closer to home. They caught spirit photographer William Hope cheating in the early 1900s and revealed several celebrated mediums as frauds by observing hidden methods. By the end of the century, thanks to such efforts, a considerable catalogue of fraud techniques was public knowledge. Trapdoors in seance rooms, luminous paint used to simulate ghostly ectoplasm, accomplices masquerading as spirits, contortionists escaping ropes, ventriloquism, and much more. This accumulation of evidence made it a lot harder for the most ardent believers to ignore the possibility that many supernatural events had very easy explanations. And after all, it's a bit awkward. No one likes to look stupid. No one likes to put their hand up and say, "Yes, I've been tricked. I was one of the people who fell for it." Those who do, well, good for them. It takes a lot of guts. Of course, satire and media mockery were another potent tool against the occult excesses. The irreverent magazine Punch led the charge at poking fun at spiritualism. Week after week, they published cartoons and humorous pieces on seances, mediums, and gullible believers. One 1860 Punch cartoon titled Home, Great Home spoofed the feats of D.D. Home, the superstar medium, portraying him as a charlatan serenaded by a spirit hand placing a crown of folly on his head. Below the illustration ran verses parodying the popular song Home Sweet Home, wittingly suggesting there's no case like home, and joking that if you extinguish the lights, an allusion to seances in the dark, of course you won't be able to see a trickster at work. Victorian skeptics often use this humor and caricature to counter the wave of spiritualism, pointing out how respectable dead come back at 5 shillings apiece. Publications like Punch kept the urban middle class laughing at the absurdities of seance phenomena, perhaps the people who were participating in it just months or years earlier. But it certainly helped to deflate some of the more extravagant claims. Literary figures, too, joined the debunking. The novelist George Eliot attended a seance or two out of curiosity, but quickly denounced the whole affair as a sham, calling one leading medium a, quote, object of moral disgust. And then we have G.H. Lewes, who wrote a scathing article about the logical impossibilities and crass deceptions of mediums. Most famously, the poet Robert Browning became so incensed by what he viewed as the fraud of D.D. Home, whom his own wife admired, by the way, that he penned a lengthy satirical poem called Mr. Sludge, the Medium in 1864. In this poem, Browning ventriloquizes the confession of a fictional medium, Sludge, who cheerfully admits to tricking naive seekers. Through biting humor, Browning's poem essentially shouted what skeptics already believed. Mediums were con men, preying on the bereaved. Browning eventually publicly called Home a cheat and a rogue, to Holmes' great indignation. By the 1880s, religion and morality also entered the fray against occultism. Many clergymen felt spiritualism led people away from the proper faith, and potentially into diabolic realms. The Catholic Church had long condemned spirit communication, considering it akin to necromancy. And in 1898, the Church of England issued an official report cautioning against spiritualism. Some Victorian clergy initially investigated seances and came away convinced the phenomena were demonic in origin. In a few cases, publicized incidents of supposed spirit possessions or poltergeist activity in spiritualist circles prompted ministers to perform exorcisms, which in turn were reported in the press with a mix of sensation and moral waning. This religious critique tended to frame the occult craze as a spiritual danger. Even if some phenomena were real, they argued, how could one be sure that the entities responding weren't actually evil spirits or the devil in disguise? Good question. Well, therefore, it's better not to knock on all the forbidden doors. That was their logic. Yet, it has to be said, it's quite interesting, too, that not all religious commentary was hostile. A segment of devout spiritualists emerged, founding spiritualist churches that blended Christian theology with mediumship. It was often called Christian spiritualism. They contended that communicating with spirit was a gift from God to affirm immortality, and that it could actually reinforce the communicator's faith. These spiritualist congregations, however, remained outside the mainstream, which largely saw them as heterodox. The majority of Victorian churches and religious leaders maintained a skeptical or condemnatory stance, which influenced many ordinary believers to steer clear of occult practice for fear of endangering their soul. In the court of public opinion, at least by the late 1890s, The initial wide-eyed wonder of the 1850s had been moderated down into a more divided viewpoint. Belief in the occult, that certainly hadn't vanished. In fact, millions found meaning or just entertainment in it. But there was a stronger countercurrent of skepticism, armed with decades of debunking experience, not to mention real science. Newspapers grew less gullible. Where they once might report a sensational seance uncritically, now they were apt to include a rejoinder of a scientist or an aside about possible trickery. The late Victorian period has experienced a crisis of evidence around spiritualism. People had seen enough fraud exposed that even believers felt pressure to prove their claims with better evidence. The push for proof ironically laid groundwork for more sophisticated investigations, and some argue helped usher in modern paranormal research and scientific approach to physical phenomena in the 20th century. And so by the end of Queen Victoria's reign, the British obsession with the occult had left quite a mark on society. What began as parlor amusements and grieving mothers seeking solace grew into a more complex cultural phenomenon, touching every stratum of life. For over 6 decades, Britain hummed with the excitement of possibilities. Maybe death is not the end, maybe unseen forces really do permeate our daily lives. Maybe we all have latent psychic powers just waiting to be awakened. The widespread engagement was met with both enthusiasm and backlash. On one hand, I suppose it democratized spiritual exploration, even giving women a rare platform as celebrated mediums, providing alternative forms of community and meaning outside those traditional institutions, and inspiring creative literature and social discourse. But on the other hand, sharp criticism from the rationalists and religious authorities, who perhaps feared the nation was losing its grip on truth and morality. The Victorian family might have held a solemn seance to contact a dearly missed child. The very next week attend a stage show gleefully debunking that seance with trickery, perhaps finding value in both experiences. The occult craze gave the Victorians an imaginative playground in which to renegotiate the boundaries of life and death, natural and supernatural, what is permissible and what is diabolical. In this period defined by material progress, railways, factories, Darwinian evolution, this flirtation with the occult, it reminds us that human beings do not live by logic and industry alone. So in those flickering shadows, they sought personal connection, cosmic understanding, and maybe even just a good fright, a story to tell. They attended those ghost club meetings and told the stories by the fireside, reading scientific pamphlets debunking ectoplasm, even as they preserved a lock of a medium's spirit hair as a sacred memento. The Victorian enchantment for the unseen world was not a rejection of the age's achievements, but in some ways a complement to it, an attempt to ensure that amid so much visible change, the invisible and eternal were not forgotten.